Indeed, Bai Zemin had become stronger than he was several days ago. His physical or magical stats had not changed in any way, and he had not leveled up either since he was currently in a vortex, which once completely overcome he could evolve into a more powerful existence, but in the meantime, he could not acquire any power boosts. In fact, he had not even used his available status points in any way to boost his natural stats. However, in this world there were many ways to become stronger without leveling up, without acquiring soul power or stats, even without treasures or obtaining skill scrolls. One of those ways was to learn and use what one already had in the most optimal way possible. Bai Zemin was training precisely to become stronger in this way, and although he still had a long way to go, it was undoubtedly a breakthrough compared to the past. In addition, Bai Zemin had also been practicing other types of attacks using the skills he had along with his treasures, creating amazing effects. In fact, the previous attack was just an improvised blazing blood spear, but he had planned something much more powerful by making use of those two skills and adding something else as an intensifier. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Platinum Ape level 37. You cannot level up or obtain additional stats before you get the First Order job. You have learned unclassified passive skill level 5 throwing. 3 glowing orbs filled with soul power came out of the lifeless body of the First Order Platinum Ape and went into the bodies of Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzhu, and Chen He, respectively, the size of the orbs being quite similar to each other with barely any almost indistinguishable difference. In addition, another message flashed in Bai Zemin's retina. Although he was somewhat surprised, the surprise was not that great since he had somehow expected something like this to happen. The reason, of course, the beautiful and seductive Lilith. She had explained to him more about the world of skills, and thanks to that now Bai Zemin's knowledge had increased as a consequence. A person could not only learn skills by training, but could also learn through skill scrolls after defeating enemies, and skills could evolve. However, there were exceptions to this rule. Ignoring the world around him, Bai Zemin took a look at the new skill, as this was something he was looking forward to, because this skill would be of great help for his evolution to First Order. Throwing unclassified passive skill level 5. When throwing an object with your bare hands, you have a 20% probability of dealing a critical hit to the enemy. This skill has reached its maximum point and cannot evolve on its own. To some extent, it was also something that he already expected. However, the impossibility of evolving alone was something that surprised him, and now he finally understood several things that Lilith had explained to him about the soul record and the skills. Apart from the individual stats, there were also other stats that were not displayed in the window of each person or intelligent creature. An example of this was the critical hit statistic, defense, attack damage, etc. To acquire these stats, one needed to obtain certain skills or certain items that were usually not formed after the defeat of an enemy and the intervention of the soul record in the soul power of the loser. For example, a blacksmith or artifact maker could create weapons, armor, accessories, which increased physical damage or defense, but did not increase stats such as strength or stamina and health that treasures created from soul power could increase. Lilith said that the higher existences referred to these statistics as tracking statistics, as they could only constantly track these statistics by looking at one's skills and equipment. This was precisely the reason why such jobs or classes were considered a rarity and prized on all worlds, since the soul record was a righteous entity that allowed anyone who had talent and used it in the right way, and with the right materials, to become powerful. Even someone who did not have the courage to fight powerful enemies could become empowered as long as they knew or possessed a class of artifact crafting or blacksmithing and similar. Bai Zemin sighed as he realized how many things he had yet to know and how many other things he had yet to come into contact with. Although he might seem extremely strong, even though it was true that Lilith's advanced information was very helpful to him, the reality was that all this also had a counterproductive side effect, and that was that he started to realize early on that what weighed on his shoulders was bigger and bigger than he had imagined at the beginning. Bai Zemin, are you okay? Bai Zemin snapped out of his daze and looked back with a casual smile. Why wouldn't I be? I didn't even face that ape head-on, and all I did was deal the final strike. Is that so? Shangyuan Bingzhu furrowed her eyebrows slightly before nodding. If you say so. For a moment she had seemed to see him depressed, which had struck her as peculiar considering the overwhelming strength he had just demonstrated, and how easily he had claimed the life of the First Order Platinum Ape. Even if it was true that the beast had been largely exhausted by her and Chen He previously, a First Order existence was still a First Order existence, tired or not. But she soon rejected that thought after hearing his reply and took it as a wrong thought of hers. Bai Zemin bent down and picked up the 3 objects dropped by the platinum ape. Surprisingly, the first order beast had dropped 3 items: a skill scroll, a red orb, and an orange orb. Chen He, is it okay if we divide these 3 treasures and then tell us what happened? Yes. Chen He nodded with a serious expression and said in a deep voice, leaving the university might be more difficult than we thought, and those 3 treasures, regardless of how weak they are, we will certainly need them. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan, Bingzu, looked at each other for a moment before looking back at Chen He with a frown. Apparently, things were much more complex than they had previously expected. A normal treasure, a rare treasure, and a skill scroll. Let's see what kind of skill it is. Bai Zemin put the victory loot on a large pile of rubble that had collapsed and grabbed the skill scroll to see what skill it was before passing it to the rest. Regeneration, first order active skill, level 5. Regenerates stamina according to the mana consumed. Every 2 mana points regain 1 stamina point. Bai Zemin couldn't help but frown hard at the sight of the skill that had formed after the sublimation of the platinum ape's remaining soul power. This was something he definitely did not expect, and honestly, the skill looked quite weak compared to his blood manipulation, even though they were skills of the same level and order. Flash flash. After 2 small squeezes, the 2 orbs burst into flashes of orange and red light before 2 new objects appeared on the pile of rubble. Chapter 81, Human and Demon, Part 1. The objects that had appeared after the disappearance of the 2 flashes of light were 2 treasures that until now Bai Zemin had not seen appear from orbs and therefore did not possess. The treasure that came from inside the orange orb was a kind of dress that looked more like a robe such as the immortal women wore in light novels, but not as extravagant. Curious, Bai Zemin touched the tip of the deep blue dress, and apart from the softness of the material, the information of the object flowed into his retina automatically. Combat robe, rare grade treasure, full body dress capable of blocking normal edged weapons and even smaller caliber bullets. When wearing it, all stats +5 automatically. Basically, the combat robe was a somewhat similar extension of his full coat, except that it was more geared towards women in this case. Although there are some differences in the description of the treasure, Bai Zemin thought that the differences were probably not that big. The second treasure was, surprisingly, a crossbow that glowed with a metallic hint at the sun's rays that bathed the material. This treasure was created from whatever it was. Quick crossbow, normal grade treasure. A crossbow that can load up to 5 bolts or arrows in the chamber and shoot twice per second. When equipped, it automatically increases agility by +5 points and strength by +2 points. So, Bai Zemin looked at the 2 people beside him and asked while scratching his head with one hand, "How do we divide these things?" Shangyuan, Bingzu, and Chen. He looked at each other for a moment before looking at the 3 objects on the pile of rubble, falling into a deep state of contemplation. After several minutes, Chen He shook his head and pointed at the crossbow. "I really need a better weapon at the moment. Even if I know I will change it sooner rather than later, I need to survive until then, or else what sense would everything else have?" Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu and noticed that she was looking at him with narrowed eyes. More precisely, she was not looking at him, she was looking at his coat. "Cheap for you, Bai Zemin." Shangyuan Bingzu sighed and pointed at the combat robe. As Chen He said, "Although I really want that skill, since as weak as it looks it definitely can't be that simple. I need to survive first to then have a chance to find out. And although it's frustrating, I still don't possess enough power to feel 100% confident." In fact, both Chen He and Shangyuan Bingzu were tempted to choose the first order skill max level regeneration. After all, the reality was just as Shangyuan Bingzu had said. A skill of such a level and order definitely could not be simple in any way, no matter how useless it seemed, and it was most likely that in higher orders it would shine and show its splendor. Unfortunately, neither of them felt comfortable with their current strength, and their confidence in surviving greater challenges was not very high, as it was still difficult for them to kill first-order existences, and every time they compared themselves with Bai Zemin they felt worse. This was especially true for Chen He. By acquiring the combat robe, the stats obtained by Shangyuan Bingzu would be the equivalent of 5 levels, considering that each level up granted 2 status points, and more importantly, safety from smaller caliber bullets and bladed weapons such as knives and the like. Meanwhile, by acquiring the quick crossbow, Chen He would not only get a weapon much more suitable for combat, but would also receive a total of 7 stats, especially his agility stat, a stat which was technically one of the most important for him. Then I'll be rude. Bai Zemin nodded with understanding and took the scroll to himself with an indifferent expression. Good for you, little Zemin. Lilith, who floated a short distance away, congratulated him. Her gaze was fixed on the scroll in Bai Zemin's hands, and her eyes had a strange glint in them. Bai Zemin said nothing, and after wishing, the scroll disappeared from his hands, and a rune began to form deep in his soul. The rune was yellow in color and had strange cracks that he could not understand what they meant. Soon, the rune had fully formed, and Bai Zemin had finally acquired his second active external skill since the arrival of the soul record on Earth. The regeneration active skill was extremely weird. At least, what Bai Zemin expected from a skill with that name was that it would grant the ability to heal wounds or increase health, considering that was its function when the Platinum Ape used it. Obviously, the skill scroll had nothing to do with the Platinum Ape skill except, perhaps, the name. Generating stamina was actually extremely useful because if a battle between two existences went on too long due to identical or two equal strengths, the winner would be the one who could stand for the longest amount of time without faltering in their attacks. However, temporarily it was something that Bai Zemin did not need, and even less so considering his high natural stamina, which, in fact, was his highest body stat, leaving aside stats like mana and magic. I'll look at the evolution requirements of this skill later. Bai Zemin thought before looking at Chen He and saying, "Let's go to the parking lot and talk there. From your words earlier, it seemed to be serious." Chen He nodded with a serious expression. "I agree." With nothing more to say, the trio walked underground again. /////. When Bai Zemin returned to the subway parking lot together with Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He, none of the three expected to see such chaos. Liang Peng, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, and Kang Lan were moving all over the place, beating up several people and throwing them aside before moving on to the next person to perform the same action. Some survivors even seemed to have been possessed by some kind of mindless spirit, as they even forgot who Liang Peng and the rest were. They actually dared to try to attack them. It was as if for a moment they had forgotten that they were evolved people and not existences that they, normal people, could deal with. What? For a moment, Shangyuan Bingzu looked so shocked that she didn't know what to think about it. Especially seeing the more than 5 obviously lifeless bodies that had been trampled beyond recognition, that looked like they had been stampeded by a pack of wild beasts. Bai Zemin didn't understand what was going on either. It had only been 5 minutes at most since he had left, but how did things turn out like this? At the end of the day, humans are animals too, Bai Zemin. Lilith appeared beside him and spoke in an indifferent voice. In the face of the fear of death, even cats are willing to fight dogs, let alone beings with intelligence who are even more aware that death means the end. The fact that this lower existence named Chen, he showed himself incapable of defeating that ape, caused many people to fear for their future, and they began to cause chaos, letting out their inner demons. What will you do now? Chapter 82, Human and Demon Part 2 last. Hearing Lilith's words, Bai Zemin's expression changed several times as he looked at the scene in front of him until finally, a flash of resolve shone in his eyes. He began to step forward slowly, and Shangyuan Bingzu as well as Chen He called out to him a few times, but he ignored them both, completely focused on the sight before his eyes. A male student suddenly grabbed the arm of a female teacher and threw her to the ground harshly. The woman in her early 30s screamed in terror, but her cries for help and pleading were ignored amidst the chaos, where similar scenes were constantly happening. The male student jumped on top of the woman and began tearing at her clothes with an ominous grin. His eyes seemed to be bloodshot as he shouted and cursed. "Even that stupid dog Chen He was defeated. It's only a matter of time before we're hunted down too. At least I'll have some fun with you before I get killed by some monster, ha ha ha." Earlier, when the survivors heard that Chen He was in danger of being killed and saw the look of dread on the face of the student who was standing guard near the entrance, most of them thought they were going to die. As for those who were naturally calmer, they were swept away by the fear caused by seeing the behavior and hearing the cries of others. Only about 5 minutes had passed since then, but there were more than 20 people who had been killed in some way or another, and at a glance, Bai Zemin could see that there were at least 50 to 60 wounded. Even with Liang Peng and the rest here, it was impossible to stop more than 500 people completely. This only got worse when the survivors who were instigating the chaos realized that even if they were caught, they would just be beaten and thrown aside. Considering they were going to die soon anyway, why not do whatever they wanted in the meantime? As he slowly approached the male student who had malicious intentions towards the female teacher, Bai Zemin couldn't help but remember his first meeting with Lilith 10 days ago. Back then, when she told him that she was a succubus, he immediately raised his guard against her even more than usual. After all, she was a demon. As the days progressed, Bai Zemin's guard against her gradually eased, and he no longer viewed her with such wariness after hearing her explain to him how what the Bible quoted and humans knew was not exactly correct. However, that slight guard he had against her had almost been completely relieved just now. What was the first thing that came to everyone's mind when they heard the word demon? Those who were arrogant, greedy, envious, lust-filled, and angry, an embodiment of pure evil that would try to lure good souls to the side of darkness with their sweet words. But how about the word human, then? Those who were annoying, nasty, horrible, rude, arrogant, immoral, confusing, disdainful, violent, threatening, rule-breaking, harming, and hurting others out of greed. Weren't humans even worse than demons from that point of view? At least that was the answer Bai Zemin had reached for when his hand touched the male student's shoulder. "Wait for me to finish, and it will be your turn then." The male student grunted in annoyance, straining to remove his pants to begin his act. Sensing that the hand still remained firmly on his shoulder, the student turned around angrily and began cursing. "You bastard! I told you to wait until—" But his words caught in his throat when he finally recognized the face of the person standing in front of him. "You, Bai." The student's teeth clicked against each other and his face went pale, unable to finish a single sentence properly. His face became even worse when he saw Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He standing unharmed a short distance away. Before the male student had a chance to try to say anything or utter another word, Bai Zemin's right hand shot forward, and with a sharp squeeze, his trachea was crushed and his head fell heavily to the side. Bai Zemin casually threw him to the ground without giving another glance, but if he looked at him again, he could see the male student's eyes wide open before his death filled with horror. Swoosh! His body turned into a shadow, and the next instant he appeared before a second student who was violently beating another fiercely. As in the previous case, the student's neck was completely broken and he fell forward. Before the student who was being beaten could clearly see what was happening, Bai Zemin had already disappeared. Swoosh and crack. The sound of gusts of wind followed by the terrifying sounds of fragile bones being mercilessly crushed rang out several times, but were suppressed by the screams of fear, cries of despair, and laughter of madness coming from the survivors. Gradually, however, more and more survivors began to notice that something was not right as people, one after another, fell to the ground with broken necks. What's going on? One burly student stopped in his tracks and looked around as he shouted in an attempt to shake off the fear he felt. "Come here if you're a man." Crack! The burly student's neck cracked, and the man died pathetically, without knowing what had happened even until the last second. Bai Zemin's agility had currently reached 126 points in total, which made him 12 times faster than a normal person. With such speed, his movements in a closed environment were limited but at the same time explosive. Therefore, in a matter of seconds, more than 30 people were slaughtered by his hands. The wild movements of the crazed survivors began to cease quickly as the more intelligent ones noticed that only those who caused chaos were dying. However, even after they stopped, the scythe of death came down harshly and firmly on their necks and claimed their lives without mercy. A minute later, all the survivors who were trying to assault female students or female teachers, all those who were physically attacking others or committing some kind of act considered vandalism had been slaughtered. Among them, 42 were male and 6 were female. The now less than 500 survivors looked apprehensively at the person standing amidst a pile of corpses, whose expression was as nonchalant as if he had not killed nearly 100 people, but as if he were ordering takeout at a restaurant before the apocalypse. Bai Zemin looked at both of his hands and was a little startled to realize that he felt nothing. He felt no sympathy or fear or pity for the people who lost their lives under his hands. This was the first time he had killed directly, and it wasn't just one person. It was dozens at the same time. The right thing to do would be to at the very least, feel a touch of sorrow. Bai Zemin felt nothing but calm and even thought that what he did was the right thing to do. As to whether it was the right thing to do or not, everyone could have different opinions about it. Chapter 83, Cowardly but Obedient Lambs. What did make Bai Zemin feel just, very slightly uncomfortable, was that even if he did not know these people before this, and even had no idea that they were among the survivors, when he killed them, he did not have the right to choose whether he wished to know them or not. The reason? It was because every time Bai Zemin broke a survivor's neck, the following messages appeared in green letters flashing in his retina. You have acquired the soul power of Chen Liuchen level 0. You have acquired the soul power of Mei Zio level 0. You have acquired the soul power of. You have acquired. Again and again, a small part of each person's soul power was absorbed by him, and Bai Zemin was able to learn their names and some simple things like how old each one was. As for getting some kind of power from them, considering they were just normal survivors, Bai Zemin naturally didn't expect something like that. People often said that the eyes were the window to the soul, and that a look said more than 1,000 words. He confirmed it at this moment. Raising his head, Bai Zemin saw that everyone was looking at him with different expressions. Some were looking at him with fear, others with gratitude, shock, disbelief, and many other emotions or thoughts that were difficult to decipher. Who was the first person to cause all this mess? Amidst so much silence and uneasiness, his voice was the only thing that could be heard inside the subway, with the occasional roar of some distant creature. Every time his gaze met that of a survivor, many of them did not dare to look directly at him and unconsciously looked at the corpses on the ground, as if they wanted to remember that this person with an indifferent expression had just killed them. Bai Zemin also did not press the matter too much and nodded. I see. Since none of you want to talk, then I guess you don't need to eat anymore. His words seemed to have some effect, as many people's faces changed slightly. This was especially so for the female students who had suffered almost a week locked up in the female dormitory. I don't think that among so many people present, not even one of you can remember anything. Bai Zemin shook his head and waited patiently while looking towards no particular point. The place was silent for a few seconds, and Chen He looked like he wanted to step forward to say something, but Shangyu and Bing Zhu stopped him. He also looked at Wu Yijin for help, but she just shook her head. With no other option, he had no choice but to remain silent. After almost a full minute of silence, a female student stepped forward, attracting everyone's attention. What is your name? Bai Zemin looked at her and smiled slightly, a smile that was somehow calm but also contrasting sharply with the current situation. Hesitantly, the female student spoke softly. My name is Na Yue. Na Yue? I see. Bai Zemin nodded and asked once more. Na Yue, did you see something? You don't need to worry about any kind of consequences, or much less. I assure you that if anyone dares to verbally assault you, give you unkind looks, or even try to touch a hair on your head after this, I will personally make sure that person or persons regret not letting themselves be eaten by zombies. Some people's expressions changed for the worse, while the expression on Na Yue's face eased noticeably. After a deep breath, she turned away from the crowd of people and began to point at some survivors while saying in a serious voice, I remember when Big Brother Bai and Big Sister Shangyuan went to help Big Brother Chen. These people started pushing and shouting. Some of them even beat up some people before mingling with the crowd. It's a lie. Big Brother Bai, that girl is a liar. You can't believe her. How could I beat up someone? Can't you see that I'm injured too? Among the more than 6 survivors who were pointed out by Na Yue, some of them immediately turned pale and started shouting words of injustice. While it was true that Na Yue might be lying, Bai Zemin's reasoning was simple. Did she gain anything by lying? She had absolutely nothing to gain, and on the contrary, she would be risking being marked by the other survivors, which would lead to Bai Zemin potentially killing her or expelling her from the group, which was basically the same as ending her life. Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhangde, Kang Lan, take them out and bring those ungrateful dogs here. Bai Zemin's voice thundered, and his calm expression finally disappeared, being replaced by fury. Hearing the clearly angry tone of voice from him, the 4 named people did not dare to delay, and using their superior stats and levels easily pulled the targeted people out of the group of survivors, dragging them out by force. Even the weakest of the 4 of them, Kang Lan, was at least 2 to 3 times stronger than a normal person, so any resistance or attempt to resist was futile. As the survivors were pulled out of the crowd, Shangyuan Bingzhu narrowed her eyes and took a step forward as she looked at an old acquaintance. Liang Xuan. She stood a short distance away from Bai Zemin and looked at the past vice president of the student association with coldness. Liang Xuan was a level 3 evolved person, so among the survivors he was basically invincible. However, when he tried to resist, Kai Jingyi easily reduced him thanks to her overwhelmingly superior agility. I didn't do anything. I really didn't do anything. Bing Zhu, haven't you known me for several years? Don't you know what kind of person I am?" At this moment, Liang Chuan had lost his past polite and glorious demeanor. He looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu and began to yell and beg with a pale face, clearly knowing that death was the only thing that awaited him. Seeing such behavior, Lilith could not help but chuckle. This Liang Chuan had sacrificed a girl's life during the first day of the apocalypse to survive, and had not even thought twice about it when he threw her before the blade of the fast mantis. Yet now he looked like a fish jumping on a chopping board, awaiting his inevitable fate. Bai Zemin looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu and announced indifferently, "Even if he is your friend, he is not being spared from this." Since all these people still did not understand the cruelty of this world, and the danger of the monsters running rampant outside was not enough, then he was going to show them all that if they did not behave in obedient lambs, then only death awaited them. Since they wanted to be cowardly lambs, he was going to turn them all into cowardly but obedient lambs, obedient to the point where his word was more valuable than God's decree. Chapter 84, Killing, Determination/Regret. "You don't need to say it. I'll take care of him myself." Shang Yuan Bingzu did not even look at Bai Zemin, but her words startled him noticeably. "You will take care of him?" Bai Zemin frowned and looked at her with a hint of mockery as he said coldly, "What? Could it be that you have the courage and determination to end his life?" The reason for his mocking tone stemmed from the fact that he did not believe she would dare to dictate the punishment he would sentence and carry out. From Bai Zemin's point of view, Shang Yuan Bingzu was just a spoiled little princess who threw tantrums by acting cold and untouchable. She turned her face and looked at him so coldly that her cold looks in the past seemed like child's play in comparison. "You don't know anything about me." Bai Zemin couldn't help but his eyes widened slightly more than usual, and under his incredulous gaze, she took a step forward. Her delicate white hand shimmered, and the temperature began to plummet as a wave of frost formed around it before turning into a dagger of ice. "Bingzu," Chen He opened his eyes wide and muttered in shock. Wu Yujin's face also changed, and her expression became complicated as she looked at her friend slowly moving forward. Still, she didn't seem to have any intention of stopping her. Unlike most people, due to her status, Wu Yujin had also seen many cruel things in the past and knew that even the previous society was just a jungle with rules. But after all, a jungle was a jungle no matter how much it was decorated. "Hey, this must be a joke, isn't it, Bingzu?" Liang Chuan bellowed and tried to back away in fright. However, under Bai Zemin's intense gaze, Zhang De kept him on his knees even if he was also scared of what was about to happen. During the past few days, Liang Chuan's mental condition was becoming more and more unstable to the point that several times wild and crazy ideas appeared in his mind, but he forcibly restrained them. However, when the slightest opportunity presented itself, he did not even hesitate for a second and took it gladly. Too bad that was one of his biggest mistakes. Shang Yuan Bingzu stopped a step away and shook her head as she said coldly, "We risk our lives, we scavenge for food, we rack our brains trying to think of the best way to keep you all safe. But what do we get in return? Nothing. Everything would be easier if we left you behind because honestly all of you are a heavy burden. However, instead of doing that, we support and feed you while keeping you safe." Her words were not just for Liang Chuan to hear, they were for everyone present. The survivors who had done nothing wrong nodded and looked at the people who had been dragged out with anger-filled gazes. Many of them even couldn't help but raise their voices as they cursed them and complained. However, when Shang Yuan Bingzu's voice sounded again, the rest of the voices were immediately silenced. "We ask for nothing in return except that everyone behaves themselves, that you don't add more weight on our shoulders, and that you don't make things more complicated than they already are." She looked at Liang Chuan, and her eyes flashed with a chill as she said, "Approximately 20 people died because of your selfish acts and you still want to live. Go to hell, you scum." Under the terrified look of Liang Chuan, the shocked look of many survivors, and the disbelieving look of Chen He, Shang Yuan Bingzu raised her slender arm and swiftly struck downward. The ice dagger was extremely sharp and easily penetrated the center of Liang Chuan's skull, ending his life just like that. What was most remarkable was that even as his corpse slumped to the side, not even a drop of blood came out of the wound as the ice dagger had become a natural insulating layer, sealing everything tightly inside. The place fell into a stony silence, and even Bai Zemin himself could not help but stare at Shang Yuan Bingzu. After several seconds he admitted, "I guess you're right and I don't know anything about you." Daring to kill a person took some courage, but it was possible for anyone who set out to do so, and even more so in this world, where death was practically easier to obtain than a piece of bread. But the hard part was to keep calm after doing it. Shangyuan Bingzu's expression was cold and indifferent as always, and her hand did not even quiver as she performed the act, nor did she flinch at the end. Although she had just taken the life of a human being, it was as if it was nothing otherworldly to her. Obviously, she was also someone who had her own past and her own story to tell. Seeing that she said nothing, Bai Zemin simply shook his head before looking at Fu Zufeng. He asked in a deep voice, "You dare to kill a person?" Fu Zufeng's face changed greatly, and a frightened expression shone in his eyes. He was brave enough to fight and kill enemies of other races, but killing humans whose sins were not worthy of death was hard for him to do. Bai Zemin also seemed to realize his answer without having to hear it from his mouth. He nodded and silently took out a strange-looking knife from his backpack as he said, "This dagger is a rare-grade treasure, on the same level as my sword but slightly inferior. If you kill him, this dagger is yours then." Agarth dagger, rare-grade treasure. A dagger focused to finish off the enemy at lightning speed. Can cut metal with ease. When equipped, it automatically increases agility by +12 and strength by +5. The dagger was the item that came out of the orange orb he obtained when defeating the First Order Shadow Tiger. Bai Zemin already had his Xunyuan sword and felt more comfortable wielding it compared to the Agarth dagger. Therefore, instead of keeping it, he decided to give it to one of his direct subordinates, which in a way meant increasing his own power. Fu Zufeng's gaze lingered on the dagger. He knew that what Bai Zemin was doing was tempting him, and it was indeed working. However, he took too long to decide, and his chance was snatched away by someone else with greater determination. "I'll do it," a female voice rang out. "I dare to kill people." Bai Zemin looked at the pretty Kai Jingyi, who had a slightly pale face but whose eyes glittered with determination, and nodded with a smile as he casually pointed at a survivor. "Here, take this dagger and kill him. It will be yours from then on." Kai Jingyi took a deep breath and nodded, walking towards him and taking the dagger in her hands. The resolve in her eyes burned even more fervently as she saw the weapon's stats. She was determined to seize every opportunity to become stronger no matter how vicious it was. That was precisely why she was willing to take the risk of fighting and took Bai Zemin's hand at that time. Besides, Kai Jingyi was a smart girl and knew that facing other human beings would only be a matter of time, considering that within this group alone there were already so many problems. Her thinking was simple. Since sooner or later I will have to kill if I want to survive in this world and still retain some dignity, then better sooner than later. If it was about courage, perhaps Kai Jingyi was slightly inferior in comparison to Fu Zufeng. But if it was about determination to accomplish goals, she definitely surpassed him by far. Seeing the dagger in Kai Jingyi's hands, Fu Zufeng could not help but regret and quickly exclaimed, "W8, I will do it." Too bad his chance had already passed. Too late. Bai Zemin coldly refused and remarked, "If you want to become stronger, you will have to take the chances I give you when I give them to you. Otherwise, you'll have to manage on your own to get power." Chapter 85 Chen He's Shocking Discovery, Part 1. Was there really anyone who, even in their unconscious, did not wish to be stronger? In the past, human beings would try to acquire more money, and when they finally had that money, they would want more. When they had enough money to make their lives as luxurious and comfortable as possible, human beings would seek political power or military command. The human mind always wanted more and was never really satisfied even after achieving its past goals. This was even more so in this new world, after the arrival of the soul record on Earth. In this new apocalyptic world, the possibilities of becoming stronger were literally everywhere. All one had to do was to pick up any weapon and go out into the streets to fight zombies or any other existence that would allow them to evolve regardless of whether they were weak or strong. However, while the possibilities of being stronger were everywhere, this rule also applied to the possibilities of dying. A person had to be mentally prepared for the fact that, at the moment of leaving, he or she might never come back. While everyone wanted to be stronger, while everyone wanted power, to receive respect, to eat the best food, and to enjoy the praise and longing gazes of beauties, very few were willing to take the risk involved in attaining such successes. Just now, Bai Zemin had given Fu Zufeng the opportunity to become far stronger, but he failed to appreciate it and missed out. Acquiring a weapon, especially a rare-grade treasure, was far more important than even having food or safe shelter, because with a weapon of such caliber, Even a normal human being would acquire the power to fight zombies or other creatures, evolve, and acquire food or shelter with their own hands. Fu Zufeng was not willing to kill. Sure, Bai Zemin would not force him, but even if he knelt down and begged, crying tears of regret, it was too late. Such opportunities were not easy to obtain, and since he chose his morality above all else, then he had to take responsibility for his own choices and consequences. Feeling Fu Zufeng's envious and regretful gaze upon her, Kai Jingyi gritted her teeth and raised the dagger with trembling hands. "W8, I beg you not to kill me." The student's eyes were wide open and the terror in his face was so great that he seemed on the verge of going mad. But how could he not be terrified? This was about death, his death. Just imagine what would have happened if you didn't have strength. Bai Zemin's voice sounded behind her, encouraging her and giving her bravery. If your luck was bad, maybe you would be dead. If your luck was, shall we say, good, you might have been abused by scum like him. Hearing his words, Kai Jingyi bit her lip and stopped hesitating. Under the terrified gaze of the student and the shocked look of the others, her arm waved at a speed difficult for normal people to follow. The young student felt pain in his chest, and as he looked down, he saw blood begin to ooze from a small puncture, right into his heart. He looked up and momentarily met the eyes of his killer before the light in his gaze faded and his lifeless body collapsed on the ground. Kai Jingyi's face lost all color, and she brought a hand to her mouth as she looked at the red blood staining the ground. She took several unsteady steps backward, but two firm arms clung to her and kept her from falling to the ground. "Good job. Now you have not only avenged those who died for his act of selfishness but also gained strength. Isn't that good?" Bai Zemin praised and encouraged her. "Why, yes, that's true." Kai Jingyi could barely speak and nodded. While it was true that Bai Zemin's words were laced with all sorts of manipulations, the reality was that she was willing to hold on to them at this moment. After calming his subordinate, and under the watchful eyes of everyone, Bai Zemin took out another item from his backpack. The object was a pair of gloves with pointed knuckles that seemed to be able to break a rock with their hardness. This pair of gloves was actually the second item he obtained from the Shadow Tiger's final orb. Obviously, Bai Zemin was out of luck since he possessed better gloves. Power gloves, normal grade treasure, able to break through the defenses of any enemy below level 15. When equipped, it automatically increases strength by +3. "Zhangdu, do you want them?" Bai Zemin waved the gloves and asked as he looked at the big man. While the gloves were not so good, the amount of stat points was equivalent to almost 2 levels. 2 initial levels might not seem much, but after level 15 leveling up was not so easy and required quite a lot of effort. Therefore, 3 stat points were really good from that point of view. After a second of hesitation, and seeing Kai Jingyi stroking her new weapon now more calmly than before, Zhang De nodded and took a step forward. He said nothing and directly punched on the chest of another survivor who had incited the chaos, destroying his heart into pieces directly along with several bones. The male student spat blood and with eyes filled with disbelief collapsed lifelessly just like his previous companion. Unlike Kai Jingyi, his face turned pale but his reaction was much calmer. He picked up the gloves and equipped them before falling silent again. Seeing that he was a man of few words, Bai Zemin chuckled and praised, "Well done, Zhang De. Kang Lan, the next opportunity that comes your way will be for you as long as it is something that suits your style of evolution." He did not forget about his last subordinate and the only healer in the group. Kang Lan took a deep breath and nodded firmly. She felt a little jealous that she didn't have the opportunity to acquire a treasure, but at the same time she was relieved that she didn't have to kill a person. Such conflicting feelings caused her to unconsciously feel a little relieved to have more time to adjust to all the sudden change. After the death of 2 more survivors, the other 4 who had caused trouble were naturally terrified. However, before they could utter a single word, a shadow appeared before them and crushed their necks in a second, ending their lives without hesitation and without unnecessary explanation. After finishing off the main source of the problem, Bai Zemin looked at the survivors, and this time he did not care in any way about the looks he was receiving. "All of you, let me say this for the first and only time to you." His voice as cold as his eyes echoed in the subway. "From this damned second on, if any of you dare to cause the slightest trouble or disobey, you will be whipped until you feel your flesh fall off your bodies. Don't you want to work? Don't you want to help? Sure. Then stay obediently in the corner and don't stand in my way. If any of you dare to obstruct me even once, depending on the level of trouble caused, I will personally take it upon myself to end your dogs' lives." The face of everyone present turned pale, and they all nodded repeatedly. Although none of them had particularly done anything wrong, they were secretly reminding each other over and over again to be careful not to break any of the rules laid down, as the consequences were too serious to bear. Seeing everyone nodding obediently, Bai Zemin casually concluded, "If any of you are dissatisfied, then you can get the hell out of here right now. Neither I nor anyone else will stop you." Some people seemed hesitant to hear his final words, especially some hot-blooded male students who were not willing to be treated like dogs. However, the hot blood of these people cooled down as they remembered the danger outside and obediently swallowed all their disaffection. Seeing no one saying anything and no one standing out to leave, Bai Zemin coldly sneered before looking at Chen He and the rest. Chapter 86, Chen He's Shocking Discovery, Part 2 last. After the previous matter settled down, the survivors moved the bodies to a corner by direct orders from Bai Zemin himself. Even those who were disgusted or afraid of blood, as well as scared of seeing the lifeless bodies, were forced to work this time. Because everyone knew that the mood of this new god of death was not good at this very moment, they all obediently swallowed their complaints and dragged the bodies deep into the subway parking lot in groups to avoid attracting other creatures. Bai Zemin looked at the corpses with some regret. Actually, he wanted to use one of those guys as a test specimen to experiment with the mutated plant to make sure it was a real treasure and not a time bomb. However, in the end, he decided not to do it. The reason was simple. He did not want Shangyuan Bingzu and the others to know about the existence of the plant, at least not yet. If he took the plant out at that time, the secret would be revealed, and if he dragged one of the subjects away, it would be suspicious. Therefore, his hands were temporarily tied as far as this matter was concerned. So, can you explain what happened? I hope you have a good reason for having gone out alone or otherwise. After walking far enough away from the other survivors without any combat capability, Bai Zemin looked at Chen He and narrowed his eyes. All the chaos before, from a certain point of view, was closely related to Chen He. Therefore, if he could not give a good explanation now, it was highly probable that Bai Zemin would not be able to restrain himself and would end up, at the very least, beating him for being irresponsible. Chen He wanted to talk to Shangyuan Bingzu about what had just happened, but he could also feel strong pressure coming from Bai Zemin's body, so he wisely decided to leave the matter for another time. He took a deep breath and felt, for the first time in his life, small. Small as if he was a little puppy being observed by a hungry and wild lion. The reason I went out was to explore the road. Although during the past few days we tried to clear most of the surrounding strong creatures, if one sneaked into the perimeter, casualties could happen, and the chaos could become fatal. Chen He explained carefully. After a moment of silence, Bai Zemin relaxed slightly and nodded. If that was the motive, then it made perfect sense. After all, a zombie did not represent a danger, but a mutated cat or dog did represent extreme danger due to its fast movement speed. If even one of those creatures managed to sneak in among the survivors, even Bai Zemin himself would have a hard time preventing human deaths. No matter how strong he was, at the end of the day, he was only one person and could not take care of nearly 500 people. Even with the addition of the other evolved ones in the group, it would be an incredibly arduous, if not impossible, task. "So, how do I end an exploration trip in a 4-meter-tall ape beating you up?" Bai Zemin asked casually. Chen He blushed slightly and couldn't help but reply, "It didn't beat me up, it didn't even touch me." "Whatever." Bai Zemin waved his hand and rolled his eyes. "The giant ape didn't beat you up, but it sure made you run all over the place like a chicken in a barnyard," he thought secretly. "Anyway?" Chen He coughed and secretly looked at Shangyuan Bingzu before continuing. His expression turned extremely serious, and there was even a tinge of fear in his eyes as he said, "At first, there was no problem. Just some normal zombies that were stuck inside some buildings and the like. However, after approximately 2 hours passed and just as I was approaching the exit, I noticed that the atmosphere was starting to change." "The atmosphere was starting to change," Shangyuan Bingzu remarked uncertainly and looked at her childhood friend strangely. Bai Zemin also frowned, and for a moment thought that perhaps Chen He's head really had been hit by the giant ape after all. However, he soon realized that this was not the case. Chen He's expression was terribly serious as he said firmly, not only had the mood suddenly become much heavier, but even the surroundings were no longer the same. The buildings from before were surrounded by tall grass to the point of almost reaching my knees. The trees seemed to have grown at least 2 or 3 times the normal size. The more they listened, the more Bai Zemin and the rest were surprised. Everything Chen He was mentioned seemed to be something out of a fantasy or science fiction movie, and if it were in the past, anyone would treat it as a joke. However, what was not possible in this world? Each person even had a status window where they could see their personal stats and even become monstrously powerful by defeating other existences and learning magical skills. Talking about common sense in this new world wasn't necessarily a smart thing to do. Besides, I think I might have found the source from which all those damn bugs and weird mutated monsters come from. Chenny concluded, and in the end couldn't help but curse under his breath. Bai Zemin's face finally changed, and he took a step forward as he hurriedly urged, "What did you see?" Bai Zemin had always felt that something was wrong with this place. Ever since the appearance of the blazing beetle, he had realized that first-order creatures were not existences that mankind could casually face. To defeat monsters such as those possessing strange skills, probably only a properly armed army could defeat them. However, in this place alone, Bai Zemin and his group had already faced 4 such existences, 5 if one counted the fast mantis that was in the process of evolving. If the university alone was already like this, then wouldn't the outside world be in an even worse catastrophic situation? But from Chen He's words, the situation seemed to have an explanation and a logical reason. Out of curiosity and to get some information, I went a little deeper into the forest. Chen He explained slowly, narrating the events that happened a few hours ago. At first I was surprised that there was no danger at all. But when I got to what I think must be the center of the place, I saw a large number of terrifying monsters next to a strange creature that appeared to be a silkworm. I think that silkworm is the main problem here since they all seem to be protecting it. Terrifying monsters, a silkworm-like creature. Bai Zemin looked at each other and noticed the same confusion as well as shock and fear. Chen He, those terrifying monsters you speak of, could it be that they are? Shangyuan Bingzu looked worried about something and didn't even finish her question properly. Still, everyone understood what she meant. They are. To the horror of most, Chen He nodded firmly and slowly said, "Just from the aura alone, they are definitely first order, all of them." Chapter 87, Moving Towards the Exit. Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Liang Peng's faces turned extremely ugly upon hearing Chen He's words. Shangyuan Bingzu and Liang Peng had experienced the power of a first-order creature firsthand, so they knew how terrifying those beasts were. While it was true that both of them had since become far stronger after absorbing the soul power of the anti-magic zombie and other creatures, the fear still lingered. Although Chen He had not said how many first-order creatures there were in that strange forest he mentioned having found in the middle of the university, only 3 or 4 of those monsters were enough to cause problems for the current group. As for if there were more than that amount and they attacked all together, then it would be difficult to survive. Even Bai Zemin himself had no confidence in facing many first-order existences unless he himself completed his own evolution. If it was 2 or maybe 3 at the same time, then he could somehow manage if he put his life on the line during combat. However, more than that number was beyond his ability, which made him feel helpless. It's still not enough. I really am still too weak. If only I could kill several tens or several hundreds at the same time, how good would it be? Bai Zemin secretly sighed. If Lilith knew his thoughts, she might die due to anger. He was already the biggest anomaly she had ever seen in her entire life or heard of since the appearance of the first intelligent being, but he still seemed to be unsatisfied. How many of those creatures did you see? Even if you don't know the exact number, you should have a rough idea, shouldn't you? Bai Zemin asked after a moment's consideration. While knowing the truth could sometimes become demoralizing, if a person sank into fantasies of lies, then it was only a matter of time before they died in this world. To survive, Bai Zemin understood that not only strength was needed, but also to be realistic and accept things as they were no matter how difficult they were. Otherwise, anyone could end up being devoured not by an enemy, but by oneself. Chen He took a deep breath and looked at everyone present before saying with a tinge of fear in his voice, "At the very least, there should be about 7 creatures of the first order. As for the maximum number, my estimate is around a dozen. 7 minimum and a dozen maximum." Liang Peng muttered in disbelief, remembering the speed and combat prowess of the anti-magic zombie that nearly cut him in 2. Everyone held their breath and looks of despair flashed in the eyes of some of them. Although Fu Zufeng and the rest had no idea how strong a first-order creature really was, they could remember the oppressive feeling coming from the dead body of the giant beetle and the blue-skinned mutated zombie. Besides, It didn't take a genius, as the expressions on the faces of those who had faced such beings said enough to make words unnecessary. After several seconds of uncomfortable silence, and under an oppressive atmosphere, Bai Zemin's voice called out, "It seems we need to prepare a few things before we leave if we want to get the other survivors out of this place. Otherwise, the chances of even one of them surviving will be practically 0%. If Bai Zemin wanted to leave alone, then he was confident that except for agility-based first-order creatures like the shadow tiger, no other creature or existence could really stop their footsteps unless one of them had a strange skill. However, if he wanted to go off on his own, he would have tried it long ago instead of staying here trying to raise a power by himself. Shangyuan Bingzu also calmed down after a deep breath that accentuated her perfect body even more. She nodded and spoke calmly. "That's right. It looks like we need to adjust a few things." Even without Bai Zemin saying anything, she had already understood a few things, and various ideas were constantly forming in her mind. After a brief discussion, the group called the survivors together again, and a group of them began to set to work on the task assigned by Bai Zemin. While the survivors were doing their part, Bai Zemin met with Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, Liang Peng, and the rest to discuss some final outlines of the plan. If the plan succeeded, then they could probably retreat without casualties, but if the plan failed, then it would be difficult for the vast majority of them to survive. ////. Because Bai Zemin and the rest were somewhat tired after working all day modifying the 10 buses, and because the sun had already begun to descend on the horizon, they all went asleep after dinner. With the start of day number 11, since the arrival of the Soul record on Earth, the 10 buses were fully loaded. The end seats were removed, and the freezers were filled with meat and all kinds of perishable food. On top of the freezers were placed the bags of food, and the survivors, who now numbered just over 400 after the previous day's massacre, were able to settle in with ease and comfort. One of the buses carried only 3 things: the corpse of the shadow tiger, the headless body of the platinum ape, and the body of the fast mantis. Although it was somewhat problematic to carry the silver ape's body inside, on top it was easy, and with Liang Peng and Zhang De working together, they managed to lift the beast's body without any problems. In fact, there was even enough space left over to carry all the clothes they had obtained from the male and female dormitory earlier, as well as other types of utilities. Unlike the female dormitory, which had several survivors thanks to the strange behavior of the first-order anti-magic zombie, the students who had barricaded themselves in the male dormitory had not been so lucky. 2 days ago, when Bai Zemin and the rest arrived at the male dormitory, the doors had been broken down, and the survivors inside had already turned into zombies, or had simply been eaten by other zombies or some other creature. The buses were started by their respective drivers, and slowly and orderly began to move. The engines roared in sync, attracting the attention of the distant zombies, who with overwhelmingly slow speeds began to stagger toward the scene. The small convoy of 10 vehicles circled the main street on the north side of the university that connected to the south side, and the only exit from the facility that allowed buses to pass. Although the road had already been cleared once for the most part, it was impossible to wipe out all the zombies considering their numbers unless one was willing to spend several days searching and hunting. Therefore, occasionally a few zombies would appear in the middle of the road. However, the drivers, who were normal survivors, did not bother with them and simply continued to push on without altering the course in the slightest. Bang, 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 bang. The buses, which had been modified and reinforced using the first-order blazing beetle shell, viciously hit the zombies and sent them flying several meters. Some zombies had their skulls directly crushed by the heavy collision, while some luckier ones got back on their feet, with some ignored bone fractures, or simply crawled on their hands after losing mobility in their lower bodies. Chapter 88: Mutated Forest. It really changed everything. Shangyuan Bingzu couldn't help but let her eyes widen in shock. "This is nothing. Just wait until you get more to the center and you'll see the difference," Chen He, who had sat beside her, remarked with a serious expression. Even though he had expected it after listening to Chen He explaining the situation the day before, Bai Zemin could not help his face from changing slightly as he scanned the surroundings while the bus he was riding on slowly moved forward. The familiar buildings, built with the best materials available and whose plans were designed by the best architects in the country, were now cracked while some suspicious-looking tangles surrounded the walls. Some areas of the road had been cracked by long roots of trees or other extremely strange plants growing everywhere, forcing the drivers of the vehicles to slow down their speed even more. But the most striking thing was that even from a considerable distance, Bai Zemin and the rest could already see the tops of several trees that had previously been only a few meters high, now silently rising up several tens of meters as if they wanted everyone to see them, announcing their growth. The faces of the survivors changed and their expressions varied, but for the most part, they were all surprised and scared at the same time as they huddled together and began to whisper softly. Although they were frightened at the strange and unfamiliar sight, no survivor present dared to make too much noise. This was so not only for fear of the unknown dangers that might lurk nearby, but also because Bai Zemin's exhibition of cruelty and decisiveness in the killing had been deeply engraved in the minds of all of them. Those with malicious intentions or ulterior motives had basically been slaughtered yesterday, and those who still had some kind of wild thoughts did not have the courage to do anything for fear of having their necks destroyed without warning. Therefore, although the atmosphere was oppressive, no one made too much noise apart from the inevitable, and everything went quite smoothly. Shangyuan Bingzhu, being the observant woman that she was, also noticed the change inside the bus she was riding. She could not help but look out the front window at the bus in front of her with complex eyes. Obviously, the actions initiated yesterday by Bai Zemin were showing immediate results. The buses stopped next to the back of a 6- or 7-story building that was formerly used as the main library, and the survivors began to deboard in an organized manner under the watchful eyes of the 8 fighters of the group. Bai Zemin, along with Chen, he went into the building and made a quick job eliminating the zombies from the first 3 floors of the building to let the survivors enter. This would only take them 10 to 20 minutes as the library was not usually a crowded place, less so on days when the internet had everything that was needed. While the 2 of them were in charge of the temporary shelter in which the survivors would stay when the stronger ones went deeper into the mutant forest to try to open an exit to the outside world, Shangyuan Bingzhu, Liang Peng, Kai Jingyi, who were currently the 3 strongest of the group, stayed behind to protect approximately 300 survivors. As for the remaining few more than 100, they were currently carrying out a different task under the guidance of Fu Zufeng and Zhang De. In front of the group of survivors who were walking densely packed together to lessen the possibilities of death or infection in case a mutated creature or zombie appeared, Fu Zufeng and Zhang De were advancing silently while cautiously observing the surroundings. Because they were both men of few words, regardless of their motives, and due to the danger of the environment, neither of them tried to initiate a conversation and simply walked in silence. After walking for about 5 minutes, Zhang De stopped and while observing the surroundings noted, "I think this place should be fine." Fu Zufeng also stopped, and the survivors walking a few steps behind immediately stopped as well. He carefully observed the surroundings and noticed that the green grass that was neatly clipped in the past was now so tall that it passed his knees. "All right," Fu Zufeng nodded, still feeling a little depressed about missing the opportunity that Bai Zemin presented to him yesterday. Zhang De looked at him and tapped him on the shoulder as he said with a rare smile, "Why the long face? Has Big Brother Bai treated us unkindly? From the time we started following him, he not just gave us the best food, but also gave us the right to express our ideas, opinions, and even continues to give us the opportunity to become stronger by giving us valuable treasures. I believe that as long as we follow him honestly, we can have a better future and the opportunities to become stronger will come naturally." Fu Zufeng was surprised as this was the first time he heard Zhang De speak so many words at the same time. However, his companion's words lightened his pessimistic mood and he nodded firmly. "You are right. We just have to follow in his footsteps and he will lead the way as he has always done so far." Zhang De nodded silently and raised a thumbs up at him. Neither of them was dumb or else they wouldn't have been able to get into a university as prestigious as this one. Moreover, their adaptability was also higher than that of normal survivors, allowing them to notice things that others might overlook. Therefore, both Fu Zufeng and Zhang De knew that as long as Bai Zemin did not die suddenly, he was destined to achieve great feats in this new world. Currently, Fu Zufeng was level 15, and Zhang De level 13. However, even at this point, they could not even see Bai Zemin's back. They both knew that with their current stats even facing a few dozen people was no challenge at all, yet neither of them could even comprehend Bai Zemin's strength. They both knew that the world had changed and society would never be the same again. Even if humans regained control of the world, things could not go back to the way they were. New powers would arise and with the possibility of evolving, the government, military forces, everything would be restructured. The world was far, infinitely more dangerous than in the past. However, opportunities came hand in hand with danger. Zhangde and Fu Zufeng had decided to change their destinies, and in case they were still alive, those of their families as well. How? Betting everything on Bai Zemin. Since he had managed to rise to such an extent so quickly, and was even able to terminate first-order existences so easily, Bai Zemin's future would be resplendent. And as part of the initial group of his followers, Zhangde and Fu Zufeng, as well as their loved ones, would naturally be able to take a small part of that resplendence. Chapter 89, The True Terror of the Mutated Forest, Part 1. Shall we begin? Fu Zufeng looked at Zhangde and asked with a somewhat excited smile. The corner of Zhangde's mouth twitched a couple of times, but he still nodded. Let's begin. Fu Zufeng turned around and, looking at the survivors, tried to speak in an authoritative tone. Start spreading the oil and gasoline on the nearby plants and grass. Remember not to go too deep and only focus on the outer perimeter. Little by little, that young man with little self-confidence was beginning to acquire some attitude. Thanks to the wonderful opportunity provided by Bai Zemin back then, Fu Zufeng was gradually becoming a person worthy of leadership. This was a great contrast if compared to his past self, who was shy and reserved to the level that even having a normal conversation was difficult for him. The survivors nodded and began to move with careful steps. These 100 were mostly men, and there were only a few women among them. Each had been carefully chosen the day before, and all were brave enough to face danger indirectly. Fighting was still out of the question, but if it was a matter of taking a little risk without having to face any mutated creatures, they were still okay. That was precisely why these 100 or so survivors dared to come to this dangerous place. Each survivor carried a 2-liter bottle, and a few of them carried 5-liter jerrycans filled to the brim. The bottles contained oil, and the jerrycans contained gasoline that had been extracted from the cars parked in the subway parking lot the day before. Although it was a shame to have to waste a resource like fuel, everyone knew that the plan devised by the group's leaders was the best option to wipe everything out. The survivors moved carefully and started pouring the oil and gasoline everywhere. Some fallen tree trunks or branches, dry or dead leaves on the grass, on some bushes, basically everything in the outer perimeter of the area where the survivors were had been sprayed with flammable substance. Right, step number 1 was to set the forest on fire. Although it was not possible to go any deeper since the survivors would be slaughtered without even knowing how they died. After listening to Chen He's explanation, some realized that the reason why the first-order creatures did not come out of the forest was probably to protect that strange silkworm-like monster. In fact, the only reason why the platinum ape had been so furious the day before and had left the forest and even ignored Shangyu and Bingzhu, focusing its attention solely on Chen He, was because the beast was sleeping when he secretly tried to kill it with an arrow imbued with magic into its chest, a short distance from its heart. Otherwise, it was unlikely that the platinum ape would leave the center of the forest. As for the rest of the first-order creatures leaving the forest, Bai Zemin and the rest couldn't be sure, but it was probably because they were on the outer perimeter rather than the center. Done, Fu Zufeng exclaimed quietly as he gestured for the survivors to return. Let's report back. Zhangde looked at the mutated forest one last time before turning around and starting to walk back the way they had come. Backslash. At the top of a 5-story building directly across from where the group of 100 survivors had sprayed the oil and gasoline, Bai Zemin stood silently as he gazed at the mutated forest stretching as far as the eye could see. The gentle breeze of wind that caressed his face carried the strong smell of fuel that was intoxicating, but in a way also had a touch of attraction in it, constantly reminding him of what he should do next. Beside him, Lilith was sitting up in the midair with one leg crossed over the knee of the other and lazily resting her face on one hand. However, though she looked casual, if one paid special attention to her striking red eyes, one could easily notice the glint of excitement and exhilaration that was constantly flickering like a naughty child. So will you do it now? Lilith asked curiously. Bai Zemin nodded without averting his gaze and said slowly, currently I did everything I could do. I improved my control over mana. I also learned to get a better control over the amount of magic I can use, and I even trained for more than 15 hours every day practically, without a break for 3 whole days with my blood manipulation. He paused and closed his eyes, trying to feel the mana around him as he said in a low voice, I even devised an unstoppable attack, my strongest attack at this point. If I can't kill a first-order existence with my bare hands after all this, then I might as well start thinking that such a task really is impossible to accomplish, and this unknown entity called Soul Record is insane. Well, I'm sure you'll be able to do it. Lilith rolled a lock of her dark hair on her index finger and said with a smile, "Your growth so far has been the most terrifying but at the same time wonderful I have ever seen. If you can't make it, then no one can." Bai Zemin chuckled and did not comment on it. In fact, even if Lilith did not say those words, he was 99.9% confident that his attack would definitely succeed in claiming the life of his enemy. As for the remaining 0.1%, that was reserved for contingencies beyond what the current him could handle. Soon after, Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes and looked down the building. There, Shangyuan Bingzu was coming out from inside the facility along with Chen He and Liang Peng. They seemed to be discussing the second phase of the plan. As if sensing his gaze, Shangyuan Bingzu stopped the conversation and looked up. Her indifferent sky-colored eyes met a pair of dark and cold eyes like a winter night. Without saying anything, Shangyuan Bingzu started walking towards the mutated forest. On the other hand, Chen He jumped a couple of times and climbed onto a building next to Bai Zemin's before aiming his preloaded crossbow towards the forest. As for the burly Liang Peng, he held tightly to his big hammer and planted both feet firmly on the ground as he narrowed his eyes towards the unfamiliar but danger-ridden forest. Before Shangyuan Bingzu got too far away, Bai Zemin shouted loudly, "Hey, Shangyuan Bingzu." She stopped and half turned around to look at him just in time to see him throw something at her. With a nimble and easy movement, the object he threw was caught by her. After seeing what it was, her small mouth opened slightly, and her indifferent eyes for the first time in a long time had a wavelength of emotions that even she herself couldn't comprehend. "I'll lend it to you. When you come back, you give it back to me." Bai Zemin's voice snapped her out of her thoughts. In the end, she looked back toward the top of the building and said the first word that came to her mind, "Thank you." Bai Zemin nodded and smiled casually as he said, "I'm relying on you." Chapter 90, The True Terror of the Mutated Forest Part 2 last. Chen He and Liang Peng observed the strange interaction between Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu, but had no idea what was going on or why she had thanked him. However, due to the fact that they were on high alert for what was about to happen, neither of them dared to even look away from the mutated forest. After saying words of thanks for the first time in so long that even she could not remember when it had been the last time, Shangyuan Bingzu put away the object that Bai Zemin had given her carefully and marched into the mutated forest alone. Bai Zemin looked at her thin, small back that seemed as fragile as a glass window slowly disappearing from his sight. Then, he knelt down on his left knee and took out 2 bottles of blazing beetle's blood from his backpack. He carefully scattered the blood in front of him until a bright red pool formed and then closed his eyes. Although he looked calm on the outside, his mind was working overtime imagining a spear as he began to move the mana inside his body, this time without worrying about saving. At the same time as his mana began to be consumed at astonishing speeds, Bai Zemin began to use his magic to control as much magical power as possible, while the image of the best possible spear shone in his mind. The tip had to be sharp to be able to pierce through any defense and destroy any impediment. The sheath to be sturdy enough to not be easily destroyed by the enemy, to be easy to hold for throwing but difficult to withdraw. Every line of the weapon flickered in his mind as Bai Zemin imagined himself wielding a hammer and pounding metal on an anvil using fire at high temperatures. Even without the tools, with magic and mana, he could create objects by adding his blood manipulation. While it wasn't the same, creation was still creation. The blood on the ground glowed crimson, and slowly a spear with 3 blades began to take shape. The blood solidified, strange lines similar to engravings began to appear on the pulley, and an end in a shape similar to a poker card trefoil. What Bai Zemin was creating was not a normal spear, it was specifically a trident. His face began to pale, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead, as his 273 mana points ran wildly outward as if a water dam had broken. If Bai Zemin's plan was successful, then there was no need to hold anything back as he would be rewarded with far more. /////. Meanwhile, Shangyuan Bingzu advanced through the mutated forest, moving deeper and deeper, closer and closer to the center of the place. The first thing she noticed was the purity of the air around her. The air was so pure that she could feel as if her lungs were being purified of all the polluted air she had breathed throughout her life. However, she soon realized that what she was breathing was not exactly the same air she had known since birth. Mana, such a thought flashed in her mind as she kept running deeper. The air was charged with mana, and the closer she got to the center, the denser the amount of mana became. If the air outside this place, the air breathed by humans, was a composition of nitrogen, oxygen, carbon dioxide, neon, helium, and others, then the air Shangyuan Bingzu was breathing in right now also contained mana as its main component. Due to her agile speed, Shangyuan Bingzu was not paying attention to the beauty of the place, or she would be surprised to notice how harmonious everything around her looked. A few butterflies the size of basins flapped their wings gently, while bees the size of adult human fists rested comfortably on flowers that reached almost a meter in height. There were even a few dogs sleeping peacefully with a few mutated cats beside them. They all seemed to have made a tactical agreement not to fight, and instead were concentrating on absorbing as much mana as possible, even while they slept. About a minute later, Shangyuan Bingzu could not help but stagger slightly, and her face changed completely as she realized that her blood began to slowly boil, as if a volcano was about to erupt, and she felt like vomiting due to the sudden discomfort. The feeling was similar to the one she felt during the first day of the apocalypse, just seconds before that strange message flashed in the retina of her eyes, signaling the beginning of a new era. Humans were different from animals, bugs, or plants. Humans could not just casually absorb the mana of the surroundings at will, and that was precisely the reason why everyone had a small part of the world's mana within their soul. If that amount went beyond what was bearable by the user's soul, zombie-like mutations would begin to appear as the body would try to adapt to the change as best, and as quickly as possible to avoid total death. That was what she was experiencing at the moment. She stopped breathing hurriedly to substantially slow down mana's absorption and pushed her speed to the limit. Although Shangyuan Bingzu was more focused on the path of magic, her melee prowess was by no means deficient. Even before the appearance of the soul record on Earth, she was already a genius when it came to martial arts, and thus she possessed the unranked passive skill level 3 combat expert. Moreover, every time she leveled up, she added both points to agility. As for the reason, perhaps only she knew exactly. The reality was that she had currently reached level 24 the day before, after acquiring a large amount of soul power from the Platinum Ape, and was currently close to being able to start her first real evolution. Therefore, 48 agility points came from leveling up alone, currently reaching 109 points in total, thanks to collaborating in the defeat and slaughter of 2 first-order existences, as well as her normal-grade treasure boots. While she could not compare to Bai Zemin, who had almost 130 agility points, even though he still had 32 status points reserved, and a lot of soul power to be absorbed due to being stuck at level 25, her agility was outstanding compared to most. A few seconds later, she finally arrived at what seemed to be the center of the place, and even with her calmness she couldn't help but be terrified at the sight. At that time, Chen-He probably hadn't had time to look at the situation around him cautiously, or else he wouldn't have said that there should be at most a dozen first-order creatures. Just by looking around a couple of times, Shangyuan Bingzu had already counted more than 20. After absorbing the soul power of the Platinum Ape, Shangyuan Bingzu had received a huge boost in her stats. Precisely because of that, she was confident in fighting one-on-one and killing a first-order creature below level 45. However, if they all joined forces to attack her and managed to surround her, then she wouldn't even be able to resist for a second before being killed. Chapter 91 Blood Berserker, First Order Bai Zemin and New Skill, Part 1. Shangyuan Bingzu quickly hid behind a giant tree beside her and crouched down as she carefully observed the scene before her eyes in wonder. In the center of what appeared to be a clear patch of grass was a small lake of crystal clear water, a lake that if she remembered correctly was only a small island where there was a small rose and tulip garden. Next to the lake, there were at least 30 or 40 beasts of all kinds. Some of them had several legs, some others were standing on 2 legs, and others were just casually crawling on the ground. Strange-looking snakes whose bodies stretched almost 15 meters, giant elephant beetles, fat bees measuring more than 30 centimeters, dogs, cats, all kinds of creatures were there without a fight. Even though they occasionally looked at each other with fighting desire and eyes filled with murderous intent, none of them took the first bite. Therefore, the place was in peaceful silence, where the sound of an occasional growl or the rippling water of the lake was the only thing that could be heard along with the wind blowing through the treetops. Suddenly, a strange creature that was surrounded by several other First-Order creatures slowly crawled from its position to the shore of the lake. The other First-Order creatures began to move carefully, allowing the strange creature to pass, but everyone's eyes remained fixed on the beast as if they were its guardians or its captors, and feared it would slip out of their sight. Shangyuan Bingzhu could not help but feel a surge of disgust when she finally caught a glimpse of the appearance of the creature, which Chen He had described the day before. The creature was actually a huge worm. Its more than 3-meter-long body left a trail of disgusting-looking sticky liquid every time it crawled everywhere. Its stomach moved strangely, as if there were millions of living objects moving inside it. For a moment, Shangyuan Bingzhu had thought that perhaps the huge worm was pregnant and perhaps about to give birth. However, she soon realized that this was not the case. The giant worm was extremely slow, so even though it was relatively close to the shore, it still took a couple of seconds for it to reach the water to start drinking. After a few gulps, the giant worm suddenly stopped its movements, and its mouth opened wide, revealing a terrifying-looking set of teeth inside. Howl! The creature let out a high-pitched howl that caused ripples and raised some waves in the previously calm lake. The previously calm forest suddenly became agitated, and Shangyuan Bingzhu thought she had been discovered. However, soon everything calmed down again, and what happened next was something she could never forget. The giant worm's puffed-up stomach began to shrink at a speed visible to the naked eye as a thick cloud of sapphire-colored air came out of the creature's mouth. The sapphire-colored air soon spread to the surrounding area and began to blend in with the forest. The trees began to become more alive, the plants began to grow slowly, and the animals and insects began to suck in deeply. Mana, Shangyuan Bingzhu's eyes lit up, and she finally understood everything, solving the mystery that none of them could solve before. Why were there so many First-Order creatures in this place? How was it possible that the small front garden of the university suddenly turned into a forest that looked like something out of a prehistoric movie? Why weren't all these monsters fighting each other to evolve? It was all caused by that giant worm. Apparently, the giant worm had the ability to create and produce mana inside its body to evolve. However, the amount was so much that it had no choice but to release much of it or else it would die. The other beasts simply took advantage of the situation and began to slowly grow. Shangyuan Bingzhu suddenly felt a bad premonition and hurriedly turned around. Her expression froze as she saw what seemed to be hundreds of tiny leeches crawling towards her and slowly surrounding her. If she fought the leeches naturally, she could kill them all easily. However, if she fought here, she would attract the attention of the other creatures, and that wasn't exactly part of the plan. I have no choice. She gritted her teeth and shot out of her hiding place. Her speed burst into full gear, making wonderful use of all her agility, and in no time she had almost completely closed the distance between her and the lake. However, the First-Order creatures noticed her and began to move while roaring ferociously. The synchronized roars of dozens of First-Order existences were so terrifying that even an unnatural sound wave shot out towards her. Because Shangyuan Bingzhu was focused on reaching her target, she could not afford to stop to defend herself or avoid the attack, because if she did that, she knew that the entire previously devised plan would fail. Therefore, she could only continue to move forward independently. Her face turned slightly pale and her steps faltered for a moment, giving her a frail and pitiful appearance. However, she endured the dizziness she felt and bit her lips fiercely. Her cold eyes had a look of resolve, and she continued to charge forward. Swoosh! Suddenly, the wind seemed to be cut in two by an object moving at high speed, and Shangyuan Bingzhu felt a horrifying pressure from her back. However, she ignored that attack and continued forward without stopping. What was behind her was a snake that was almost 20 meters long and was currently swinging its heavy tail at her. If she was hit directly by that attack, even if she survived, it was unlikely that she would be able to get up for quite a while. However, just as she was about to be whipped, a small, ragged-looking bronze bell came out of the pocket of her combat robe and floated above her head, releasing a yellow glow that soon surrounded her completely. Bang! The 1-meter-thick tail ferociously slammed into the yellow barrier, creating a thunderous explosion that echoed throughout the forest. The barrier shuddered slightly and the yellow glow dimmed a little. However, that was all. Shangyuan Bingzhu continued to move forward without being injured in any way and had soon left behind the snake that was the fastest creature close to her. This small bell was precisely the object that Bai Zemin had given her just before she entered the mutated forest. It was his magic-grade treasure that he had acquired when he killed his first-order beast, and that treasure had saved her life, preventing the plan from collapsing and making everything more dangerous. Due to her speed and lightness, Shangyuan Bingzu sprinted a few meters above the water of the lake, and just before she started to submerge, the water under her feet froze into small ice plaques. She stopped her footsteps abruptly and kicked hard as she made a full 360-degree turn. A wave of water several meters high rose as consequence, and before the wave of water fell on the giant worm, Shangyuan Bingzu pointed her magic wand and shouted, "Freeze!" A cloud of frost came out from the tip of the wand, and she fed it with her own mana. When the frost cloud touched the giant wave of water, it froze it completely, creating a beautiful ice sculpture almost 20 meters high. Moreover, the most impressive thing was that apart from the beauty of the ice wave, it was curiously pointed at the giant worm that was howling furiously at her. At this point, she had already done her best to pinpoint the main target that needed to be eliminated, thus fulfilling her main part in this whole business. "Now it's your turn to play your part, Bai Zemin," Shangyuan Bingzu muttered as she ran in the opposite direction, being fervently pursued by the snake that had attacked her earlier and was now crawling through the water as it hissed with its tongue and glared fiercely at her. But she was not intimidated, and on the contrary, making use of the lake water, Shangyuan Bingzu made dozens of ice pikes and began to attack the snake as she retreated. Chapter 92, Blood Berserker, First Order Bai Zemin and New Skill, Part 2. As Shangyuan Bingzu went into the mutated forest to fulfill her most important part of the whole plan that had been worked out for part of the evening and most of the night, the atmosphere outside the forest was considerably quiet. The survivors were in the library several streets away, anxiously awaiting the triumphant return of the four main leaders of the group. While Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, and Kang Lan had stayed with the survivors to protect them, since with their current strength they had no chance against a first-order beast. They all knew that if Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, Chen He, and Liang Peng were defeated, then it was extremely improbable that the rest would be able to survive. After all, if even the four of them could not defeat the beasts in the forest, then it was only a matter of time before they were all devoured, since they would have no way to safely leave the university. On the other hand, Chen He and Liang Peng held on to their weapons tightly, while their eyes remained fixed and focused on the trees and bushes several meters away. If a mutated animal or insect appeared, they were both prepared to attack immediately. Unlike the two of them, Bai Zemin was apparently more relaxed. Standing on top of one of the tallest buildings in the area, he stared ahead for several seconds in silence before asking in a low voice, "So, you're sure it's not a second-order beast, right?" Lilith chuckled and said lightly, "I already told you it's not. The creature inside that forest has a strange ability, but it's only at the top of the first order. It hasn't been able to advance yet. But if it's left as it is, then it could be problematic in the future." Bai Zemin secretly sighed in relief. As long as his enemy was not in the second order, even if it was a level 49 or 51st order existence, he was confident of coming out victorious regardless of what kind of skill his enemy had. What a pity! If only the death of that platinum ape yesterday had counted at this point, I might have successfully evolved to first order by now. He couldn't help but scratch his head with his free hand and sighed a little regretfully. "You think the soul record is that simple?" Lilith couldn't help but roll her eyes charmingly and pointed out. Countless beings tried to circumvent the soul record and tried to explore or find some sort of loophole when it came to fulfilling evolutionary requirements, but they all failed miserably. "Tell me more about it, please." Bai Zemin's ears perked up immediately, and he felt curious about the story. Whenever the soul record presents an evolution requirement, that requirement must be completed correctly and only by the person who wishes to evolve. Lilith responded briefly but concisely. Outside help is not allowed in any way. Also, if you use weapons of mass destruction or long-range weapons that you did not create with your own hands, you are likely to fail as well. Bai Zemin frowned and said hesitantly, So, let's say I shoot a first-order creature in the head." "Ha, Lilith couldn't help but laugh. She looked at him with amusement and questioned, "You think mana, an energy capable of forcing all existences to evolve or die, is that simple?" Bai Zemin, except against zombies or other animals without evolving properly, normal firearms do not have the power to pierce the natural mana surrounding a first-order beast. To kill one, you'll probably need missiles or battle tanks. Maybe heavy machine guns will also do the trick. In fact, if you had used a firearm to kill your first enemy back then, There is a possibility that the soul record would deny you the loser's soul power depending on the circumstances. Lilith shrugged her shoulders, and her voice was a bit bitter before concluding. As for how this works, don't ask me. The soul record is an entity that is still being studied even to this day. Bai Zemin couldn't help but gasp when he heard this, and his eyes trembled with fear. Humans were weak by nature, and most of them didn't even have the courage to fight. If firearms lost their effect, then how was humanity going to survive this apocalypse? As if she knew his thoughts, she reassured him with her soft voice. But don't worry too much. First-order creatures are not so normal since it's only been 11 days since the soul record reached this galaxy. As for second order, let's hope there aren't any yet, or humanity in that area would be annihilated unless they had truly outstanding military might. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He only knew the world inside this university. How was he to know the situation outside? The only thing he hoped was that his loved ones or otherwise. He didn't even want to think about that. At least now he knew that the soul record was not an entity to be played with casually, although it was pretty obvious if he thought about it more carefully. After all, just like Lilith said before, how could an entity capable of causing so many changes in the blink of an eye be simple? It was probably for the reasons Lilith mentioned earlier, that those driving the buses did not receive any experience even though they killed several zombies by crushing them mercilessly. As Bai Zemin was lost in thought, a terrifying howl coming from inside the mutated forest caused his face to change, and his expression turned serious. "It's finally starting," he muttered as he raised the blood trident that glowed like a ruby over his shoulder, leaned his arm as far back as possible, and used blood manipulation on himself, focusing all his power and ability to perform a single strike. With his right foot behind and his left foot forward, Bai Zemin leaned his body slightly backward. His bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of frost as he looked up slightly in search of the accorded signal. Bang! An explosion echoed from within the mutated forest, and soon after a wave of water more than 20 meters high rose into the sky. However, under the gaze of the three men present, the water wave moved in a strange direction before freezing into an ice statue. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth curved upward slightly, and he could not help but praise, "What a beautiful sculpture." The right foot behind him suddenly stepped forward, overtaking the left foot by a wide margin, and the muscles of his right arm expanded to the maximum extent possible. Without delay, his right arm became like a whip that shot forward at full speed, and after reaching its maximum extension, he released his grip on the blood trident. A split second before the blood trident left his hand, the blazing ring on his finger glowed, and immediately a crimson radiance surrounded the trident covered by a layer of mana, raising the temperature of the surroundings to impressive heights. However, that was not all. Bang! The hurricane necklace resting on Bai Zemin's chest shone with a green glow, and a tornado of wind perpendicular to the ground shot forward, reaching the blood trident surrounded by crimson flames in less than a second. Bang! With the strong wind impulse added to the great force with which Bai Zemin had launched it, the blood trident containing over 240 mana points broke the sound barrier, disappearing from everyone's sight and leaving several mock cones behind. You have learned the third-order active skill, Crimson Blood Judgment Level 5. Chapter 93, Blood Berserker, First Order Bai Zemin and New Skill, Part 3 last. Inside the forest, Shangyuan Bingzu was engaged in a death match with the First-Order mutated snake. In her left hand was the magic wand, boosting her mana and magic stats by a large margin. In her right hand was an ice sword that had cost over 50% of her mana to make. Her beautiful angelic face was quite pale, but her eyes were as cold as the sword she wielded. Although the mutated snake's scales were incredibly tough, and Shangyuan Bingzu could not pierce them, her physical and magical attacks contained a large amount of freezing power inside, so every swing of her sword, or every time she crafted different ice weapons to attack a part of the snake's body over 20 meters long, was frozen. The mutated snake hissed, and its bloodshot eyes looked at its enemy with murderous intent. Its body shook, and the layers of ice that were beginning to form broke into countless pieces that slowly fell to the ground. However, its blood was slowly beginning to cool, and its movements were becoming increasingly stiff. Shangyuan Bingzu suddenly felt overwhelming danger of death after seeing how the mutated snake had its maw wide open. She didn't even think about it for a second, as she immediately erected a thick wall of ice, several meters high between her and the creature. A green cloud came out from inside the mutated snake's mouth a second later, and clashed against the ice wall. The seemingly super sturdy ice wall began to erode at astonishing speeds visible to the naked eye. Bang! Suddenly there was a powerful explosion a few kilometers away, and the next thing Shangyuan Bingzu could see out of the corner of her eye was a bright crimson flash, approaching at speeds impossible for her to comprehend. Bang! Before she could even comprehend what was happening, and after a huge blast that shook the earth slightly, the mutated forest began to burn fiercely, and the beasts within began to howl and roar in anger and pain as the flames raged mercilessly. The mutated snake was distracted for a moment and stopped its skill. The beast seemed to notice something wrong and quickly began to slither towards the lake where the rest of the First Order monsters were. Swoosh swoosh. Followed by two whistles of wind, two ice spears pierced the beast's two eyes crudely. The mutated snake stopped dead in its tracks and began to shake its body all over the place in pain. Shangyuan Bingzu hurriedly backed away while keeping her gaze fixed on the beast. The snake that was over 20 meters long slammed into some trees that were on fire in the process of constantly writhing and knocked them down with ease. She knew the crimson flames would soon reach her position, but instead of retreating, she decided to rely on the bronze bell and charged forward, launching attack after attack at the now sightless First Order creature. As the victory drew closer and closer, she could not help but marvel and be frightened by the earlier attack. She had no idea what it was that Bai Zemin had fired before, but the destructive power of that attack did not lose in the slightest to the destruction that a couple of missiles could cause. However, she knew there were no missiles here, let alone ways to use them even if there were. ////. Third Order active skill. Bai Zemin's mind rushed at the speed of light as he saw the green message flashing across his retina at the same time as he marveled at the trail of crimson fire blazing in the sky. However, circumstances did not allow him to focus too much, as a flurry of green-lettered messages began flashing in his retina one after another. Critical hit. Bai Zemin's lips curved upward. His face pale from all the mana consumption recovered as if by magic, and he could feel himself becoming terrifyingly much stronger than before. He had succeeded. He had completed a task that had been given to him alone in all recorded history, as he was the only person with the qualifications to fulfill it. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Mana, Embryo Level 48. Kill unranked enemies using blood manipulation with a single attack, 100-100. Kill First Order enemy using blood manipulation on yourself, 2-2. Kill First Order enemy with a single attack using blood manipulation on yourself, 1-1. You have successfully evolved to First Order and have become Blood Berserker. Attack power increases by 20% when using axes, spears, swords, maces, or bare hands. Your blood attacks become 20% more effective. When facing more powerful enemies, your attack power increases by 20%. You have learned Second Order passive skill, Blood will level 5. You have reached level 31 and get 12 status points to distribute freely. All soul power accumulated during the evolution process has been calculated. You get additional stats: Strength plus 65, Agility plus 43, Stamina plus 43, Magic plus 40, Health plus 35, Mana plus 30. You have fulfilled the necessary requirements to evolve 2 skills. You have received the title, One Hit to Kill. After calculating the soul power of the Shadow Tiger, the Platinum Ape, the Mana Embryo, as well as that of a few thousand zombies, insects, and mutated animals, Bai Zemin obtained a stat boost of approximately 30% compared to his previous one before evolving. Because he had already hunted some First Order creatures, the additional stats he obtained from enemies within that category gradually became less as his own soul power began to adapt to that range of evolution. In fact, now that he had reached the First Order, it was likely that the soul power he obtained from such enemies would become even thinner, as he was also within the same category unlike in the past. However, a boost of approximately 30% in overall strength was something fearsome, not to mention that he was currently past level 30 and had several tens of status points reserved for times of crisis. The number of green-lettered messages flashing across his retina were too many, so Bai Zemin could not pay attention to them all at the moment as the battle had only just begun. After all he had done was to kill the central problem that had been marked with masterful accuracy by Shangyuan Bingzu, but there were still more enemies left inside the forest. But none of that mattered at the moment. Bai Zemin could read in careful detail when all this was over once and for all. because the most important thing was that he had finally leveled up, fully recovering to his maximum and going even higher. The level up that occurred in the process of the wall blocking his growth became completely ragged, and that was all that mattered. His path was finally clear once again, and he didn't have to worry about stagnating. Roar! The thunderous roars of dozens of mutated monsters echoed everywhere as the mutated forest began to burn increasingly out of control, fueled by the wind from the previous hurricane, as well as the gasoline and infamous oil that had been spread by the group led by Fu Zufeng and Zhang De earlier. Chapter 94, Powerful Bai Zemin. Although Bai Zemin's previous attack, which transformed into a skill called Crimson Blood Judgment, had not come into direct contact with the forest floor, the temperature of the flame from the blazing ring propelled by the strong tornado from the hurricane necklace had enough power to ignite the grass several meters below. When the heat from the flame came in contact with the gasoline and highly flammable oil spread earlier, the ground automatically began to burn. In addition, due to the wind from the hurricane, all the flames began to spread southward, slowly burning the forest and getting closer and closer to the center. Suddenly, the ground began to shake, and the earth rumbled as if an earthquake was shaking the world. However, it was clear to Bai Zemin and the other two men present that what caused the rumbling was not an earthquake. Roar! A giant elephant beetle roared with its head held high as it ran in a straight line directly toward the buildings. Its body was surrounded by yellow flames that protected it from the crimson flames. However, the creature was obviously expending a lot of mana to keep its skill active at all times. Following right behind the giant elephant beetle, two mutated dogs whose fur looked like an iron plate, two black-furred tigers, three green-spotted cats, five huge snakes that were even bigger than a normal python before the apocalypse, and a fat bee with a 2-meter stinger were rapidly approaching carrying murderous intent with bloodshot eyes. The blood disappeared from Chen He and Liang Peng's faces at the sight of such a monstrous lineup of evolved beasts. It's the end! Liang Peng couldn't help but exclaim as he tightened his grip on his hammer and prepared to fight to the death. Being the slowest of the three, Liang Peng knew that running away was an impossibility for him, so he had no choice but to fight whether he wanted to or not. On the other hand, Chen He was not only scared by the sight but also for Shang Yu and Bing Zhu. Did something happen to her? Considering the number of beasts that came out of the forest, the chances of her surviving were not very high. Soon we'll join up again, he thought as he raised his crossbow and aimed at the flying bee with eyes filled with sadness. In the midst of all this atmosphere, only Bai Zemin had an indifferent expression. He looked at the First Order blazing beetle and couldn't help but blank out for a split second, remembering his battle to the death against a creature of the same type. Let me see how strong I've become. He muttered under his breath and narrowed his eyes as he placed one foot on the edge of the building before lunging forward with all his might. Bang! The edge of the building's concrete roof tore into pieces, and Bai Zemin transformed into a shadow hard to notice by the naked eye. Still in the air and taking advantage of gravity's momentum, Bai Zemin made a complete turn and while holding on to the Chunyuan sword slashed downward. Without skill and without any elegant style, pure strength and speed. Boom! The speed of the blazing beetle was not particularly fast, and even back then Bai Zemin managed to win precisely by making use of his superior agility, not to mention now that he had become countless times stronger. The First Order beast did not even understand the situation, and by the time it realized what was happening, it was already too late. The Chunyuan sword, a treasure capable of piercing through the defenses of almost any creature below level 40, might have difficulty piercing through the blazing beetle's defenses in normal times. After all, it was a mostly defensive beast. However, the current Bai Zemin was capable of raising the sword's power to new heights due to his strength. His attack struck firmly right on top of the giant horn, causing a thunderous explosion. His eyes filled with murderous intent met the beast's disbelieving gaze for a moment before something terrifying happened. Crack, 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 bang. Small-sized cracks began to appear from the point of impact before spreading throughout the horn. However, that was not all. Roar! The fiery beetle's eyes quivered in shock, and it staggered back several steps as it roared in pain. Not because of the loss of its main weapon, but because its shell was cracking as well. Under the surprised gaze of the two men behind, cracks spread across the entire metal armor of the blazing beetle before bursting into pieces. The creature roared again in pain, and the yellow flames that belonged to it were extinguished, as crimson flames were expelled by the shockwave of the previous attack. Flash. There was a sharp flash, and the next instant the roars of the blazing beetle came to a complete stop. Right in the center of the beast's head appeared a red line from which blood began to flow slowly. Splash! The head split in two, and blood splattered everywhere, staining the cracked ground and attracting the attention of the other first-order creatures that were using the blazing beetle as a front charge to escape the crimson flames setting the forest ablaze. You have acquired the soul power of the first-order blazing beetle level 31. Mana plus 24, magic plus 15, health plus 12, stamina plus 8, strength plus 5. Standing over the now collapsed body of the blazing beetle, Bai Zemin's gaze was indifferent, and he couldn't help but sigh. Who would have thought that a little over a week ago he had almost been killed by a monster of the same type he had just slain so easily? Back then, Bai Zemin was on the verge of death countless times, and even though he won, it was a miserable victory. Moreover, something that surprised him was that he also received another message. Blood will activated. For the next 5 minutes, increase your overall attack power by 1% for each enemy killed and 0.1% for each surrounding enemy alive up to a maximum of 50%. Current status, 2.3% 50%. Too bad, he didn't have time to study things too much since he was in the middle of a battlefield. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly the wind swooshed and Bai Zemin couldn't help but let his expression change slightly. Without delay, he hurriedly jumped forward, barely escaping from danger. Right at the place where he was standing before, several green orbs struck the flesh of the blazing beetle, and under Bai Zemin's astonished gaze the flesh began to be corroded quickly. With narrowed eyes, he saw the 5 snakes looking at him coldly. A strange green liquid was still coming out of their mouths, and every time a drop reached the ground the earth steamed and small holes formed. Bai Zemin identified the snakes as a dangerous target and quickly charged forward. The snakes were not idle either as they began to bombard him, spitting acid-laden green orbs. Bai Zemin did not dare to take the giant mutated snake's attacks head-on, as he was not confident that his full coat would be able to withstand the acid corrosion, so he quickly began to move in a zigzagging motion. Chapter 95, Fighting the First Order, Part 1. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 mutated snakes blasted acidic orbs nonstop at Bai Zemin. If just one of those orbs hit him, even with his full coat, he would not necessarily be able to escape unscathed, and if he received a direct attack on his hands, feet, or worse, yet his head, then that part of his body would undoubtedly begin to corrode. However, for such a thing to happen, the mutant snakes needed to somehow be able to match Bai Zemin's agility, or at least be able to see his movements somewhat in advance. Bai Zemin's body flashed across the battlefield like a ghost as he skillfully dodged the acidic orbs flying in his direction, trying to close the distance between him and the 5 far-off mutant snakes he had identified as the greatest present danger to his life. With nearly 17 times the speed of a normal human before the apocalypse, a few hundred meters was a distance he could close in a couple of blinks. However, the mutated snakes were not his only enemy, and activating blood manipulation from so far away would not give him the result he was looking for. Swoosh! Suddenly, one of the 2 shadow tigers charged forward and lunged at him with its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth with dried bloodstains on the inside. Bai Zemin advanced instead of retreating and slashed with his sword diagonally. A split second later, after a sharp flash where the shadow tiger and he crossed paths, the beast's head came off its body cleanly and rolled on the ground as blood splattered everywhere. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Shadow Tiger level 37. You have acquired plus 17 agility, plus 15 stamina, plus 10 strength, plus 6 health. You have reached level 32. You gain 2 status points to distribute freely. Blood will, 3.2% 50%. Not even a second had passed when Bai Zemin saw out of the corner of his eye the other First Order Shadow Tiger less than a meter away. The mutated tigers were incredibly fast, and in this position, it was impossible for him to move in time to defend or dodge. However, roar! The First Order Shadow Tiger roared painfully as more than a dozen blood spears rose up from the blood of the dead Shadow Tiger, piercing its body all over from the bottom up and stopping it in midair. The beast did not manage to give a second roar of pain, as Bai Zemin turned 360 degrees and decapitated it with ease, sending its head flying into the air. You have received the soul power of First Order Shadow Tiger level 38. You have acquired agility plus 10, stamina plus 6, strength plus 4, health plus 1. You have reached level 33, you gain 2. Blood will, 4.1% 50%. Without delay, Bai Zemin jumped to the side to evade the snake's attacks while his mind quickly processed the previous mana expenditure. Approximately 15 blood spears had consumed about 40 mana points. If it were in the past, the amount would probably be double or more, proving how useful his previous training had been. If Bai Zemin had trained alone without enemies, the results would not be as good as they were currently. F_*CK. It had only been less than 5 seconds since Bai Zemin had engaged in combat with the mutated First-Order beasts, but 3 of them had already been killed. Even the naturally well-spoken Chen, he couldn't help but curse. That kind of power, it was simply insane. The terrifying evolved beasts in his hands seemed to be as weak as a newborn puppy. Chen he raised his crossbow, and instead of shooting at the giant bee, he aimed at the 5 snakes slithering all over the battlefield. He was smart enough to know that he did not have the ability to pierce through those glowing scales. Therefore, he aimed for the eyes. Since the mutated snakes were the biggest problem then, Chen he half-closed his eyes and relaxed his breathing before pulling the trigger. His right hand moved strangely and the crossbow shuddered. If anyone saw it, they would think it was due to nerves, but they couldn't be more wrong. The 5 arrows imbued with mana sliced through the air, moving at speeds almost on par with a bullet. But the most surprising thing was that the 5 were not moving in a straight line and slowly separated from the trajectory they were traveling. The 5 snakes opened their jaws just as the 2 mutated dogs charged toward Bai Zemin. However, just before they could fire their skill, their eyes blasted out in a bloody mist. The 5 snakes involuntarily canceled their skill and hissed in pain as they writhed furiously all over. Their scales were one of the strongest defenses among First-Order creatures, yet their eyes were the weakness of any living thing. As they writhed in pain, 4 of them collapsed the walls of some nearby buildings, while one of them viciously struck one of the green-spotted mutated cats that were also charging towards Bai Zemin, blowing it away and sending it crashing into an adjacent building. The mutated cat had an agility-based proficiency, but its defense was among the lowest. Therefore, after being struck by a crazed mutated snake whose scales were incredibly hard and whose flesh was tightly compressed, the internal organs of the beast that did not expect such an attack broke out, killing it immediately. The wind howled, and the 2 mutated cats that charged towards Bai Zemin suddenly stopped and began to attack the mutated snake that had killed the other mutated cat, becoming entangled in a battle to the death. The mutated snakes had high defense and great strength. A single blow was enough to end the life of a green-spotted mutated cat. However, the mutated cats were not easy prey either. One of the cats leaped forward, and its claws glowed with a pale green glow. The beast slashed viciously and tore through the mutated snake's defenses with ease, tearing a large chunk of flesh and causing the snake to howl in pain. The snake hissed painfully and attacked with its tail again. But the mutant cat had already seen the miserable fate of its companion, so it hastily jumped to the side, avoiding a certain death by a hair's breadth. In addition, the other mutant cat also joined the fray, and between the 2 of them, began to slowly wear down the mutated snake. You have received the soul power of First-Order Spiny Dog level 35. You have acquired magic plus 10, mana plus 10, strength plus 5, agility plus 2. You have acquired the soul power of First-Order Spiny Dog level 36. You have acquired magic plus 5, mana plus 4, strength plus 2. Blood will, 5.8%. Nice. Bai Zemin ended the lives of the 2 mutated dogs and couldn't help but praise when he saw the mutated snakes that were giving him a headache writhing all over the place, with one of their eyes covered in blood. He couldn't get close before because the 5 snakes were extremely cunning and surrounded him, attacking from places that made it difficult for him to reach. However, thanks to Chen He's timely intervention, that problem was now gone. Bang! Bai Zemin stomped on the ground, and cracks spread everywhere before he disappeared from his position. Chapter 96, Fighting the First Order, Part 2 last. After disappearing from his position, and without having to change his course consistently after losing the harassment of the mutant snakes, Bai Zemin's terrifying speed, now unimpeded, was on full display. With nearly 200 agility points, the distance between him and one of the mutated snakes was closed in a moment. The beast hissed in pain, and upon seeing him, immediately retaliated by spitting out an orb of acid. Bai Zemin leaned at an unnatural angle to the left as if his body was made of rubber, avoiding what could be certain death. Taking advantage of that same movement, he swung his sword from above downward and fiercely slashed the mutated snake's body. Clang! Surprisingly, the mutated snake's scales could not be cut, and for the first time since he obtained the Chunyuan sword, he failed to break through his enemy's defenses. Not only were the snake's scales extremely tough, but Bai Zemin could also feel a strange slippery liquid that, when he cut earlier, caused the sword blade to slip and lose a great deal of its power. The mutated snake swung its tail like a whip and struck forward with a look filled with murderous intent. The power of its tail was terrifying enough to slay another first-order creature with a single strike, which was proof enough of how dreadful it was. However, Bai Zemin secretly sneered, and instead of dodging, he stepped forward as he slammed his left fist fiercely. Bang! When the human's small fist and the beast's tail with a thickness of over a meter collided, the normally expected scene of the human being crushed did not happen. The mutated snake hissed painfully once again, and its body was sent flying like a kite with a broken string before thunderously slamming into a building and collapsing it in the process. Bai Zemin did not give the creature time to prepare and lunged forward while sheathing his sword. After arriving next to the snake, he sat on top of its head and clamped his legs tightly around it before beginning to strike mercilessly with both fists. Bang, 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 bang. The difference between the previous Bai Zemin and the current one was not small by any means. After evolving to First Order and successfully acquiring his Berserker blood job, he gained a great increase of power not only in the stats scrolling on his status window. As a Berserker, Bai Zemin's attack power increased by 20% when he used certain weapons or his bare hands. Therefore, his strikes at this time were actually several times more powerful than normal, and as if this wasn't enough, he was also receiving a boost of almost 6% thanks to his new passive skill not yet observed by him. The mutated snake opened its single eye wide and howled in pain. The beast began to writhe endlessly but failed to shake Bai Zemin in any way. Even when it hit other buildings in the process, it failed to shake him off its back. Its scales split and blood began to flow, but Bai Zemin's blows did not stop, and in less than 2 seconds he had already struck a few dozen times. The mutated snake's wild movement slowed down noticeably, and the sparkle in its eyes slowly faded, showing that its life was coming to an end. Swoosh! Bai Zemin sensed danger from behind, but he didn't need to turn around to know who the attacker was this time. Just judging by the sound of the wind, it was obvious that it wasn't any of the other 3 mutated snakes, it was the giant bee. He laughed coldly, and as his fists blasted against the mutated snake's head, he said nonchalantly, "Wall of blood." Surprisingly, a 2-meter-high wall rose from the pool of blood accumulated from the death of so many sizable beasts, separating him and the giant bee. Mana's expenditure this time had been considerable, 20 points to raise the wall. But this was also normal since he had not yet mastered this new energy in any way, and like Shangyu and Bingzhu, had only an initial understanding. However, what happened next was most surprising. When the giant bee's sting hit the wall, it seemed to pass through it as if it were a puddle of water, without any difficulty whatsoever. In fact, it even formed ripples as if the wall of blood was not in a solid state. The giant bee's body began to glow slightly, and gradually its size began to increase. It was obviously absorbing enemy blood to become more powerful. However, how could Bai Zemin have forgotten about the mutated bee he killed on the first day of the apocalypse? Back then, the big bee had absorbed some of the zombie's body to become stronger. Berserkers were known as a melee class with an attack power even more powerful than that of warriors in most role-playing games. However, Bai Zemin was actually a blood berserker. What was the difference? Magic. Blood spears. Bai Zemin's voice echoed throughout the battlefield. The wall of blood suddenly opened, and 2 huge red spears shot out like a torpedo. The giant bee did not even have time to retreat when its 2 wings were sliced wide open by the 2 spears that pierced through its weak defense with ease. The creature let out a strange yell and fell to the ground unable to do anything but shake its body. Without its wings, the giant bee did not have enough power to move as it would like since its weight was too great for it, which had evolved by absorbing mana and not by absorbing soul power. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Jialao Snake level 45. You have acquired Strength +4, Stamina +2. You have reached level 34. Blood Will, 6.7% 50%. He dashed forward at full speed without rest, and before the mutated bee could even howl in pain, its head was ripped off its body after a sharp flash. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Blood-Sucking Bee level 39. You have acquired Agility +5. Blood Will, 7.6% 50%. Gradually, the soul power he received from First Order creatures became thinner. The evolution experience was still corresponding, but the additional stats were less. As to whether it would stop or not, he didn't know yet. Bang! Suddenly there was a bang on the battlefield, and Bai Zemin arrived just in time to see Liang Peng hitting one of the mutated cats with green spots and sending it flying with his hammer. Oh, Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and was surprised to see that while he was killing, Chen He and Liang Peng hadn't been slacking off either. Apparently, at some point, one of the green-spotted mutated cats had been hit by the mutated snake, getting seriously injured. The mutated snake was still locked in a battle to the death with the other green-spotted mutated cat, so it could not break away, and Liang Peng took the opportunity to finish off the second cat. As for Chen he was currently moving all over the place while shooting arrows at the last mutated snake that was chasing him. Although his arrows did not possess the power to pierce through the snake's defenses, as they were just normal arrows empowered by a bit of mana, they did cause enough pain to make the creature enraged. The mutated snake was faster, but Chen He was cunning and jumped from building to building without getting caught. Every time a building was demolished, he jumped to another and continued. Moreover, the mutated snake did not dare to stop to cast acidic orbs, as it seemed to remember the consequences by feeling the pain in one of its now empty sockets. Thanks to the two of them, Bai Zemin had not been disturbed for a couple of seconds and was able to finish off 2 more first-order beasts. As for the last mutated snake, apparently, the beast realized that things were not looking good and quickly turned to flee. When Bai Zemin noticed it, he barely caught a glimpse of the beast's tail disappearing into the crimson flames in the direction of the forest. Using that liquid as a protective layer, the mutated snake might have a chance to flee in another direction, but if it stayed, it would definitely be slaughtered sooner rather than later. Chapter 97, Shangyuan Bingzu in Danger. The green-spotted mutated cat that was facing the mutated snake was breathing heavily, and the glow on its claws had dimmed considerably. Its speed had slowed by at least 50%, and its entire body was bathed in sweat and dust. On the other hand, the mutated snake was riddled with slashes across the length and breadth of its body, revealing red flesh and gushing blood. The red glow in its eyes had dimmed, and its movements had become heavier than normal. Although the battle between the two creatures had only lasted a few seconds so far, both had given 101% of their total in order to end the life of the other. A single mistake could cost anyone their life, so during those few seconds, they had activated their innate skill countless times, depleting stamina and mana without reserve. To grow stronger, to evolve, to take a step beyond. Each existence might have different motives, but they all wanted to stand victorious. Unfortunately, the destiny of the green-spotted mutant cat and the destiny of the Jiaolao snake was not to advance. Swoosh! The wind whistled noisily, and all the green-spotted mutant cat could see out of the corner of its eye was the metallic luster of a blade approaching its neck. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Gale Cat level 40. You have acquired Agility +3. Blood Will, 8.2% 50%. The creature's head shot skyward, and the bright red blood of the Gale Cat was reflected in the eye of the Jiaolao snake. That was the last the beast could see before its head was severed from its body as well. You have acquired the soul power of First Order Jiaolao snake level 43. Blood Will, 9.1% 50%. No more extra stats from the Jiaolao snake's soul power, Bai Zemin sighed as he shook the blood off his sword. Since the Jiaolao snake was weakened and riddled with wounds, killing it was easier than usual. Although it was a pity not to get more stats like that, it was something Bai Zemin expected to happen sooner or later. He stomped the ground beneath his feet and shot forward, following the booming sound a few hundred meters away. It only took him a couple of seconds to circle around the collapsed buildings, to see the last living First Order beast chasing after Chen He and demolishing every building in its path with its tail. Such a scene was worthy of a science fiction movie, but now it was happening in reality right in front of his eyes. Even the most skeptical would be forced to accept that the world would never be the same in the face of such a horrifying view. The Jiaolao snake seemed to be able to sense Bai Zemin's overwhelming soul power as its head turned in his direction, and looked at him coldly before lunging towards him as it constantly shot out acidic orbs. "That won't work if you're alone," Bai Zemin muttered and suddenly disappeared from his previous position. His speed burst completely, and in the next instant he appeared right under the beast's body, right under its jaw. Boom! With a boost in his attack power of almost 30%, Bai Zemin's fist fiercely connected with the Jiaolao snake's jaws, sending it flying. However, to his and Chen He's surprise, the creature did not stand up again, and two orbs of light entered their bodies soon after, indicating the death of the enemy. You have reached level 35. Blood will 10%. Apparently, Bai Zemin's blow had succeeded in destroying the brain from the outside, killing the creature with a punch. Bai Zemin gave Chen He a thumbs up before bending down to pick up the red-colored orb that had fallen next to the Jiaolao snake's death. In fact, not only had this snake dropped a treasure orb, for to Bai Zemin's delight, all the First Order creatures had dropped at least one red orb. Could it be that, after the First Order, there is always treasure? Bai Zemin would have to ask Lilith later. "Hey, Bai Zemin." Chen He approached agitated and tired, but his eyes were filled with worry as he anxiously asked, "Bing Zhu, she's still not back?" Shangyu and Bing Zhu, Bai Zemin blinked before looking around. Between the excitement of successfully evolving to First Order, acquiring a powerful initial job, and the bloody battle against a dozen First Order existences, Bai Zemin hadn't had time to think too much about anything, so he only now realized that Shangyu and Bing Zhu was nowhere to be seen. The two men looked at the burning forest with different thoughts. Could she have been killed by those First Order beasts? Chen He asked in a low voice as he clenched his fists tightly. Bai Zemin remained silent and looked up at a building that was still intact in the midst of so much destruction. There, standing at the top, an incredibly beautiful woman to the point of taking the breath away from anyone who saw her was looking at him with a bright smile. Her hair waved in sync with the wind, and her ruby eyes made her look like an angel from heaven if it weren't for the enchanting aura of a demon that surrounded her. As if she knew what he wanted to ask just by his gaze, Lilith's voice reached his ears. "You have made this big sister very happy, little Zemin. This is the first time I see or hear about a First Order existence capable of wiping out a dozen in less than a minute and practically single-handedly. I wonder what you will become when you advance further in the Order. Will you be able to satisfy this big sister in bed?" Bai Zemin almost spat out 2 liters of blood when he heard her last sentence. However, to his surprise, she sounded genuinely pleased and joyful, as if seeing his previous performance was a great delight to her. That aside, Lilith looked at the burning forest and said lazily, "That lower existence called Shangyu and Bing Zhu is not dead. She's still alive, but you'd better hurry if you want to get her out of there." He nodded imperceptibly and looked at Chen He before saying indifferently, "You wait here. I'll go get her out. Go with Liang Peng and take care of the treasures until I return." "What?" Chen He blinked and looked to his side, only to realize that Bai Zemin had already disappeared and was now several dozen meters away. His face turned pale as he realized how horrifying Bai Zemin's speed was and unconsciously glanced at the First Order Jiaolao snake's body. However, Chen He soon processed what he told him before and his eyes shone. Take her out, so she was still alive. His legs felt weak and he had to force himself forward. He had to protect those treasures, or if Liang Peng did something stupid, then no one would be able to stop Bai Zemin if he went crazy. Let alone now that he had seen what Bai Zemin was capable of actually doing during this battle to the death. Chapter 98 Close Contact. The reasons why Bai Zemin decided to help Shangyu and Bing Zhu were varied. One of the reasons was because she still had his bronze bell in her hands. The bronze bell was a very important magic-grade treasure for Bai Zemin, as it was currently his safest defense, and he could not afford to lose such an item casually, as he did not know if he would be able to obtain another one anytime soon. In fact, the only reason he lent the bronze bell to Shangyu and Bing Zhu at that time was because his breakthrough to First Order and the acquisition of his Blood Berserker job depended largely on whether she succeeded in pinpointing the location of a First Order creature. That way, he would be able to prepare his strongest attack from a distance great enough for his killing intent to be sensed by his enemy, or he might end up failing miserably. And if he failed even, he would have to flee poorly or be killed by the army of First Order creatures. As for the other reason he decided to help her was to make her owe him a favor, just as he owed her in the past. Shangyu and Bing Zhu had mysterious origins, and even if the world had changed, her family had not necessarily collapsed. She was a proud woman and would certainly do her best to return the favor of saving her life, even if he did not ask for it. Besides, she was currently an important asset to the group of survivors, as there was no way Bai Zemin's eyes and arms could cover nearly 500 people. He needed survivors, or else the difficulty of reaching his family would become 1,000 times harder. In the current group of survivors, not only Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, and Kang Lan had the courage to fight. In fact, there were several male and female students who joined later who had enough courage to fight as long as they were given an appropriate weapon. When they finally left the university, things would be completely different than they were now, and Bai Zemin wanted to take advantage of that. /////. Arriving at the edge of the forest practically covered by burning crimson flames, Bai Zemin stopped and frowned under contemplation. If he had his bronze bell, it would be a simple task to exit and enter the place, since with his current agility he could definitely travel several kilometers in about 1 minute. But without proper protection, even if he had evolved to become a first-order existence, he would definitely be injured and might even die. After all, even powerful beasts with high defense like the blazing beetle and the Jiaolao snake were forced to flee from the flames, let alone him. After considering the problem for several seconds, he finally gritted his teeth and pulled out several bottles of blood before starting to spray his entire body from head to toe. In a few blinks of an eye, he had become a red person, and only the color of his eyes differed. The rancid smell of blood was truly foul, but his options were too tight at this point. Bai Zemin activated his blood manipulation skill, and the blood on his body shimmered under the stimulus of the mana. Soon, the blood that constantly collated hardened, forming a thin insulating layer that separated him from his surroundings. Just close your eyes and move forward, I will guide you. Lilith appeared beside him and patted his shoulder lightly. Bai Zemin nodded and wordlessly stomped hard on the ground beneath his feet, lunging forward and stepping into the sea of flames. His current speed, with an agility of over 190 points, was equivalent to almost 20 times faster than a person before the apocalypse. This meant that at his maximum, he could overtake a supercar with ease before the arrival of the soul record on Earth. Bai Zemin's body flashed through the flames under the guidance of Lilith, who followed closely unaffected by the surroundings. The embracing heat seemed intent on devouring his existence completely, and the solidified blood covering his body would have long ago evaporated already if it weren't for Bai Zemin constantly feeding the layer of blood with mana. However, even with his over 300 mana points, it was a terrifying expenditure that he could not sustain for too long. After all, the Crimson Flame was the remnant of a third-order skill. While it wasn't as strong now after the skill was cast, it still wasn't something that some blood of a first-order beast could casually endure. Knowing that time was running against him like every passing second since the beginning of the apocalypse, Bai Zemin focused on Lilith's guidance and exploiting his speed to the maximum extent possible. The muscles in his legs tightened to the point where, if it weren't for his high stamina and health, they would have been torn long ago. About half a minute later, Lilith's voice sounded magically in his ears. "Right in front of you is a lake. That woman is inside." Bai Zemin didn't even think about it and jumped in, entering the water that was evaporating at terrifying speeds. He canceled his blood manipulation skill, and the blood on his body was immediately washed away by the water. When Bai Zemin finally opened his eyes under the crystal-clear water, the first thing he saw was the beautiful Shangyuan Bingzhu submerged underwater, looking at him with her blue eyes wide open. It was as if she was asking him what he was doing there and why he had come. Too bad Bai Zemin couldn't talk underwater, and neither could she, or else he would have told her. "Nothing, I just came shopping." He approached to her and saw that her face was starting to get redder and redder as a result of the lack of air. Holding her breath for a minute or two was fine, since even if she didn't possess high physical stats, she wasn't weak either. The problem was that, considering the time of the explosion and release of the flames so far, a couple of minutes had already passed, and she had been forced to hide underwater. Bai Zemin quickly pointed to the bronze bell, and fortunately she seemed to understand what he meant as she immediately nodded and passed it to him. Fortunately, there was still some power left inside the bell before the treasure lost its energy and had to be recharged for a whole day. He naturally had no intention of kissing her like in romantic movies to share his oxygen with her. Bai Zemin turned around and pointed to his back while looking into her eyes, indicating her to jump up on his back. Shangyuan Bingzhu secretly gritted her teeth and did not hesitate as she climbed on his back, riding him like a horse. Moreover, to his surprise, she did not doubt to wrap both arms around his neck and her legs around his waist, easing the burden on him immensely. Bang! Bai Zemin stepped onto the bottom of the lake fiercely, and taking advantage of the momentum jumped upwards. While normally it would be difficult for a human's strength to fight against the pressure of the water on the body, for him it was a matter of effort. In just an instant his body together with Shangyuan Bingzu, who clung to him tightly, broke the surface of the lake that was struggling uselessly against the crimson flames. Chapter 99 Bloodwill. Upon returning to the surface, crimson flames immediately began to assault them both. However, before they could even touch the corner of their clothes, the bronze bell flew out of Bai Zemin's pant pocket and floated above his head, releasing a faint glow that surrounded the two of them. Bai Zemin began to run madly forward without stopping, surprising Shangyuan Bingzu by his frightening speed, but at the same time easing her worries. She unconsciously sighed in relief, and the tension in her body disappeared, causing her to relax on his back as she looked at the crimson world around them. No matter where she looked, all she could see was a blazing fire. Earlier, after killing a first-order beast alone for the first time, Shangyuan Bingzu noticed that the fire had surrounded the forest from the south to the east and then spread to the northern area, practically sealing off the exit. With no other choice, she remembered the water lake and returned to the place to seek cover. Although the bronze bell had power remaining, with her current agility, it was impossible to close the distance between the center and the exit of the forest in less than a minute, and she would be stranded halfway. Fortunately, Bai Zemin's agility was just enough to get out unscathed with the support of the magic barrier. /////. Outside the flaming, mutated forest, Chen He waited anxiously beside Liang Peng. After collecting the treasure orbs and also a few skill scrolls that had been transmuted by the soul record from the soul power of the first-order creatures killed earlier, Chen He had not stopped looking in the direction of the burning forest. "Damn it, can you stop moving?" Liang Peng couldn't help but curse as he looked at Chen He. "You've been walking back and forth and it's only been 2 minutes since you came here. You're getting on my nerves." Chen He did not respond to him, nor did he seem to listen to what Liang Peng said. He was only worried about Shangyuan Bingzu, and no matter what anyone else said, it was not going to change by mere words. "Tusk." Liang Peng clicked his tongue and muttered something that only he could hear, but they were obviously not too nice words. Bang! Suddenly there was a bang from within the flames, and when the two men looked over they arrived, just in time to see two people surrounded by a thin layer of yellow energy in the air. They finally came out. Chen He was extremely happy to see that both of them had returned. Of course, he was happier for Shangyuan Bingzu, but he was also glad that Bai Zemin had not encountered any problems holding him back. Liang Peng looked at him and wanted to say something seeing how close those two seemed, but in the end, he swallowed his words, not wanting to ruin the mood. After almost 2 weeks of living together and working as a team, everyone was starting to get closer to each other. Bang! The ground broke out and dirt flew everywhere as Bai Zemin fell back down from over 10 meters high, planting both feet firmly on the ground. His face was slightly pale, and his forehead was covered with sweat as his agitated breathing constantly made his chest rise and fall. "Bingzu, are you okay?" Chen He hurried over and looked her over from head to toe, still not noticing by the close contact they were having. "You don't need to worry, I'm fine." But Shangyuan Bingzu got off Bai Zemin's back and looked at him with a frown before asking, "Are you okay?" Bai Zemin waved his hand without replying and walked with heavy steps over to the corpse of one of the Jiaolao snakes to sit on it. Why am I so tired?" Bai Zemin was dumbfounded. With his stamina, he should be able to fight for several hours without tiring, and although the battle to the death against the small army of first-order beasts was fierce, it had not been to the point of consuming so much stamina as to leave him in such a miserable state. Bai Zemin. Status points 52. Level 35. Race human. Job Blood Berserker Bloodwill mode. Title 1 hit to kill. Strength 161 plus 30 agility, 186 plus 5 health, 158 plus 5 stamina, 202 plus 5 mana, 292 plus 40 magic, 249 plus 60. Skills: Blood Manipulation, First Order. LVL 5 Special Forces Soldier, Unranked Passive Skill. LVL 5 Stoneheart, Third Order Passive Skill. LVL 5 Health Boost, Unranked Passive Skill. LVL 3 Bronze Skin, First Order Passive Skill. LVL1/throwing unranked passive skill, LVL5/regeneration first order, LVL5/blood will second order passive skill, LVL5/crimson blood judgment third order. LVL5. In fact, he still had a lot of stamina. However, Bai Zemin frowned and realized that he had lost 80 stamina points in a matter of 4 or 5 minutes, which was completely unnatural. The reason he suddenly felt so tired was precisely because of such an abrupt loss of almost 1/3 of his total stamina in such a short time. Bai Zemin's status window had practically changed completely after evolving to First Order, as he had finally made the first little big step. However, what caught his attention the most was the words Blood Will mode, next to his job Berserker Blood. Blood Will second order passive skill, LVL5. Going into combat mode awakens the desire for the battle that slumbers in your veins. You gain 0.1% additional attack power for every living enemy 100 meters around you, and 1% for every enemy killed. The effect is limited to a maximum of 50%. The effect lasts 5 minutes, and the timer resets to 0 for each enemy update. Secondary effect: consumes 20 stamina points every 50 seconds as a consequence of the abrupt increase of power. The side effect is cancelled when the user goes out of combat mode. Bai Zemin sighed, and finally understood the reason why he had lost so much stamina abruptly. Don't get so depressed. Lilith tapped his shoulder and smiled brightly. Blood Will is an incredibly powerful skill to be just classified as second order. Of course it would have some side effect, or it would be nonsense. You should know that even I don't have a skill that increases my power by 50%. Bai Zemin nodded, and said nothing to avoid being looked at as if he had gone mad, but looked at her with grateful eyes. If it wasn't for Lilith's moral support, he might not be able to stand as firmly as he did now. Besides, even though Blood Will had an annoying side effect, it wasn't as if he had no way to fight it. Although he could not solve the problem in its entirety, he could lighten the consequences to a great extent. After all, Bai Zemin had acquired the First Order regeneration skill. This skill allowed him to consume mana to obtain stamina in return, which was perfect for cases where he had to fight to the death, and did not need to use magic skills, or the effects of magic were not as efficient, as was the case with the First Order anti-magic zombie. Chapter 100, Waiting Anxiously. As Bai Zemin sat down to get some rest before returning to important business, he didn't even feel like looking at his newly acquired skills, nor did he feel like looking at which 2 skills he could evolve. The battle against the First Order beasts had not drained his stamina to dangerous levels, even when Blood Will had been draining much of it. However, the mental exhaustion had been considerable, especially before the battle fully erupted. After all, before launching the blood trident enveloped by flames, Bai Zemin was very clear that if he failed to kill a First Order creature with a single shot, the odds of survival would plummet immediately. Therefore, although he appeared serene on the surface, he was actually under great mental pressure. Meanwhile, Shangyuan Bingzu was looking at him with a frown, and her eyes seemed hesitant about something. However, soon her attention was drawn by the person beside her. "Bingzu, are you really okay? What happened inside that forest?" Chen he asked, still not feeling calm. "Thanks to the treasure Bai Zemin gave me earlier, I'm fine." She nodded softly and observed the surroundings as she slowly explained what happened inside the forest. "What, several dozen First Order beasts? And, Bingzu, you're already level 25. Chen he exclaimed in fright and looked at her with wide eyes when he heard that she had killed a First Order creature single-handedly. But even more so, he was frightened to hear that there were so many terrifying beings inhabiting the mutated forest. Only now did Chen he realize how lucky he was to get out of that place, alive yesterday. "Yes," Shangyuan Bingzu nodded a bit distractedly. She looked at Bai Zemin, who was resting with his eyes closed, and couldn't help but be surprised. Currently, she had already reached level 25 and had also received the message from the Soul Record, in which she received a number of options to choose her job. Shangyuan Bingzu naturally knew that advancing was not easy. However, seeing the destruction of the surroundings, the corpses of the First Order beasts scattered on the ground, and some of them in miserable conditions, Shangyuan Bingzu finally fully accepted that the young man before her was simply a monster in human skin. Bai Zemin opened his eyes and sighed as he pulled out a chocolate bar from his backpack. However, before he began to eat it, he took out 3 more bars along with 4 cans of soda. He threw a bar and a can to each of them as he said with a somewhat exhausted smile, "Good job, everyone." Chen He, Shang Yuan Bingzu, and Liang Peng looked at each other before shrugging their shoulders. The three of them casually sat or simply stood and began to replenish their energies with bright expressions. No matter how small it was, everyone did their part today, being able to overcome the most difficult challenge since the apocalypse broke out and the world changed. A single mistake could have ended the whole group and the annihilation of nearly 500 people as well as the hope of many others. Therefore, they were naturally happy even if they did not say anything. Shang Yuan Bingzu even thanked Bai Zemin for trusting her enough to lend her such a valuable treasure, to which he responded with a casual smile. As for the matter of saving her life earlier, she said nothing and he did not mention it either. They both seemed to understand each other's mind tactically, so words were unnecessary. After properly resting for nearly 30 minutes, Bai Zemin began to replenish his blood supply under the watchful eyes of the others. Although it was unpleasant, there was no choice in the matter, and he didn't want to die just because he didn't want to do some dirty work. ////. The survivors were waiting anxiously inside the first floor of the library, building under the care of Kai Jingyi and the rest. The atmosphere in the place was extremely heavy, and there seemed to be a black cloud over everyone's head as no one dared to speak, and even those who spoke did so quietly in extremely small whispers. Occasionally, the eyes of the 400-plus survivors would unconsciously turn to the entrance of the building with hopeful eyes. However, each time their eyes receded in disappointment at not finding the people they were looking for, increasing the worry they felt even more. "How do you think the battle ended?" a male student asked quietly as his eyes drifted to the door. "I don't know. There's been no roaring and no explosions anywhere for a while now." Another survivor whispered back as he looked at Fu Zufeng and the others before continuing. "I bet the battle is already over. Besides, even the four of them are moving anxiously and looking towards the door, so obviously what the group leaders are doing is not simple." "How could it be simple?" Li Na, who was sitting nearby, overheard the conversation and couldn't help but raise her voice scared. "They are facing an army of dreadful beasts that are as strong or stronger than that strange blue-skinned zombie." Li Na, just like the rest, was incredibly scared. No, she was even more scared, because she was aware of the danger the four leaders were facing this time. Therefore, she couldn't stop some words from slipping out of her mouth unconsciously. "Blue-skinned zombie? What do you mean?" The surrounding survivors became agitated upon hearing those words and looked at Li Na for responses. In order to keep the chaos as controlled as possible, one person had proposed not to reveal the existence of the first-order beasts or monsters until the group had enough power to safely deal with them. Otherwise, letting the survivors know that there were even more terrifying enemies on the outside could cause some of them to go crazy and start losing their minds, making things difficult for everyone. "Li Na," Wu Yijin called out, startling her friend. She had been the person who had planned the idea, and it was approved by Bai Zemin, Shang Yuan Bingzu, Chen He, and Liang Peng right away, as the four of them were aware of something so basic. Seeing Wu Yujin's serious and angry look, Li Na realized that she had spoken too much and quickly lowered her head in embarrassment but still frightened. Seeing Wu Yujin intervene, none of the survivors pressed the matter further, as they knew that she was technically like a sister to Shang Yuan Bingzu, so no one dared to offend her. However, Li Na's words had already aroused the alertness of some people, and the atmosphere quickly began to worsen. Although no one did anything stupid or wild, as yesterday's massacre was still firmly etched in everyone's mind, they all began to look towards the entrance in fear, waiting for the final verdict of their fates. Wu Yijin also looked towards the entrance of the building, and her beautiful big eyes glittered with slight apprehension, not only for herself, but also for the safety of those who faced danger out there. While it was true that the sound of battle had ceased several minutes ago, only based on the terrifying roars and thunderous bangs, as well as the constant shaking of the ground, she knew that the battle that was currently raging was of such a magnitude that her mind was unable to comprehend, even if it was explained to her in words. Chapter 101, Treasures. "So, how about we take care of our loot of war here?" Bai Zemin proposed as he gazed with impossible-to-hide excitement at the objects before him. "I agree." Shang Yuan Bingzu nodded, and even her natural cold expression had largely melted due to the heat in her eyes. Chen He and Liang Peng didn't even think about it when they nodded. In front of the group of four, on a table inside a building that had not been demolished during the previous battle against the First Order, several objects lay there. Some glowed and attracted attention as if they wanted to be taken immediately, while others released a special magical aura around them. These objects were 12 treasure orbs, among which there were 2 rare ones, and there were also 2 skill scrolls, all the loot of war obtained after being victorious. While it was true that the danger of first-order creatures was overwhelming, even more so when they were in groups, if an existence managed to overcome that danger and emerge victoriously, then it was highly plausible that they would become rich overnight, as the number of treasures that could be acquired were in massive amounts. 13 treasure orbs. Even Bai Zemin himself had not had that many orbs in his hands, despite all the dangers he had faced since day one. The 4 took an orb in each hand and squeezed it tightly, causing bright flashes of light to be released as the orbs disappeared, and new items appeared on the large table. A few seconds later, the 13 orbs had disappeared, and in their place were 13 items. Before anyone stepped forward, He looked at Bai Zemin and offered, "I think you should be the first one to choose. Although we all helped and did our part, the reality is that the final major part was done by you." Shangyuan Bingzu said nothing about it, and Liang Peng sighed before waving his hand to indicate that he too did not object even if the greed was there. Seeing that no one objected and were at least as sensible, Bai Zemin nodded and stepped forward. "Then I won't hold back." Bai Zemin looked at the treasures on the table one by one, and after touching them briefly, the information of each one flashed in his retina one after another. There were some treasures that he already possessed, such as piercing glove, hurricane necklace, blazing ring. There was even another Xuanyuan sword. But there were also some treasures that Bai Zemin currently lacked. Earth bracelet, rare grade treasure. When equipped, it automatically increases magic by +10. Once per day you can use the skill Earth Spike. Earth Spike raises from the ground a 2-meter-high earth spike capable of piercing the defenses of a small armored vehicle. The Earth Bracelet was a rare grade item that increased an equivalent of 5 stat levels just by equipping it, and at the same time granted the wielder the ability to activate an attack skill, capable of turning the tide of a battle if used correctly. Bai Zemin was not polite and took it for himself before observing the rest. Velocity boots, normal grade treasure, extremely light, easy to wear, and automatically adapt to the body. When equipped, agility +10. The only boots Bai Zemin had owned so far had been destroyed during his battle to the death against the first blazing beetle, the first-order creature he knew of. Since then, although he had acquired several red treasure orbs, he had not been lucky enough to obtain a pair of boots to replace the previous ones. Now he could finally wear a pair again and increase his agility by another notch. In order not to break the balance and harmony that had grown in the group after several days of living together and shoulder-to-shoulder battles, Bai Zemin decided not to be greedy and take the other rare treasure. Besides, he already had a Xuanyuan sword, so there was no point in taking it for himself anyway. However, Lilith appeared with a wild idea and pointed out as if she was excited, "You can be like Kirito and wield 2 swords at the same time. Look, you even wear black and everything." Bai Zemin couldn't help but look in her direction. He looked at her with his eyes wide open, as if he was looking at an alien, and if it wasn't for the circumstances, he would have definitely asked her if demons watched anime too. Even so, he couldn't help but say, "Aren't you afraid of copyright?" Lilith replied, "Copyright? Bah, we can just say that we're using a set of words and that's all. The fact that this beauty mentions that name should be a high compliment, don't you think?" Unconsciously, Bai Zemin nodded and ignored the joke-not-so-joke at the end. But seriously, Lilith knew that anime. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the revelation. "Bai Zemin, what are you talking about?" Shangyuan Bingzu looked at him dumbfounded. "Forget it." He shook his head and continued to look at the treasures. Bai Zemin, being the biggest contributor, also picked up a normal treasure dagger and a small pearl that slightly increased the mana. He would use those 2 treasures for his direct subordinates in the future. Besides that, he did not pay attention to the 2 skill scrolls, since one of those skills he had already learned, and the other one did not suit his fighting style. However, he remembered Kang Lan and hesitated. One of them was Elephant Skin, the passive skill before First-Order Bronze Skin. The other scroll was a First-Order Level 1 skill called Poisonous Cloud. Poisonous Cloud, First-Order skill, Level 1, releases a cloud of toxic gas with a width of 3x3 meters in front of the user. Uninfected enemies of level 15 and below will die immediately after inhaling the poison, and those above level 20 are completely immune. It needs to consume 5 mana points to activate. Kang Lan currently lacked an active magic skill that would allow her to better defend herself, as she only possessed a healing skill at the moment. "Take it." Shang Yuan Bingzu interrupted his thoughts and looked at him with clear eyes as she said, "Chen He is right in saying that 60% of the entire plan was completed by you anyway. Even if you take a little more, I don't think it's necessarily wrong." Bai Zemin looked at her a little surprised, and couldn't help but have his impression of her improve slightly. Although Shang Yuan Bingzu was boorish and sometimes even a nuisance, she was also a smart, capable, and strong woman. Moreover, she was also not shameless, and even with her hatred or annoyance for men, she did not hesitate to praise someone or point out their achievements when they deserved it. In the end, Bai Zemin gave her a natural smile and also picked up the skill scroll to hand it to Kang Lan later. After all, he still remembered his earlier promise to her, and if he wanted to form his own power, he needed his subordinates to trust his word. Chapter 102, Fantasy World. It's been almost an hour since the sounds outside stopped. Gao Min whispered as her worried eyes occasionally turned in the direction of the front door. To avoid any trouble, after Bai Zemin and Chen he killed all the zombies on the first 3 floors, the survivors actively moved wooden shelves along with tables, chairs, and all sorts of things that could serve as an obstacle, blocking the stairs and the back entrance of the building. This meant that when the group of 4 returned, they would definitely use the front door, so that place became the central focus of everyone in this moment of anxiety and apprehension. Fan Wu and Li Na bit their lower lip when they heard the worried tone in the voice of the usually optimistic Gao Min. If even she, who had managed to keep her mind clearer than anyone else after going almost a week without eating properly, could not keep calm, how could Fan Wu and Li Na feel calm? "Don't worry." Wu Yijin's voice attracted the attention of the 3 friends as well as some closer survivors. "Think carefully. If something bad had happened, then those beasts would already be running towards us considering the number of people alive in here, don't you think? Then, since we haven't faced even the slightest of dangers even after so long, it is most likely that Bing Zhu and the others have come out victorious." Her words contained belief and also great attractive power, as they made a lot of sense, causing the eyes of many nearby survivors to shine again. Her 3 friends also perked up noticeably and looked at her with a hint of admiration, as they thought that the daughter of a high-ranking politician really was different. Her talent for controlling the masses with her sweet and tender words was outstanding to say the least. "But then why haven't they come back yet?" a survivor who had been rescued from Kaio Long's tyrannical leadership pointed out in a still unsure voice. "I mean, if everything really went well, then why are the 4 leaders still missing?" People began to mutter under their breath when they heard those words. Some of them even felt that they had been abandoned, but did not dare to say it out loud, as even they themselves did not want to admit or think about such a fearful idea. After all, it was clear to everyone present that if the people with proper weapons and enough courage to fight left without them, then 90% of those present would easily die, and the other 10% would have a small chance of surviving a while longer if luck was on their side. Immediately everyone looked at Fu Zufeng and the rest without taking their eyes off them. It was as if they were afraid that the next second the 4 of them would disappear too and abandon them. Wu Yijin was smart, so she was already expecting someone to notice that little loophole. However, before she had the need to say anything, the door that was firmly closed creaked softly and opened wide. Under everyone's surprised eyes, Bai Zemin, Chen He, Shang Yuan Bingzu, and Liang Peng walked in one after another. Some of them were carrying weapons that they did not have before, while others seemed to be unchanged, at least on the surface. However, the most important thing was that they all seemed intact and had returned. "Thank God. They really are back." Wu Yijin was right after all, they won. Bai Zemin and the others did not know how to react to hearing the excited murmurs of the survivors. Moreover, seeing some of them collapsing on the floor with weak knees and some even shedding tears of joy and relief, the 4 had no idea what was going on. Not knowing what was happening and not caring too much about the others, Bai Zemin clapped his hands once and silenced everyone before saying with a stern expression, "Everyone, listen carefully. We have completely annihilated every living creature that is considered an enemy within at least 5 kilometers with this place as the center. We have also taken care of the forest blocking our path to the exit and the creatures inside it. Now, you guys have to get to work collecting the meat of some mutated beasts and carrying the rest of the useful corpse to the buses." The survivors couldn't help but smile delightedly, and their eyes shone brightly as they listened to Bai Zemin. However, Chen He's next words encouraged them all even more. The sooner you finish, the sooner we can leave the university and start seeking shelter from the government and the army. I hope all those willing to work will give their best effort this time. Leave the university and be sheltered by the government and the military, a place with established rules and social order. Although most of the survivors said nothing, many of them hoped to return to the embrace of the government and be sheltered by the rules of society. After all, no one was really willing to work hard for a small bowl of rice or a piece of bread. Lilith watched everything from the side and her eyes glittered with a tinge of amusement. This lower existence Chen He, sure is smart to give everyone motivation to work faster. Bai Zemin secretly sneered and said nothing. Who knows if Chen He was just trying to do what Lilith said, or if even he himself still believed that the government and the army were standing firmly against the zombies and the other mutated creatures. Shangyuan Bingzu looked at her childhood friend out of the corner of her eye, and her eyes glittered strangely. No one knew what she was thinking. More than 300 survivors started working immediately, while the other more than 100 were made up of those who were unwilling to yield to Bai Zemin's regime, or who had been injured the day before during the chaos caused by some people when the platinum ape appeared. These injured people had received some auxiliary treatment, but without doctors and the necessary equipment, only so much could be done. As for Kang Lan's lesser healing skill, Bai Zemin was not willing to let her waste the only 2 daily uses on useless people, since in cases of need he would need it. At this moment, one of the reasons why Bai Zemin wanted to leave the university once and for all was to find firearms and other assets. What he needed most were people willing to fight. Although workers were certainly necessary since there was no way he could do everything by himself, Bai Zemin lacked courageous people. No, instead of courageous people, he lacked an incentive great enough for that courage to awaken. But outside this large university campus, there would undoubtedly be many hungry or needy people willing to do anything to get food and safe shelter. Just like now, the majority of survivors willing to work hard were mainly those girls who were rescued from the female dormitory or those who were saved from the hands of Kaio Long. As for the initial group of survivors who had not suffered greatly or had not seen the true cruelty with which the strong treated the weak, they were the ones who were still living in a fantasy world. Fantasy world from which they would soon be forced to wake up by the hard way. Chapter 103, Crimson Blood Judgment, and One Hit to Kill. The survivors willing to work began to move immediately because, just as Chen He had said, the sooner they finished the task, the sooner they could leave the university grounds and really get into the outside world. Whether it was more dangerous or not, no one knew, but they did know that no one wanted to be in this gloomy place anymore. Under the care of Fu Zufeng and the rest, the survivors separated into groups of different sizes and began working together to remove the flesh of the evolved beasts that did not have an overwhelmingly high defense like the Jiaolao snakes. When they wanted to remove the Jiaolao snake scales, they realized that it was simply impossible, so they had no choice but to set them aside to be dealt with when they had the necessary tools. Apart from the 4 evolved snakes, they gradually began to take care of the bodies that were in relatively better condition. As for the body of the first-order blazing beetle, Bai Zemin had repeatedly warned them that they should not touch it as the flesh had been affected by the corrosive skill of one of the snakes. All those who aimed or studied at Beijing University generally desired important and well-paid positions in society, so at first, it had been difficult to adapt to the large amount of blood and gruesome sight of such beasts similar to legendary prehistoric creatures. However, as the days passed after caring for the first blazing beetle, each of them had become used to getting blood on their hands, and the smell of iron was no longer as unbearable as in the past. This caused the work speed to increase by another small notch, proving that humans were also creatures adaptable to change. When the world made a 180-degree turn, the races living in that world needed to turn 180 degrees and adapt as quickly as possible in order to continue to exist as in the past. Otherwise, what awaited that race at the end of the road was only the cruel annihilation. /////. While the survivors were doing their part in order, not only to get out of this place faster, but also to receive better treatment and not be seen as useless burdens, Bai Zemin had isolated himself in a room of a building close to the place, but far enough away not to be disturbed by the noise of the workers. Sitting on a small couch away from the window, away from the door, and with his back pointed to the wall to prevent being caught off guard, Bai Zemin smiled and rubbed his hands together as he said excitedly, "Finally, free time. Hurry up and let's see those messages from earlier." Lilith sat down beside him and stretched out her pristine hand, indicating for him to take it. Even she wanted to see the records acquired and evolved by him. He. Bai Zemin chuckled and took her hand gently, letting it rest on his leg. He could still remember the first time they had physical contact. It had been practically suffocating for him. But now, something as small as holding hands didn't affect him greatly, even though she was a succubus. Soon, all the records from before began to flash in his retina. Bai Zemin ignored and let pass those he was already aware of and simply focused and paid attention to those he had not yet observed. Crimson Blood Judgment, 3rd Order Skill Level 5. Obliterates everything in its path without distinguishing ally or enemy. The power of Crimson Blood Judgment depends on the power of the flame used and the power of blood manipulation. Requirement: 1. You need a 2nd Order Flame to activate or a 1st Order Flame boosted with 1st Order Wind in conjunction with the exclusive blood manipulation skill. Requirement: 2. Blood Spear made up of more than 220 mana points and at least have control over 200 magic points. That's an exclusive skill, which is great, Lilith pointed out cheerfully before her mood returned to normal. She sighed and said a little regretfully, "It's a pity that you're currently merely 1st Order and don't own a particularly strong flame, or else this skill of yours called Crimson Blood Judgment would become the bane of your enemies." Bai Zemin nodded, but his mood was high. While it was true that it was impossible to use Crimson Blood Judgment in direct combat due to its destructive peculiarity and difficulty to control, it was an ultimate trump card that he could take advantage of if he used it correctly. The records engraved on his soul continued to flash in his retina, and he, by simply joining hands, allowed Lilith to see everything without hiding anything of the past few hours from her. Title 1: Hit to Kill. When using spears, harpoons, tridents, or any throwing object, your chance to cause a critical hit to the enemy increases by 10%. Keck, another 10% critical hit. Bai Zemin grimaced strangely, and his eyes had an evil glint in them as he said, "At this rate, I won't reach 100% and be able to inflict fatal hits left and right." Lilith rolled her eyes and said in a coquettish tone, "Kid, do you think it's that easy to reach 100% in a tracking statistic? Very few have achieved it so far." "Kid?" Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at her and pointed out, "What part of me looks like a kid to you?" Soon, however, he regretted it as he realized that he might have fallen into one of Lilith's traps again. Indeed, she looked at him and smiled like a charming little fox as she said in a whisper, "I don't know. How about letting me check your body carefully? I promise I'll be nice to you." Bai Zemin's eyes flashed and he said defiantly, "You can act flirtatious and all, but at the end of the day you are a virgin succubus. You just wait. When my power is great enough, I will definitely spank you into an obedient girl." "Ho ho," Lilith smiled brightly and her ruby eyes shone slightly. "I see our little Zemin is growing courage tilde, so you want to turn me into your personal good girl. Kaya tilde little Zemin, you sure know how to drive this big sister crazy." Cough. Bai Zemin coughed to clear his throat at the sight of her eyes and quickly looked away. She hadn't used any skills, but her innate charm alone was terrifying. He was sure she was holding back and restraining herself, lowering her natural charming aura to the level of a mortal. Otherwise, it was likely that he would have become a puppet by now. The more time he spent at her side interacting with her, the more Bai Zemin realized how terrifyingly powerful and beautiful Lilith was. Sometimes he couldn't help but wonder why she didn't make him her puppet anyway. If it was her natural charm, with no mana, no magic, and without using a skill, the soul record shouldn't punish her for doing something like winning the heart of a human man. So why was she going to all this trouble? It was a question that would remain unanswered for a long time. Chapter 104 passed, Origin of the Stone Heart Skill. Bai Zemin decided to stop joking around, and Lilith gave him a slightly worried look, before moving slightly back, without looking directly at him for fear of turning him into a toy. After a few seconds, she quietly asked, "Are you okay?" She felt a little bad, as for the first time he was fighting back at her teasing, which she found amusing and interesting, and caused her to slightly lose control over her own natural charm. Feeling slight guilt in her voice, Bai Zemin acted as if nothing had happened and smiled refreshingly as he said in a somewhat complex voice, "Everything's fine. Although I must admit that you're really awesome, Lilith." Lilith's attention was drawn by his words, and seeing him acting calm, neither looking at her with strange eyes nor raising his guard against her, she secretly sighed in relief. "I know I'm awesome, didn't I tell you that several times?" she jokingly boasted before asking curiously, "But what part of me do you find amazing?" Bai Zemin thought for a moment before deciding it was okay to show her. His absorbed and earned records quickly slid back. Soon, he reached what he was looking for and stopped. "This is." Lilith's eyes widened slightly before they flinched unnoticed as she saw the message before her eyes and the information of the contents. "That is the skill I acquired several days ago." Bai Zemin responded honestly as revealed to her and showed off his stone heart skill. "Now I understand." Lilith sighed and shook her head softly. "Regardless of how you think about it, it's not natural for your behavior and attitude to remain calm and indifferent after killing a person for the first time. But with a passive third-order skill entering the scene, things are different." "What do you mean?" Bai Zemin asked, sensing that there might be important information for him regarding his stone heart skill. "Before that, I need you to be honest with me." Lilith stared at him and asked in a soft voice, "Bai Zemin, why does this skill especially target the opposite sex?" The soul record literally visualizes and utilizes the lived experiences of every existence, storing everything in something similar to a separate file as if it were a supercomputer. Each existence has its own file, and within that file everything lived is recorded, giving form to incredible skills and powers depending on the records acquired through training, experiences, or simply by absorbing records from other living beings. After a brief pause, Lilith continued, "According to this record, your stone heart skill was born from a past trauma that transformed and created your current personality. So, surely a woman was involved, wasn't she? Otherwise, this skill wouldn't especially focus on protecting your heart against women." Bai Zemin looked to no particular point, and his memory went back to the past. His voice was casual and without any particular emotional fluctuation as he slowly narrated. "In the past, there was a girl 2 years older than me that I really liked a lot. The me at the time was barely a teenager, and I didn't have enough courage to confess my interest in her." He paused and couldn't help but laugh as he slowly said, "You know what I mean, don't you? The innocence of a young boy. However, my best friend, another young man my age who was in my high school, pushed me several times urging me to ask that girl for a chance. In the end, under his constant prodding and moral support, I decided to try my luck. I mean, why not? It wasn't like I was losing anything anyway. To my surprise, she agreed to give me a chance to know her." Lilith paid attention to his words, but mostly in his eyes and in his voice. However, he really seemed indifferent as he recounted the past, as if it really wasn't something important to him anymore. This made her feel relieved, as the first step one had to take to get better was to overcome past traumas. Otherwise, one would always be stuck without being able to move forward properly. "She and I started dating. But we weren't boyfriend and girlfriend by any means. I was just head over heels for her. After all, she was my first crush as a teenager." Bai Zemin pointed out before continuing. "Time passed and everything was going well until almost a year later, during which we were getting to know each other and having good chemistry. I decided to ask her to officially go out as boyfriend and girlfriend." Here, Bai Zemin couldn't help but shake his head and said in a somewhat sarcastic tone, "The answer I got back then I can never forget. That girl teased me mercilessly and told me that she and I were two people from different worlds, since her family had considerable power while my family was just a small family of common workers." The sarcastic tone in his voice disappeared, and now returning to that casual indifference, he continued, "Well, I was crying in the corners for a long time after that. However, eventually I came to learn that this girl was actually my best friend's fiancée. Apparently, they were both engaged by their families and were just enjoying themselves laughing behind my back. When I found out about this and came out of the shadow of depression, finally getting over this girl, I snuck into the male dorm one night and, well, my one-time best friend had to spend several months in the hospital after that. Since no one knew about me or saw me and the male dorm was crawling with men, no one could point the finger at me, the depressed guy. As for the girl, to be honest, I didn't care about her and simply learned my lesson." Bai Zemin shrugged and concluded before looking at Lilith, "Although I don't care about the past anymore, I did become very cautious and don't trust women easily. So what do you think?" "MMH." Lilith closed her eyes softly and after about a minute seemed to come to a conclusion. She looked at him and said calmly, "I think I know what happened." Bai Zemin nodded, waiting for her to continue. Their hands were still close together as he still needed to see 2 more records, and she also wanted to see his progress up close, so they simply remained seated in the same manner. Heartbreaks are normal, and while not everyone does, almost everyone experiences one throughout their lives. Lilith slowly explained. "Judging by your voice, I don't sense that you hate this girl, nor can I sense any trace of positive feelings towards her. She's simply someone transitory in your life, isn't she?" That's right," Lilith continued. "However, as a consequence of your high magical control and large reserve of natural mana, the soul record probably gave special importance to the natural records that were deep in your soul. The wound in your heart was so deep that, when united with the mana in movement, that record was magnified and resulted in this skill called Stone Heart." Chapter 105, Skill Evolution Part 1. "The mana of the world constantly generates magic." Lilith continued slowly. "That magic, like mana, floats everywhere constantly and without special purpose. Your magic stat was too high from the first moment the soul record came to this world called Earth, since your body was able to support a higher amount of mana inside it thanks to your especially abnormal soul." Bai Zemin listened carefully and finally understood many things, resulting in him finally accepting that his stone heart skill was probably born as a consequence of his past records and his soul itself. The world was similar to a gigantic vessel, and inside it there was magic and mana floating in the air, occupying most of the space but being energy without matter. It was as if it was not there. Each being or existence had a statistic called magic when the soul record reached the different worlds. This statistic allowed that existence to come into contact with the magic that roamed the world, and the higher the statistic, the greater the amount of magic to which they could have access. In short, magic and strength were not the same as magic damage and attack power. All four were similar and interconnected, but at the same time different. Even so, magic and strength did influence the magic damage and attack power that a being could inflict on their enemies, because the greater the strength, or the greater the amount of magic to which a being could access through their magic stat, the greater the damage the enemy would receive upon receiving an attack. Sometimes, the soul record would make small mistakes during the first week of reaching a world because, as Lilith had mentioned repeatedly, each world was an infinity of possibilities and different rules. It was most likely that, when reading Bai Zemin's life records, and as a consequence of his soul being able to contain a vast amount of mana and his ability to access greater magical power of the world, the soul record gave special importance to his most traumatic record. How ironic! Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said in a peculiar tone, "To think that girl and that idiot would eventually end up helping me several years later, haha." "Bai Zemin, what are the requirements to evolve Stone Heart?" Lilith furrowed her eyebrows slightly and asked in a funny tone of voice. "Let me check." "The Stone Heart skill has reached its maximum level and can evolve to the next order. To evolve, the following requirements must be met. Trust wholeheartedly in another being outside the comfort zone. 0-1. Falling in love, incomplete. Second order soul stone, 0-3. W at the F\CK. Bai Zemin almost fell backward when he saw the requirements needed to evolve the skill. Ironically, among the three requirements, the third one was the most easy in this case. Even though he was not confident in defeating a second-order existence unless he could launch a surprise attack with his strongest skill, Crimson Blood Judgment. Even though he wouldn't necessarily be able to obtain a soul stone after killing the enemy. Wholeheartedly trusting another being outside the comfort zone. This requirement was probably as difficult as killing a first-order existence in one hit, while he had not yet evolved and without some control over the world's mana. As for falling in love, wasn't that crazy? Well, I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect something like that. Lilith shook her head softly and sighed. To evolve skills, it is often necessary to overcome the obstacles that the same skill imposes on us. In the end, Bai Zemin sighed and waved his free hand. Forget it. It's not something necessary right now anyway. Stone Heart was a good skill currently, as it was a protective measure for him in this new world. If someday the humans regained some peace, then he could start striving to evolve the skill. You have met the requirements to evolve skill Bronze Skin level 1 to level 4. Evolution requirements. Bronze Skin, first order passive skill, level 1 level 2, stamina plus 240 naturally complete. Level 2 level 3, stamina plus 260 naturally complete soul stone, 1-1. Level 3 level 4, stamina plus 280 naturally complete soul stone, 3-3. Currently, Bai Zemin had reached 282 natural stamina points, and also had a couple of unclassified soul stones that he had obtained from different creatures. That's good. Bai Zemin smiled and concentrated on the skill, accepting the evolution. 4 normal soul stones flew out of his backpack and were soon enveloped by a bright bronze-colored light. The mana of the world surrounded the 4 stones, and the magic began to transform everything into a strange energy that was different from anything Bai Zemin had felt so far. This is what happens when the soul record comes in contact with a skill and soul stones or different objects with soul power inside. Bai Zemin. Lilith also looked at the glowing light with interest and pointed out, myriads of races and countless beings have tried to understand what is that strange energy that is produced during the evolving process, believing that it could be the greatest secret towards the real and absolute supremacy. The soul record was an entity that had existed since time immemorial. Even when the God of the Bible, Lucifer, and different supreme existences rose in power, the soul record was already there, and it was only because of it that these beings were able to go beyond. To this day, no one had managed to surpass what the soul record was capable of. Bai Zemin looked at the bright light and could not help but feel amazed. It was just a light, but for a moment he couldn't help but feel that even the beauty and charm of the beautiful Lilith beside him paled in comparison. Bronze skin, first order passive skill level 4. Your skin becomes much tougher than that of any living being before the awakening of mana. Increases stamina by plus 140 points. Curious, Bai Zemin looked at the bronze skin evolution requirements, as his current stamina was really high. Level 4, Level 5. Stamina plus 300 naturally, complete soul stone, 4-9. At this rate won't I end up having skin as tough as hell? Bai Zemin couldn't help but wonder dumbfounded. Although he was complaining on the outside, the truth was that he was delighted on the inside as the higher his stamina, the crazier he could become now that he had acquired the blood berserker job. However, Lilith was thinking about something else. She couldn't help but shudder as she said, "Your current stamina could be compared to a third-order human or a second-order savage beast. Could it be that you want to punish me in bed so badly, Tilda?" The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth constricted several times and he looked at her with a dead expression as he said in a low voice, "You just wait, you damn perverted succubus. You just wait." While it was true that his stone heart skill had helped keep Bai Zemin sane and not lost in power thanks to his family, the one who had helped and supported him the most with her jokes and fun personality was undoubtedly the beautiful demoness at his side. Something he, perhaps, would never be able to thank her enough for. Chapter 106, Skill Evolution Part 2 last. Bronze skin was not the only skill that had met the necessary requirements to evolve as Bai Zemin clearly remembered that the soul record informed him that he had 2 skills that could move to the next level or even to the next order, depending on whether the other skill was at the maximum level or not. After searching through his skills for a moment, Bai Zemin found that the next skill was actually Health Boost, another unclassified passive skill. Evolution requirements. Health Boost unclassified passive skill, level 3, level 4. Plus 100 health points naturally, complete. Soul Stone 1-1. Bai Zemin did not hesitate and evolved Health Boost to the next level. However, he did not stop as immediately after checking the skill he realized that he had the necessary materials to evolve the skill again and met the requirements perfectly. Health Boost unclassified passive skill, level 4, level 5. Plus 120 health points naturally, complete. Soul Stone 3-3. Bai Zemin looked at the evolution requirements and couldn't help but point out in puzzlement. What's wrong? These requirements are quite a bit tougher than bronze skins considering Health Boost isn't even ranked yet. Different skills, different paths. Lilith reminded him in a casual voice. Although they are both skills that influence your stats passively, they are 2 different skills and the final path they will reach will probably be completely different. True, Bai Zemin nodded and accepted the evolutionary process. A similar view to the previous case during the evolution process of bronze skin occurred with Health Boost. Bai Zemin could clearly feel how his entire body seemed to intangibly improve after the skill upgrade, and even the air entering his body seemed to be slightly purified. The rune engraved deep within his soul became significantly more vivid and clear than in the past, slowly acquiring a faint light greenish glow. Health Boost unclassified passive skill, level 5, permanently increases health by plus 60. Bai Zemin took a casual glance at the skills to see approximately the evolution requirements. After all, if he ended up dying because he didn't know how and when to grow his own power, then it would be pathetic and lamentable. Even in death, he would not be able to forgive himself. In the beginning, everything was fine. Some skills had strange or complex requirements, and some were relatively simpler in comparison. However, Bai Zemin's eyes almost fell out when he saw the evolution requirements of a particular skill. Special Forces Soldier, Unclassified Passive Skill, Level 5 Evolution Requirements. Kill unclassified enemies, 5,000. Kill First Order enemies, 15,100. Kill Second Order enemies, 010. Third Order Soul Stone, 01. Bai Zemin. Lilith. The room remained deathly silent for what seemed like an eternity. The silence had reached such a magnitude that, from a distance, one could hear the constant crackling of the flames still burning over the mutated forest. After a minute of silence, Bai Zemin asked quietly, "So, what is this all about?" His voice was soft, as gentle as the spring breeze. However, only he knew if he was so calm as he appeared on the outside. Lilith cleared her throat slightly and responded calmly. "As I said, each skill is a different world. Some skills might have simpler requirements as there are several upgrades ahead and the difficulty scales slowly. However, there are also skills that reach maybe first order or second order before stopping completely, making the difficulty of evolving between each order incredibly hard." After a somewhat awkward silence, Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head before standing up to stretch his body. The first requirement was already completed. The second was simpler since he had the strength, but where was he supposed to find so many first-order monsters? As for second order, Bai Zemin didn't dare to say that he could kill an enemy of that level with his current strength. But he had to kill 10 as a third requirement. To make matters worse, he even needed a third-order soul stone. With his current strength, a third-order enemy could slap him to death with one finger. But even if he hypothetically managed to kill one with his life at stake, what were the chances of him obtaining a soul stone? "You don't need to worry too much about such things." Lilith stood up and walked past him. While looking out the window, she slowly said, "It hasn't even been 2 weeks since the soul record reached this world. You will have time to achieve different goals, and when the world's mana starts to evolve, the strength of your enemies will also increase accordingly, so you will be able to hunt at your leisure." "Ha ha ha, that's supposed to make me feel better." Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head before heading for the exit. "Forget it, Lilith. I'll just do what I can do right now. If I think too much about tomorrow, today might devour me before the day is over." //. The remaining 2 floors of the library were cleared, and the zombie corpses were all moved upstairs before being locked in several rooms with the door firmly sealed. The sun fell, and after nightfall, the survivors who were dealing with the flesh of the first-order beasts or the still useful parts of their bodies returned to the library, which would be the temporary place where they would be staying. Because the crimson flames were flames that came from a third-order active skill, even after many hours they still burned fiercely. The mutated forest that was plagued with mana due to the existence of the mana uterus was resisting the fire with that mana, but it would only be a matter of time before its entirety would turn to ashes and disappear completely. As long as the flames burned, they had no way to leave the university. However, the atmosphere was very lively at the moment. Those who worked hard looked with shining eyes at the blazing beetles' meat being cooked and swallowed silently. As a reward, the group leaders had agreed to let them eat as much meat as they wanted, which motivated them to work harder and made them even more excited. After all, the fact that first-order meat improved the body and gave stats was something Wu Yijin had purposely spread among the survivors to make them work harder. Praise for the 4 main leaders could be heard from every corner of the main floor. The windows had been sealed with large wooden bookcases, and the still-functioning electric light was shining in all its splendor. Thanks to the efforts of the evolved fighters, all the creatures within a few kilometers had been wiped out. Therefore, they did not have to fear that a zombie would suddenly sneak in and threaten their lives. Compared to life in the gymnasium where they were cramped and restricted, this was certainly a great improvement. While some were silently delighted and others had shady expressions about the different treatment, Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzhu, Chen He, Liang Peng, and Wu Yijin were in a separate second-floor room having an important meeting about the next move for when the crimson flames were finally extinguished. Moreover, the current Wu Yijin was no longer the same as before. Chapter 107, Wu Yijin's Skill. Wu Yijin was a beautiful woman, but by no means a vase that only served to display her beauty as an ornament. She was also a very intelligent and capable woman in her own right. While she had not been useful in combat, from the first moment she was rescued from the female dormitory along with the rest of the survivors, Wu Yijin had demonstrated that even without the care or recommendation of Shangyuan Bingzu and Chen He, she also had certain credibility that allowed her to participate in important meetings and contribute to decision-making. So far, the ideas Wu Yijin had put forward that had been implemented as a rule or as a push to increase work effectiveness, maintain order, or even to inflict fear and keep troublemakers at bay had not been just once or twice. Precisely for that reason, no one was particularly against her getting a little special treatment. After all, although she wasn't contributing physical labor, she was constantly coming up with brilliant and innovative ideas that were necessary for this new world where conventional thinking wasn't necessarily correct. However, under the astonished gaze of Bai Zemin, Liang Peng, and Chen He, Wu Yijin demonstrated that she was now not only a beautiful woman with a brilliant mind, but also able to stand up for herself. While standing in the center of the room and under the gaze of the four most powerful people in this group, Wu Yijin pointed to a plant in the corner of the room, and the approximately 1-meter-tall plant shuddered. After receiving a stimulus of some kind, the plant that was standing still suddenly shook fiercely, and a leaf covered by a strange pale green aura shot out at full speed towards the opposite wall. Bang! The hard and firm concrete wall of the university library, which had been standing unshaken for so many years, was pierced by a plant leaf, as if instead of a leaf it was a bullet. Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and walked over to check. But before he could get too close, the pale green energy disappeared, and the small leaf gently glided through the air before falling to the ground, leaving a small hole in the wall along with tiny cracks that stretched for an inch or two with the impact site as the center. Liang Peng was dumbfounded and quickly ran forward to pick up the leaf. He looked at it several times and even threw it against the wall as if to check that it really was a normal leaf. Chen He looked at Wu Yijin and said in surprise, "That was great. Yijin, when did you obtain such a powerful skill?" Wu Yijin's face was slightly pale, and some beads of sweat had started to form on her forehead. However, she had a beautiful smile that seemed to blossom happiness as she looked at her best friend with grateful eyes and slowly said, "It came from Bingzu. She didn't come back right away back then to defeat a first-order beast and obtain a skill scroll for me." Liang Peng looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with a bearish face and snorted, "So you didn't come back to obtain a personal loot? And if things had gone wrong because of that, what? You can take responsibility." Bai Zemin also looked at Shangyuan Bingzu, waiting for her next reply. Just when Chen He wanted to say something, she indifferently remarked, "The one who risked her life was me, not you. I don't want someone who is practically useless telling me what is right or wrong." She paused momentarily and pointed out, "Besides, wasn't Bai Zemin there?" "I didn't know you trusted me so much." Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and commented casually, "It's not about trust or distrust." Shangyuan Bingzu shook her head and looked at him with indifferent eyes before recalling, "It's about facts. Until now, even though you are sometimes a brute, you always stood your ground and have never once lost. Back then, when we came up with the plan to wipe out the mutated forest and the first-order beasts, your voice seemed indifferent, but you were brimming with confidence. Not confidence based on arrogance, but confidence in your own intelligence coupled with your personal strength." The room fell silent after those words, and different glances fell upon her. After all, her previous comment was really strange. Lilith's seductive voice sounded next to Bai Zemin. "Looks like someone has paid quite a bit of attention to you, he tilde." Bai Zemin secretly shook his head. In fact, Shangyuan Bingzu had not only been observing him, she had been observing everyone carefully since day number 1. Costumes, habits, skills, weaknesses, everything. To know how to move according to possible consequences. Really, a very impressive and terrifying woman. Forget it. Bai Zemin waved a hand and did not linger on that topic. After all, it was true that the person who had risked her life to obtain that scroll was Shangyuan Bingzu herself, and the plan did not include her in the battle against the first-order beasts, so she had not broken any rules of the group. "Wu Yijin, you are currently level 0, aren't you?" he asked as looked at her face slowly regaining its color after an abrupt expenditure of mana. She blushed and said somewhat embarrassed, "Yes, level 0. With my current mana, I can use my skill only twice because the consumption is too great for my current self." Although Wu Yijin had obtained a powerful skill scroll, her level was too low and control over mana was simply deficient. However, as long as she had a little courage, it would only be a matter of time before she rose to become a powerful evolved fighter capable of contributing not only with her brain and ideas, but also her personal combat strength. "I see. Well, congratulations." Bai Zemin smiled slightly and nodded. I hope with all my heart that you will become stronger. He did not ask what skill she had, as it would be extremely impolite, and to some extent break the balance that had formed in the group after living together for almost half a month. Besides, if he asked that question, he would also have to reveal information about his own ability, which was not profitable from his point of view. Still, Bai Zemin was really happy and did not say those words casually. After all, if Wu Yijun became stronger, the more help he would have to start moving when they left the university once the sea of crimson flames was extinguished. Chen He took a step forward and with a serious face proposed, "How about now we start discussing what we will do when we leave here?" Everyone's gaze changed slightly, as this was a giant checkpoint and too important. Currently, they had all formed a group to increase the chances of survival and to not let their own race be wiped out by the other races. However, upon leaving the university, they would not necessarily all take the same path, and the chances of splitting up to walk different pathways were very high as well. The only person who was 100% calm in reality was Bai Zemin. Chapter 108, 14 Days, 2 Weeks and Taking Separate Paths, Part 1. Beijing was a very large city, and the number of inhabitants amounted to approximately 30 million in total. The city itself was composed of 16 major districts and 2 smaller counties, while the population was evenly distributed in a large number of cities and even smaller towns or villages. Beijing University was located in Yanqing District, which was composed of 3 large cities or subdistricts, 11 towns and 4 villages or rural townships, just northwest of the capital of China. Accurately, the university was located in one of the 3 large subdistricts, Rulin Subdistrict. I will head south. Bai Zemin broke the silence and said with determination glittering in his eyes, specifically speaking, I am heading in the direction of Changping District. Yanqing District bordered Huaru District to the north and Changping District to the south. He continued, my family is in Yangfeng and I have to get there as soon as possible. Another reason why Bai Zemin still harbored hope for his family was that Yangfeng was a small town with just over 50,000 inhabitants. This meant that even if many people mutated into zombies, it was still better than in densely populated places, and the chances of survival would undoubtedly be much higher in such cases. Chen He shook his head and looked at Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijun before pointing at their targets. Bingzhu, Yijun, and I are moving south as well, but we are aiming for Hadian District. That's where our families are located. Bai Zemin was by no means surprised because, from the time he learned about Chen He's military background, he had made his own guess regarding Shangyuan Bingzhu and Wu Yijun. Although he did not know exactly what their backgrounds were, just based on the fact that they were Chen He's childhood friends, he could easily assume that they belonged to the government or the military. In that case, it was natural for the 3 of them to head south since Yanqing District was a bordering district of Beijing and beyond that, one would leave the capital. I guess we'll be temporary traveling comrades then. Bai Zemin smiled slightly and looked at the 3 people without his expression revealing his inner thoughts. We'll be in your care until then. Wu Yijun smiled brightly, and 2 pretty little dimples formed on her cheeks as her eyes narrowed into a crescent shape. Seeing her sweet expression in contrast to her seductive body, Bai Zemin couldn't help but look at Lilith out of the corner of his eye and secretly thought that both women were like little foxes. As for Shangyuan Bingzhu, she said nothing for several seconds until she finally sighed and slowly said, I wonder if it will be that easy. Chen He looked at her puzzled and asked in confusion, what do you mean? It's nothing. She shook her head and did not continue the matter, but Bai Zemin knew that her thoughts were exactly the same as his. In any case, everything would be proven when they found the first human encampment. At that time, it would come to light if China's army was able to put up a fight against the zombies, animals, and mutated plants, or if they were barely holding out with pitiful strength. I will split up and head north, a deep voice interjected. Oh, Bai Zemin and the rest looked at Liang Peng, who had been silent until now, with a hint of surprise. Is there anything that will take you north, family perhaps? Chen He asked hesitantly. It's not that. My close family died in a car accident 4 years ago. As for the rest, I don't care if they're alive or not. Liang Peng sighed and shook his head before looking out the window and continuing. Before the world changed, I was just a soul in sorrow wandering around this world and without any special purpose. But now that the world has changed, I would like to look for myself, or at least a reason to exist other than just breathing. After hearing his words, everyone remained silent for a long time before they nodded in understanding. although they knew that separations were highly probable to occur. After almost half a month of continuous living together, after countless battles against zombies or other evolved creatures in which they risked their lives shoulder to shoulder, it was inevitable to feel a slight tinge of reluctance to say goodbye. Bai Zemin clapped his hands and said with a smile, "All right, everyone. Let's work hard to get out of here once and for all." With clear objectives, the group of 5 left the room and began to organize several survivors for tomorrow's work, as well as patrolling the buildings around the library to avoid major problems. ////. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Today, after the arrival of the first ray of light from the sun, the 14th day since the arrival of the soul record officially opened. 2 weeks ago, the world as everyone knew it had completely changed to the point where it would be completely and utterly impossible to go back to the way it was in the past. 2 weeks ago, and just based on the percentage of students, professors, and other university staff, approximately 70–80% of humanity had been turned into zombies, just like the ones in horror movies. Fictional movies that in the past were fun, but now everyone had been forced to be characters in a movie in which everyone was a secondary character. 14 days ago, going to bed and getting up the next day was normal. Everyone considered these simple actions obvious and natural. 2 weeks ago, opening the refrigerator and eating or going to a restaurant to eat was the most natural thing in the world for everyone. Dates, outings with friends, meetings, dinners. However, for the past 14 days, one could go to bed but would not necessarily wake up the next day. For 2 weeks now, food had become scarce and was now an asset more valuable than gold itself, for which countless starving people would be willing to kill for a small piece of dry bread. In the once prestigious and lively Beijing University, zombies wandered and growled purposelessly, while many survivors sobbed in some corner, fighting against fear and driven mad by the hunger that slowly ate away at their senses, threatening to drive them insane. A few kilometers from the southern exit, a large patch of what in the past seemed to be a forest crackled with small crimson flames that a few seconds later were completely extinguished, leaving only ashes that, with the passing of time, would be swept away by the wind and forgotten in the river of time. Inside a room on the second floor of the library, lying on a mattress placed on the floor and casually covered with a pair of sheets, Bai Zemin slowly opened his eyes and yawned as he stood up. "Good morning." A soft, sweet voice sounded a few feet away, a voice he had grown accustomed to hearing over the past 14 days. Looking toward the source of the sound, he saw the most perfect being he had ever known in his entire life. Even though it had been 2 weeks since she had appeared in his life unannounced, even though he thought he had grown accustomed to her, every time he saw her when he woke up he could not help but be amazed. Sitting by the window frame and holding a book with the cover of a big full moon in her hands, a beautiful woman was looking at him with her enchanting ruby eyes and a small smile. Bathed in the rays of dawn, her body that was as elegant as the sculpture of a goddess, her skin as delicate and white as porcelain seemed to glow as if small diamonds were covering her completely. She seemed to have stepped out of a work of art as her beauty had broken all parameters. "Good morning," Bai Zemin replied before straightening up completely and smiling back at her. It had been 14 days, 2 weeks, half a month since he and she had met. However, even though their strength was as great as the distance between heaven and hell, a lower existence and a higher existence were comfortable with each other as if they had known for several lifetimes ago. //// End of Volume 1 //// Chapter 109, 14 Days, 2 Weeks and Taking Separate Paths, Part 2. Bai Zemin approached the window and looked outside. A look of relief flashed in his eyes momentarily before he inadvertently sighed. It's finally over. The crimson flames were flames that came from a third-order skill. While they did not have the power of a third-order skill since they were only remnant flames, they definitely could not be considered normal flames by any means. Back then, when Bai Zemin launched the blood trident enveloped by crimson flames and empowered by a hurricane of wind, the flames surrounded the mutated forest slowly, while the gasoline and flammable oil had greatly helped to increase the power of the fire. Therefore, even after more than 2 days had passed, the forest still continued to burn fiercely, and during the night the crimson blaze could be seen glowing in the sky, while the constant crackling sound of the flames could be heard even from the distance. Because the wildfire was still there, the group of over 400 survivors had no way of leaving the university. While it was true that they could have circled the site using the areas that had already burned completely, That would be risky, as the tires of the buses would ignite when they came into contact with the still hot ground due to the high temperatures. However, apparently it had all ended sometime during the night, or just before Bai Zemin woke up. Time to enter the real stage, little Zemin. Lilith stood up and gently closed the book in her hands as she looked at him with glittering eyes. Bai Zemin nodded with a grave expression and walked toward the door as he replied, "It's time." /////. The initial floor of the library. It was a little after 7 in the morning, and the survivors had just finished their breakfasts. Some of them had satisfied smiles, others appeared to be semi-satisfied and often looked at the supplies hungrily, while others looked at the remaining small grains of white rice with discomfort. After eating only rice for so long, many were naturally dissatisfied. However, these were those who were unwilling to work to earn the right to receive better food. Moreover, no one dared to utter a single complaint as their somewhat frightened eyes occasionally glanced to the front, where that black-haired demon who killed without batting an eyelash stood. None wanted to die now that the hope of being embraced by the government was just around the corner. A few even believed that the heinous acts committed by Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu when they killed people would be punished by law. Suddenly, everyone's attention was attracted by Chen He, who was walking towards the stairs before stopping to look down with a straight expression. The voices and murmurs stopped immediately as everyone's eyes focused on him, waiting for the new announcement. As people without any power, the right to speak they had was practically nil, and even if they spoke at the cost of risking being expelled, it was likely that no one would listen as had happened in the past. Therefore, they could only listen and obey. After a few seconds of silence, Chen He began to speak slowly. As everyone probably already knows, the mutated forest beasts were eradicated by us, and the forest was set on fire by Bai Zemin's skill. After 3 days of constant burning, the mana of the mutated forest was finally consumed by the flames, and all signs of mutation were turned to ashes during the last night. The expressions on the faces of the survivors froze before the murmuring began. The mutation was turned to ashes. That means the way is clear. We can finally get out of this damn place. Surprise and joy as well as hope. These were the emotions that could be felt in the voices of all those who began to murmur helplessly. Most of them had worked hard for the past 3 days, so the flesh of the mutated first-order animals had been properly cared for, leaving only the flesh of the blazing beetle that had been corroded by the acid of the 5 Jiaolao snakes untouched. Therefore, they were somewhat exhausted, and the good news was certainly a good way to regain energy, even if it was only momentary. With a smile that delighted dozens of female students and even female teachers, Chen He announced, "Start boarding the buses in an orderly manner. We are leaving the university." ////. 10 buses marched in a straight line down the ash-strewn road, carefully circling the areas that were still hot and moving through safe zones. Although the buses moved slowly, the sound of the engines was especially loud. Still, no zombies appeared in the vicinity, nor could any animal or mutated creature be seen charging to attack. 5 buses were being used to move the more than 400 survivors, while the other 5 were being used to move supplies. While the survivors were a little cramped, temporarily there was no other option, so they had to hold on. Still, no one was unhappy as this was a normal occurrence in the past. On the roof of 4 of the 5 buses carrying supplies were 4 beasts over 20 meters long being loaded, as their long tails dragged along the ground. These 4 creatures were the Jiaolao snakes that had not yet been cared for due to the lack of working tools. Their tough scales were simply too resistant, and although Bai Zemin could tear them off one by one with his Xuanyuan sword, it would take him days, if not a week, to finish them off completely. It was precisely for that reason that he did not work on the body of the beasts. That was the job of those who did not fight, not his. The most important thing for him was to level up and absorb the soul power of those who were stronger. After approximately 20 to 30 minutes of driving at slowly embarrassing speeds to prevent tire problems, the goal was in sight. The exit. Inside one of the buses at the front, Wu Yijin exclaimed joyfully as she covered her mouth with both hands. It wasn't just her. Everyone was excited, even if they restrained themselves from shouting out loud. Even Shangyuan Bingzu sighed lightly, as if she was unconsciously relieving herself of a heavyweight that was weighing on her shoulders. While the outside world could be dangerous, with hundreds of thousands and millions of zombies as well as countless mutated creatures running rampant, the university was a place where bad memories of the beginning of the end, and to which if possible no one wanted to return. Today, 2 weeks after the apocalypse hit this world following the arrival of an unknown entity called Soul Record on Earth, they had finally managed to overcome the first major obstacle and had entered the real-world stage on which they could shine, or perish. Sitting in one of the front seats of the first bus, Bai Zemin couldn't help but let a small smile rose on his face as he thought in his loved ones. Although nothing was certain, hope was something that could not be lost no matter what. For without hope, he would have no reason to strive and continue to move forward. Chapter 110, 14 Days, 2 Weeks and Taking Separate Paths, Part 3 last. When the 10 buses left the university grounds for the first time in half a month, the students and teachers could not believe what they were seeing even though the reality was right in front of their eyes. The main streets that had previously been crowded to the point where it looked like a shopping mall even at night were devoid of any sign of human life. The automobiles that previously roared with their engines constantly running were there, but their engines no longer roared and their wheels no longer rolled. Dozens of cars had crashed into buildings, houses, lamp posts, traffic lights. The number of cars that had hit other cars in sight was at least 20. The whole street was a total mess with broken glass, plastic, fiberglass, and some houses knocked down by larger vehicles. Only as far as the survivors' eyes could see, they could already see dried blood stains everywhere as well as several hundred corpses strewn along the street and on the sidewalk in a careless manner. Some had been run over by a car when the chaos erupted, while others had been eaten by zombies or some other monster, as bestial bites and torn limbs could be seen on many of them. All the excitement they felt a few minutes earlier after finally leaving the university grounds disappeared, and the survivors' eyes were filled with apprehension and fear at such an apocalyptic view. Who never dreamed about an apocalypse, believing that you would survive just fine with great ideas in mind. However, imagination was one thing, and reality was something else completely different. Fear in the face of real death devoured all rationality, and when danger really loomed, all that courage which many believed they had in the past would pop like a soap bubble. Sitting in the first bus leading the departure of the small caravan of 10, Bai Zemin also observed everything with an indifferent expression that did not reveal any of his inner thoughts. However, soon after he had no choice but to move. Blood will activated. Current status, 7.4% 50%. Stop the bus and turn off the engine. Bai Zemin approached the male student driver and tapped him lightly on the shoulder as he pointed to the edge of the road to signal him to stop. Okay, the student driving the bus Bai Zemin was riding in nodded, coming out of his dazed state after the horrifying sight of the outside world, and hurriedly lined the vehicle upon the road carefully. Seeing the main bus edging to the side of the road, the other 9 drivers did not know what was happening, but followed the example of the first one and began to edge as well, since the other leaders who were distributed among the buses did not object either. Shangyuan Bingzhu, Chen He, Liang Peng, Wu Yijun, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Kang Lan, and Zhang De got off the buses they were riding on just in time to see Bai Zemin slowly descending from the bus he was riding on with his sword firmly gripped in his right hand. When the 9 of them gathered, and even before anyone asked a question to understand what was going on, zombies began to appear everywhere. From a flower shop whose glass door had broken, from a house with a smashed wooden door, from the edge of the opposite street, crawling out from underneath cars and tearing part of their bodies apart, turning around the corner, etc. No matter which way one looked, the zombies began to approach the buses slowly from the sides, from the front, and from the back. Although those inside the buses were terrified at the grotesque view of the corpses that no longer even looked human after half a month of decomposition, everyone's attention was fixed on the 9 people who remained calm with indifferent expressions. Bai Zemin looked forward and then turned his face slightly to look behind him over his shoulder, as he secretly thought that his blood will skill also functioned as an alert, since, when an enemy came within a certain range, he was immediately warned. I need to study this skill a bit more, Bai Zemin thought before looking at the people beside him and proposing. There are a little over 70 zombies. How about we compete to see who can kill the most? Let's make this our last battle as a team before we go our separate paths. Chen He chuckled before patting Liang Peng's back and nodding. I agree with Bai Zemin. If we're going to say goodbye, let's do it willingly then. Shangyuan Bingzhu also nodded in agreement. Although she did not like Liang Peng too much due to his lustful nature, she did not hate him either, and having fought together for so long and repeatedly, it was inevitable that in that discontent there was at least a hint of goodwill towards him. Fu Zufeng and the other 4 looked at each other before tactically retreating, leaving only the 4 main leaders shoulder to shoulder. The 5 of them had differences with each other, and there had been several times when they had come close to fist fighting. However, since day one they had been giving it their all, sharing the same fate in that if one died the others would probably fall as well. If they think I'm still that slow turtle from the past, then you all are wrong. Liang Peng laughed loudly before stepping forward. Bang! The concrete floor cracked noisily, and with a boom, Liang Peng had crossed several meters away in just a second. Bai Zemin laughed and pointed out, "Well, after acquiring the soul power of some mutated first-order beasts, it's only natural that you're not so slow anymore." Bang, 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 bang. As if by prior agreement, the 3 of them dashed forward and in different directions before starting to hunt zombies. Less than 100 zombies weren't too much, and any one of the 4 was capable of killing them all in a short time. However, as if by prior agreement, the 4 slowed down the killing speed as if they wanted the battle to drag on a little longer. However, for better or worse, all things had to come to an end so that something new could begin. Since they had decided to separate, then they had to separate. This was something they had all known 3 days ago. They had met 2 weeks ago, and 2 weeks later they separated again. Be careful and don't get into trouble with that personality of yours. Bai Zemin gently tapped the burly shoulder and smiled friendly. Brat, you really are something. Liang Peng shook his head, remembering that moment when he almost fought with the young man in front of him. It was a pleasure to have fought alongside you. Chen He stepped forward and stretched out his hand, taking Liang Peng's hand and shaking it tightly as a sign of goodbye. Chen He and Liang Peng had fought shoulder to shoulder from the first moment the apocalypse broke out, so from a certain point of view, they were the closest. Chapter 111, Gunshot. Same here, pretty boy. Liang Peng chuckled before remarking in a playful tone, "By the way, I honestly think you should forget about that ice girl and find yourself a hot girl. Don't you think it's better?" Chen He blushed in embarrassment and kicked him. "Go to hell, man." Liang Peng laughed loudly before looking at the indifferent Shangyuan Bing Zhu, who didn't seem to have any kind of reaction to his previous words. She nodded slightly and said nothing more. That was her farewell greeting. "Well, I guess that's already good coming from you." Liang Peng shook his head and said without knowing whether to laugh or cry, "If you had said some nice words to me, I would have thought you were actually secretly cursing me." Without another word, Liang Peng turned around and walked back to the bus he had gotten off, which also had 70 to 80 survivors inside. 3 days ago, when the group learned that they would not all be going the same way, Bai Zemin and the rest made an announcement that some would be traveling south while others would be going north. The survivors with family in the northern part of Ruilin City quickly stood up and expressed that they wanted to follow Liang Peng in order to find their families, which amounted to just under 100. As to whether their families were alive or not, that was unknown, but hopes were not particularly high. In addition to the bus with survivors, a second bus loaded with supplies such as meat, mutated beast meat, rice grains, noodles, pure water, and some small luxuries such as milk, also started its engines. As one of the main leaders who had been fighting constantly since day one and who had obtained a large amount of supplies, Liang Peng naturally had the right to take a considerable share, and Bai Zemin was not so cruel to take everything from a person with whom he had fought shoulder to shoulder. Soon, the 2 buses departed with one behind and one in front, slowly moving away in a northerly direction. As the 2 buses disappeared from his line of sight, Bai Zemin announced, "We should start moving too. We have a lot of work to do yet." The rest agreed, and quickly all boarded their respective buses, except Chen He, who stood for a few more seconds looking off into the distance before departing as well. Soon, the engines of the 8 buses started up, and the now smaller caravan began to move in the opposite direction from where the previous 2 buses had left, directly moving south of Ruilin City. As to whether the bus leaders would ever meet again, that was still unknown. In this new world, it was difficult to know if people would have the opportunity to meet again someday. ////. The streets near the university were a total mess, with crashed cars and collapsed light poles along with various building debris. Therefore, even after riding for half an hour, the buses had not made much progress. On several occasions, the group had to stop the engines to move obstacles out of the way, such as moving cars off the road. As for this, Bai Zemin also made sure to have a group of survivors get off the buses under the protection of Fu Zufeng, and the rest before starting to empty the gas tanks, thus filling bottles and gallons of fuel. At present, with work at a complete standstill, fuel was as valuable a commodity as the food. One drop less of fuel meant that there was one drop that could not be recovered in any way, and while it was already a non-renewable energy, this had worsened by thousands of levels with the coming of the end of the world. After traveling approximately 50 kilometers south, the 8 buses stopped at the roadside, right in front of 4 convenience stores and a large trucking company. Kaijingi, Kanglan, take a group of people to collect anything you find useful or that may be useful in the future inside the convenience stores. Bai Zemin ordered before telling Fu Zufeng and Zhang Du to stay outside guarding the survivors and guarding the buses. The 2 women nodded and quickly went to delegate the job. On the other hand, Bai Zemin in the company of Shangyuan Bingzhu, Chen He, and Wu Yijun went into the trucking firm to look for as large a cargo truck as possible that would suit this new world. The buses were good for transporting people, but they were definitely not good for carrying supplies. Besides, the snakes hanging from the roof were too conspicuous and could attract unwanted attention or trouble that could easily be avoided. The group searched for about half an hour as the place was really big with all kinds of trucks, tanker trucks, small cargo trucks, ladder trucks, etc. Occasionally groups of zombies dressed in blue with hats and name tags on their chests would appear, indicating that when the soul record arrived on Earth, these people were at work and could not withstand the wave of mana entering their bodies, turning them into mindless mutations that only knew how to wander everywhere. Even before these zombies could get too close, Chen did a great job with his crossbow, killing almost all of them. The reason he left some alive was because they all wanted the beautiful and seductive Wu Yijun to level up so she could become more powerful and use her skill properly, becoming a great asset to the group as a whole. Gradually she killed zombies, slowly increasing her level. Over the past 3 days, Shangyuan Bingzhu had taken her hunting around the university, which helped her raise her level to 8. Although she was still weak, she was many times more powerful than in the past, and with a little effort and time she could catch up, or at the very least, strong enough to not be a burden, as she referred to herself. This one will do. Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction as he arrived in front of a huge cargo truck with a giant box in the back. Not only was the box firmly closed by 2 large doors, but the front had a powerful bumper capable of withstanding the constant impact of zombies that came across the road. Although some changes had to be made and modified so that it could circulate like the buses, temporarily this Dongfeng truck was the best there was in this place. While they were at it, a gunshot sound suddenly rang out from outside, and everyone's face abruptly changed. Bang! Damn it! Bai Zemin cursed and rushed towards the exit like a whirlwind. Clearly, something was going on. If one of the people he was nurturing died when they were not yet fully grown, it would be a great loss to him. Especially Kang Lan. Her lesser healing skill was something that Bai Zemin needed because even though he was strong, in a battle to the death, he knew perfectly well that injuries would be inevitable. Shangyuan Bingzhu and the rest quickly followed from behind. Chapter 112, Yangpei. On the 3rd floor of a bungalow, a group of more than 15 people was gathered in silence. Some of them were simply sitting down, others were leaning against the wall, and 2 of them were crouched by the window with binoculars looking off into the distance. What was most surprising was that, although the group clearly had no special training, there were 5 of them carrying Type 54 pistols with 15 rounds of ammunition each. As for the rest, some had bats, steel pipes, watermelon cutting knives, machetes, and other melee weapons. It's been almost 15 minutes, but those guys who went in haven't come out. A bearded, burly man pointed out without taking his eyes off the group of survivors working. The other man next to him turned the binoculars to the buses and said with a tinge of alarm, "Still, this group is definitely not simple. Those scary-looking snakes were hunted by them, and the buses were modified with a material I can't recognize from here." The bearded man snorted and licked his lips before chuckling. "They may not be simple, but can they survive a bullet? Remember, Boss Yang came with us this time. Besides, I haven't touched a beauty for over a week and I'm already getting a little impatient. Aren't you the same, Luo Cheng?" Luo Cheng hesitated, but in the end, remained silent. In fact, it had been a while since he felt the warmth of a woman, and all the women in the group who were at the base were not too pretty if compared to the young female students with lithe bodies in the group of survivors a few streets away. As for the prettier ones, they all belonged to the leaders of the group, so little punks like them would never stand a chance with them unless they were willing to die the next second. Suddenly the door opened, and a young man of about 24 years old who dressed like a hooligan entered the room, silencing everyone inside for a moment before they all stood up. "Boss Yang. Boss Yang." "Yes, M." Yang Pei casually nodded as he casually chewed on a piece of gum before walking over to the window and roughly grabbing one of the binoculars. The bearded man, Zhang Hu, dared not show the slightest displeasure and stood silently as he looked at Yang Pei watching in the distance. After a minute or two, Yang Pei threw the binoculars at the burly man and said with a smile that was not a smile, "I just saw some little beauties over there. After taking the ones I like and leaving others for the other bosses, you guys can have fun." The small group perked up immediately and everyone's eyes sparkled. Even if the other group had over 300 people, they hadn't seen any firearms with them, so they weren't worried. A single Type 54 pistol was enough to dissuade dozens of people, and 5 of them were certainly enough to dissuade a few hundred. In addition, the other group was composed of people who had not seen cruelty. This was obvious since they all had bright faces, and none seemed to have been through hardship. Such a group filled with hothouse flowers could never stand against the terror of a storm. Remember, shoot as few as possible so as not to waste ammunition. We didn't bring so many bullets or weapons for this mission since we were only supposed to take supplies from these 4 convenience stores. Yang Pei barked before walking towards the exit and saying, "If anyone moves, goes wild, or doesn't obey, just kill them to warn the others that we're not playing around." The 15 or so men had a glint of madness in their eyes and quickly followed Yang Pei before boarding some 4x4 pickup trucks and off-road jeeps. ////. While Bai Zemin and the rest were clearing the hazards inside the truck company blocking the road and looking for a new transport needed for the group, Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan were looking after the survivors who were working hard to move as many supplies as possible towards the entrance. Even the small cigarette packs were not spared and were moved as well. Across the street, Fu Zufeng and Zhang De were checking on the survivors who had not been chosen to work this time or who simply continued to maintain their non-working attitude. To avoid major problems, they simply forbade them to get off the buses and made them wait in their seats with order. Little by little, cardboard boxes filled to the brim with packages of noodles, rice, bottles of water, salt, sugar, milk, candy, cookies, and many other foods began to pile up one by one next to the 4 convenience stores. While it might seem like a lot at first glance, the reality was that, considering the sheer number of people, all the food they were taking out of the stores could last at most a month before it was completely depleted. After all, properly feeding nearly 400 people was not a simple task to scoff at. "Jingyi, how strong do you think Bai Zemin really is?" Kang Lan asked to the girl next to her. Through her glasses, her dark eyes seemed to glint with intelligence as she carefully observed the surroundings. Kai Jingyi thought for a moment before shaking her head. "I don't know. Even though I've been adding every point in agility and stamina each time I level up, I can't catch up to his agility. Even though I have my dagger that increases my agility greatly, when he fully bursts I can barely see his shadow flashing." The 2 girls had become close to each other after deciding to follow in Bai Zemin's footsteps. When they were still in university, they often went out to hunt zombies and some other creatures to level up and improve their strength, creating a strong bond of companionship between them. Suddenly, the sound of several engines roaring from a distance and rapidly approaching alerted everyone. Zhang De's face changed slightly and he hurriedly shouted, "Kang Lan, Kai Jingyi, have the workers hide inside the stores and don't come out." Kang Lan's face also changed and she ordered, "Everyone, inside and don't come out until told to do otherwise." In the past, she was shy like a turtle that dared not stick its head out of its shell. She was always alone, lost in her own books. However, after half a month of killing hundreds and hundreds of zombies as well as other mutated animals, Kang Lan had gained more self-confidence, and her words no longer faltered in moments of gravity. She was a smart woman, and even though they had not yet encountered any more survivors, the case of Kaio Long was still fresh in her memory. No, not only her. Everyone remembered it clearly and knew that sometimes humans were the worst enemy. Survivors who were moving boxes of food and other supplies turned pale at the sound of the order and the approaching engines. Without hesitation, they all ran into the stores and hid while looking out with terror-filled eyes. Chapter 113, Confrontation and Death. The apprehension that Zhang De and Kang Lan felt, and that soon spread to the rest of the survivors, proved to have a valid reason after all. 4x4 pickup trucks, followed by 2 modified jeeps, raced by at full speed before noisily braking, stopping in front and at the rear, blocking the bus's path to impede their escape. Immediately after, 15 men with all kinds of weapons descended from the vehicles and surrounded the 8 buses. Several of them had hair dyed yellow, green, blue, and other bright colors, while others were wild-looking middle-aged men. At the sight of the 15 new arrivals who clearly had no good intentions, the survivors inside the buses and convenience stores became frightened. None of them dared to make the slightest sound for fear of attracting too much attention, and looked at Kai Jingyi and the rest with hope. They were what the survivors could rely on at the moment. "Everyone, get off the damn buses." A fat man with several acne marks on his face approached one of the buses and shouted loudly as he swung his bat at the shell of the blazing beetle that protected most of the vehicle. 7 other men approached the other buses and began viciously beating the vehicles with the weapons in their hands as they bellowed and cursed, terrifying the survivors even more. Zhang De frowned and was about to step forward, but the burly man pointed the bozel of his gun, forcing him to stop immediately. "I'd advise you not to play the hero here, big guy." The burly man named Naihu sneered. "I know several of you are strong enough to be able to hunt these monsters here, and we probably won't be your opponents. However, I don't think you can dodge a bullet, can you?" Even if the people in this group had the strength to hunt those terrifying snakes, they were still human. A bullet was enough to end the life of any of them or injure them. At the very least, a gun was enough to keep them at bay. This was what everyone thought, and in fact, it was not wrong. Although Zhangdu and the rest were much stronger than a normal human, a shot in the head meant the end of the game. Even Bai Zemin would die if he was shot in the head or heart. With Zhang De forced to stop, another armed man approached Kai Jingyi and Kang Lan. The man looked at both women with obvious obscene desire in his eyes and licked his lips as he said with a hint of regret, "Too bad I won't be able to play with any of you, little beauties. At least not until the bosses get bored of your bodies, hee." The gunman stretched a hand forward with the intention of grabbing Kang Lan's chest, while 2 other gunmen watched the scene with amusement, pointing their guns at the 2 girls as if to intimidate them with their presence. Kang Lan's face changed as she did not expect these people to be so brazen and bold. She took a step back, evading the man's grip before pointing her index finger at him. "Don't touch me, you filthy pig." Before the man could react, a magic circle appeared on the tip of Kang Lan's finger, and a dark green cloud completely enveloped him and one of his colleagues. The green cloud only lasted a second before it vanished completely. However, the 2 men who were previously standing with smiles on their faces were now lying on the ground on their backs. Their previously smiling and confident faces were now filled with disbelief, and the color of their skin had a strange-looking greenish tint on it, giving them a terrible appearance. The man who, fortunately for him, was a meter or 2 behind and managed to escape the range of Kang Lan's magical skill, turned as pale as a sheet and raised his gun. "Bitch." Seeing this, Kai Jingyi immediately lunged forward and pushed Kang Lan to the ground. Only a split second later, there was an explosion that echoed everywhere. The survivors inside the bus screamed in fright, and Kang Lan's face turned pale with fear, as if it wasn't for Kai Jingyi's quick reaction she might have died. Kai Jingyi frowned and looked at her left arm with pain in her eyes. Although she had managed to avoid a fatal injury and had saved Kang Lan, the bullet still impacted against her left arm and pierced it from side to side. The gunman took aim again, preparing to fire. However, to his utter disbelief, he felt a sharp pain in his chest that forced him to stop his movements. There, he saw a weak-looking hand holding a knife, stabbing right into his heart. With wide eyes filled with panic, the gunman raised his head and saw that, at some unnoticed moment, a young man with glasses as thin as a matchstick had appeared. A second later, the life disappeared from the man's eyes and he fell heavily backward. Of course, this person was precisely Fu Zufeng, who had hidden with his level 5 stealth skill as soon as he noticed trouble. Fu Zufeng took a deep breath and looked at his first human kill with complicated eyes. Although he knew it would end up happening since he decided to follow Bai Zemin, it felt strange to know that his once innocent hands now carried the life of a person, and his own soul power contained the soul power of another human being. The events happened in a matter of seconds, and the other men couldn't even react when 3 of them had already died at enemy hands. "Little bastards!" The burly man, Naihu, who was aiming at Zhangde, shouted to shake off the fear he felt and took aim with his gun, before firing 2 shots in a row. However, Naihu was so scared that both shots missed miserably. Before a 3rd shot could be fired, Zhangde activated his power boost skill and rushed forward. "Go to hell." Bang! With a strong punch charged with over 50 strength points, Naihu's head popped into meat paste and his body hit the ground noisily. In less than 5 seconds, 4 of the 5 gunmen were dead at the hands of a group of 4 students who 2 weeks ago would not even have had the courage to resist a single Type 54 pistol. Just when they thought they had the upper hand and were about to begin a counterattack, a lazy, arrogant voice sounded from inside one of the pickup trucks. "Really crap. 4 loaded guns and they can't control a couple of kids. They better be dead or this old man would shove a stick up their asses until they scream like mules." Yang Pei, with pierced ears and dyed red hair, walked lazily and looked at the guns on the ground. As long as the weapons were there, the death of the gunmen was no problem. At the base there were dozens if not hundreds of people willing to fight if given a weapon. Chapter 114 Summons. "Little beauty, you sure are dangerous." Yang Pei looked at Kang Lan, ignoring the rest, and scanned her body up and down as he said, "How about you become my woman? Not only will I respect you, but you will also have the right to participate in important decisions with your strength." Without waiting for a reply, he looked at Kai Jingyi and nodded. "You seem to be quite quick and your reaction is good. You can also be mine." "Are you retarded?" Zhang de barked, tired of so much nonsense, and abruptly rushed forward with the intention of putting an end to the whole charade. The ground beneath his feet cracked slightly due to his explosive power, and taking advantage of the strength on his feet, his speed exploded for a moment. Yang Pei snorted and quickly stepped back while muttering some strange words. A second later, 2 magic rings appeared on the ground in front of him, and in a flash of light 2 creatures came out. One was a wild-looking brown bear that was over 2 meters tall even on its 4 legs. Its eyes were blood red, and its front paws looked especially formidable, as if it could crush a rock with one swipe. The other was a white wolf whose fur was as pure as snow, except that its nose was spotted with black. Its eyes were blood red like the bear's, and its teeth were as sharp as razor blades, giving the illusion of being able to cut through any defense. When Zhang De saw the 2 beasts he was surprised, but because he was in the middle of a charge had no way to stop. Therefore he exploded with more strength and punched fiercely forward with both fists. The brown bear roared ferociously and stood up on its hind legs before dropping down with all its weight. Boom! When Zhang De's 2 fists connected with the brown bear's 2 front paws, there was a small explosion before the winner of the clash was decided. Although Zhang De had already reached level 16, and his strength was incomparable to the past, he was still slightly below Yang Pei's summoning. He was forced to retreat 5 steps back before he finally regained his balance and looked at the brown bear in surprise. However, the brown bear did not give him too much time to think, as it immediately charged forward and attacked again. "Damn it!" Zhang De gritted his teeth and began to fight against the brown bear, engaging in a fierce melee using his fists and legs to attack. Swoosh! Suddenly, the air behind Yang Pei shook slightly, and Fu Zufeng appeared with his knife still stained with blood. Now that he had already killed once, and given the circumstances, he didn't mind adding 1 more kill to the count. However, the wolf suddenly howled and looked in his direction as its nose twitched before lunging at a speed that rivaled his own. If Fu Zufeng continued his attack, then the wolf would be able to injure him, and while it was true that Yang Pei was the prime mover, which meant that his death marked the vanishing of the summons, Fu Zufeng had no real combat experience, and the fear of pain and death was still present. With no other choice, he stopped his attack and quickly began to fight with the summoned wolf. Both were fast, blinking constantly and trying to take the advantage. However, Fu Zufeng was just a notch faster, which allowed him not to lose against the savage beastliness of the white wolf. Before Yang Pei could say anything, Kai Jingyi gritted her teeth and ignored the pain in her bleeding arm. With her Agarth dagger firmly gripped in her right hand, she appeared in front of him in just 2 seconds and stabbed mercilessly into his heart. She obviously intended to end her enemy's life, and had not even hesitated for a second before doing so. Yang Pei's face turned ugly as he did not expect this group of people to be so powerful that they could resist his summoning for so long. Although his summons were strong, mana's consumption was terrifying. He could only sustain both beasts for a couple of minutes at most before losing his mana completely. "You really don't leave me any more options, little bitches." Yang Pei pulled out a Type 54 pistol from his waist and aimed it at Kang Lan. Although he wanted to keep her to himself, he had no choice but to kill her for him to survive. It wasn't like it was the first time he had done something like killing women anyway. Kai Jingyi's face changed and quickly turned around, wanting to rescue Kang Lan once again. However, although her agility was high, she didn't have time to get there. Bang! The sound of the gunshot thundered out, and Kai Jingyi turned pale as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. She knew that in terms of value, Kang Lan was the most important to Bai Zemin since she had the ability to heal. If something happened to her, who knew how he would react when he returned? However, what happened was even more surprising. Right in front of Kang Lan, who was also as pale as a sheet, a wall of ice rose up. The low-caliber bullet hit the wall and left a small white mark without being able to do anything else before falling to the ground with a clink. Lucky, Kang Lan muttered before sitting down on the ground in fright. She could no longer stand upright. Kai Jingyi also sighed in relief and unconsciously relaxed, which caused the pain in her left arm to increase several notches. Yang Pei's face changed completely when he saw the ice wall and realized that the gunshots surely alerted the people who were still inside. He had thought that the people outside were the real deal, but when he saw how hard the ice wall was, he was terrified to discover that he might have made a mistake. Hastily, he ordered his summons to return to protect him. However, how could Zhang De and Fu Zufeng let him do whatever he wanted? "Now you are really dead, you son of a bitch," Zhang De shouted as he forced the brown bear to stay in place, not letting it go to help its master. Fu Zufeng did the same to the white wolf, suffering a few scratches in the process but firmly enduring. While Zhang De was fighting the brown bear, suddenly, a magic circle appeared on the ground and an earthen spike rose up. The tip of the spike pierced the bear's body and lifted it into the air 2 meters above the ground before the beast let out a roar of pain and disappeared as if it had never been there. On the other hand, the wind whistled and 2 mana arrows struck the white wolf that was entangled with Fu Zufeng. The wolf howled in pain, and just like the brown bear's body, it burst like an air balloon and disappeared from this world. The 2 summons were connected to Yang Pei himself, so after being killed, he also suffered a hard backlash and ended up coughing out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood. Chapter 115, 4 Big Bosses Camp, Part 1. Yang Pei staggered slightly, and his face turned pale due to the aftershock of his skill. His first order summoning skill level 2 was powerful enough to allow him to take on several evolved ones at the same time. This was obvious from how he alone was able to fight the group of 3. Summoning allowed him to currently summon up to 2 creatures that had the same level as him, consuming 1 mana points per summon every 5 seconds. Therefore, it was a skill that Yang Pei could not keep active for a long time, 1 or 2 minutes at most, but this time was enough for him to slaughter most of his enemies, as he had done until today. However, his skill was a double-edged sword, as when one of his summons was completely overwhelmed, he received the remaining damage as a consequence, just as had just happened. Yang Pei saw 2 women and a man with a crossbow approaching from inside the facility. Although the women were incredibly beautiful, Yang Pei was not in the mood to joke around like before. But to his utter terror, a voice rang out from just behind him. "Jingyi, are you okay?" As he hurriedly turned around, was startled to see that at some point he didn't notice, a young man in his early 20s had appeared a few meters away. "I am fine, thank you." Kai Jingyi nodded and accepted Bai Zemin's help to sit comfortably on one of the bus steps. Although there were still 10 or 11 hooligans surrounding the buses, they only had bladed weapons and had no power to do anything. Even though some of them had evolved, they were only level 2 or 3 at most, and without any striking ability, so in the previous battle, they could only watch from the side. When Bai Zemin approached with Kai Jingyi, they all stepped back with pale faces and did not dare to say anything. After all, not only was the current situation extremely unfavorable, but the young man in front of them had appeared out of nowhere as if he was a ghost. Bai Zemin ignored everyone around him and gently stroked the shy Kai Jingyi's hair and praised, "You did a great job." Although he had not seen the unfolding of events, he was smart enough to judge that the girl beside him had been injured to protect someone weaker. Considering that the survivors were covered and Zhang De was fighting the bear, only Kang Lan remained. After all, Kang Lan had focused 100% on the path of magic, unlike Shangyuan Bingzu who could use her ice skill to fight in different ways. Kang Lan timidly approached and lowered her head in embarrassment. "Jingyi, I'm sorry. Because of me you." Kai Jingyi smiled sweetly, ignoring the pain, and shook her head gently. "It's okay. An arm wound is nothing compared to the death of a friend. Besides, the bullet went in and out, so it's no big deal." Bai Zemin couldn't help but pat the shy but brave girl on the head. "Kang Lan, heal Jingyi with your skill." Kang Lan didn't even hesitate and immediately cast her skill twice on Kai Jingyi's injury. just that this time her face didn't turn pale like in the past. After all, the current Kang Lan had already reached level 15. The blood immediately stopped flowing, and the tissues began to regenerate at frightening speeds. Although the wound was still there as well as the pain, 2 or 3 days would once again leave the skin on her arm as perfect as it always was. Bai Zemin turned around and looked coldly at Yang Pei before he began to walk step by step in his direction without saying a word. To him, his subordinates were valuable to the extent that he was nurturing them with treasures and skills. However, in a matter of minutes, they were all close to being killed. While it was good for them to experience life and death battles like this to gain experience, if just one of them was killed, it would be a great loss for Bai Zemin. Especially Kang Lan. Even now, he had not seen a second person obtain a healing skill like her, and with such high magic and mana stats compared to a normal person. Although Bai Zemin did not speak and only walked, Yang Pei could feel as if a wild beast was watching him and immediately raised his gun to shoot. This was because his summoning skill could not be activated again until 10 minutes after the summonings were killed. However, before he could pull the trigger, the wind whistled and the gun in his hands was sent flying by an arrow. When Yang Pei stepped back in fright, he saw the young man with the crossbow looking at him indifferently. Just as the young punk was about to look forward again, a hand shot out at full speed and grabbed him by the throat before slowly lifting him off the ground. "Be bastard." He barely managed to mutter those words between his teeth as he struggled with all his strength. Yang Pei's fists and kicks landed hard on Bai Zemin's body, making small bangs. However, to the young punk's terror, none of his blows caused his enemy's expression to change in any way, let alone being able to break free from his grip. Suddenly, Bai Zemin kicked twice without warning, and the sound of bones breaking echoed everywhere, followed by a painful choked scream. Thud! Yang Pei's body was casually thrown to the ground, and the young punk writhed in pain as he howled at the sight of his legs twisted at an impossible angle. "Don't worry, I will soon continue to entertain you." Bai Zemin spoke for the first time before punching and knocking him out easily. Without his summoning skill, Yang Pei was simply crap in front of Bai Zemin. In fact, even with his skill, the difference would not be noticeable due to the difference in power between the two sides. Bai Zemin looked at the approximately 11 gang members with bladed weapons and picked up the Type 54 pistol that previously belonged to Yang Pei. "Everyone on your knees now," he ordered in a deep voice as he pointed the gun forward. Kang Lan, Fu Zufeng, Zhang De, and even Kai Jingyi had picked up the other 4 guns and aimed at the enemies coldly. The 4 of them had already killed humans and had witnessed how, if not for timely help, they might all be dead. This convinced them even more that what they were doing was the right thing to do. Being pointed at by guns, the 11 gang members had no choice but to kneel obediently, waiting to see what kind of treatment they would receive. Bai Zemin looked at a middle-aged man with a shaved head and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you target us? Where did you come from?" "Pei, do you want me to talk and rat on the others? Forget you little bitch." The middle-aged man spat on the ground and looked at him defiantly. Chapter 116, 4 Big Bosses Camp Part 2 last. Wu Yujin could not help but look at the middle-aged man who had just pronounced those words with a hint of sympathy. It wasn't just her. Practically every survivor present knew that Bai Zemin was by no means a saint. Bai Zemin looked at the phlegm on the ground for a second before looking the bald man straight in the eye. "How honorable of you." He didn't even hesitate, and with a bang, the head of the militant exploded. Pieces of broken skull along with chunks of flesh and blood flew across the ground, causing the timid survivors to let out groans of terror as they looked at the scene from the buses and from inside the convenience stores. Chen could not help but frown. Even now he could not completely agree with Bai Zemin's methods, as he had a strong sense of justice from the way he was raised since childhood. However, although he was relatively fair, he was neither pedantic nor stupid. Since before the apocalypse he already knew that society was rotten. There were even cases in which he knew about politicians, policemen, or military officers who, as long as it did not cross a certain threshold, were willing to carry out certain assignments or orders that went against the established rules. Seeing the militant's death, the rest of the gang was shocked and could not help but look at the young man in front of them in a new light. Although he was only in his early 20s, he hadn't even blinked when he pulled the trigger. Bai Zemin pointed the gun at another militant and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you point at us? Where do you come from?" "I will speak, I'll fucking speak, don't shoot me." Bai Zemin's target this time turned out to be Luo Cheng, who had been monitoring the group from a distance with binoculars. Luo Cheng was already sweating cold bullets seeing the deaths of the other militants, so when he felt the gunmetal right above his head, he didn't even hesitate and agreed to speak all he knew. He was not a heroic warrior by any means and feared death. The burly man who had been monitoring the group from a distance next to Luo Cheng suddenly shouted loudly, "Luo Cheng, none of the bosses have treated you badly, but you are going to betray them. Aren't you afraid that they will throw your younger sister to the soldiers to have fun with her?" Bai Zemin didn't even let him continue saying another word before he changed his aim to the head of that burly man and pulled the trigger. Seeing the death of the burly man who had stood up, the other gang members did not dare to utter the slightest sound for fear of being next and having their heads blown off by a bullet. If any of you want to continue to be loyal and honorable to your good bosses, then come out now. I will give you all the opportunity to continue to be loyal until the last moment and die a death worthy of a brave warrior. None of them dared to stand up or highlight and quickly lowered their heads like timid chickens. There was not even one of them who wanted to be the next target of the Type 54 pistol. Bai Zemin ignored them and pulled Luo Cheng away from the group before putting the barrel of the gun back on Luo Cheng's head. "Now you can start to speak. If you dare to lie to me, if you dare to hide information, if you dare to give even one wrong name, I will bang your brains out. I have 8 others like you here, and I don't think all 8 of you are willing to die for honor." Luo Cheng nodded quickly as he sweated and began to spill the beans one after another without stopping. Although he was worried about his younger sister's future, he had to survive to protect her first or else nothing would make sense. Now that his life was in someone else's hands, he had to adapt to the rules of the other person's game. That was the way the world worked now. Luo Cheng and the rest were part of a gang called 4 Big Bosses Camp. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were too many zombies and chaos had broken out everywhere when people's pets suddenly turned on their owners and started slaughtering them all. Zombies did not fear bullets and did not know the meaning of pain, while many evolved animals were even more terrifying as many were impervious to bullets, ferocious beyond belief, and aggressive in nature. Compared to zombies and evolved beasts, normal humans were simply too weak. At that time, 4 people suddenly appeared southeast of Rulin City about 50 kilometers from here. These 4 people were part of a gang in the past, but somehow acquired powerful skills and also had some firearms with them, thus saving the lives of many people. These 4 people were Yikigeng, Leisu, Du Meng, and the currently out-of-action Yang Pei. At first, the 4 acted somewhat restrained, and although they abused their powers also protected the weak. They cleared a small village of zombies and killed several evolved animals, creating a relatively safe area for the currently over 700 people to get some rest. However, when no police or government support showed up after almost a week, things began to change. The 4 bosses began to feel the pressure due to the lack of food, and in a fit of anger began to abuse several women no matter how much they screamed or cried. The 4 bosses gathered several men willing to do anything to get some food in their stomachs and raided the local police station, obtaining a small supply of weapons. After arming approximately 50 men, they began to clear the surrounding area, killing zombies and obtaining some supplies in the process. With the firearms and supplies under their control, the other survivors could only obey no matter how cruel the 4 bosses' orders were. Currently, the village was living under total oppression, and there was no hope at all in that place. According to Luo Cheng, the target they were aiming at this time was these 4 convenience stores, and they only came across them by accident. The reason they raided them was not only to steal the supplies, but also because there were many young and beautiful women, which could become a great merit if they presented them to the bosses. Yang Pei himself drooled over them. "So you're telling me that for 4 small convenience stores, one of these 4 bosses personally moved in?" Bai Zemin shook his head and laughed coldly. "It's the truth, I swear. I don't know anything else." Luo Cheng was scared and cried out in terror as his body shook nonstop. Bai Zemin looked at him indifferently before saying in a deep voice, "Zhang De, Fu Zufeng, take 2 of these guys away and see if you can get some information." If what Luo Cheng was completely true, it would soon come out, and in case anything didn't match, any of the 3 who lied would be executed immediately. Chapter 117, Surrender. Fu Zufeng and Zhang De casually dragged 2 other militants and took them to separate locations. Although the 2 hooligans were frightened and tried to resist unconsciously, with the strength of 2 evolvers they had no way to break free. In fact, the two militants were so scared after seeing the death of their comrades that Fu Zufeng and Zhang De did not even have to pressure or beat them to make them speak, as immediately spilled out all the information they knew. After a conversation lasting several minutes, Bai Zemin and the rest came to the conclusion that none of the three seemed to be lying. Although there were slight changes in the words they said for obvious reasons, the core of the information remained the same. Bai Zemin approached the frightened Luo Cheng and threw his Xuanyuan sword to the ground before pointing to another militant. "If you want to live, then kill him, and I will allow you to join us." Luo Cheng's face changed slightly upon hearing his words, as he clearly understood what the young man in front of him meant. If he killed a member of his group, then it meant that he was willing to leave the four big bosses' camp. After all, it would be impossible for him to return, because he would be branded as a traitor immediately, since he would not even be able to explain how he alone managed to survive in the face of a calamity, but Yang Pei did not. In short, if Luo Cheng killed the militant, it really meant that he would be joining Bai Zemin's group completely, and without return. In the end, under the terrified eyes of the militant singled out by Bai Zemin, Luo Cheng gritted his teeth and picked up the sword. Before the militant could have a chance to say anything, Luo Cheng mercilessly slashed and decapitated him. Blood flew everywhere, and the militant's head rolled on the ground. His eyes were still wide open, filled with disbelief and hate. The hidden survivors cried out scared, and some of the militants directly peed their pants without being able to control their own bodies. Wu Yijun and Chen He, who still had no blood on their hands, quickly turned around with pale faces. Even Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, and Kang Lan, who had killed before, could not help but turn slightly pale at the bloody scene. Only Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu remained without noticeable changes in their facial expressions. Luo Cheng put the sword on the ground and knelt down before bowing. "Luo Cheng is willing to work for you. I just hope you will help me take care of my little sister. She's only 9 years old and can't protect herself." Bai Zemin waved his hand and said indifferently, "As long as you are honest and don't give me trouble on purpose, you will naturally be treated as a subordinate with rights. I will personally take care of protecting your family, and if anyone dares to even harm a strand of your little sister's hair, I will make that person regret it in hell." "Thank you, thank you." Luo Cheng bowed profusely and thanked from the bottom of his heart. Although the fear was lingering and the insecurity towards the future was still there, he had no choice but to believe and wait to see if the young man in front of him would keep his word. The rest of the militants looked at Bai Zemin fearfully before one suddenly stood up slowly. "Boss, I, Zio Min, am willing to work for you." Bai Zemin looked at him before casually pointing to another militant. "If you want to follow me, then kill him." Zio Min did not hesitate as he picked up the sword and decapitated his former comrade, bathing in his blood as if he were a demon from hell. In the end, Bai Zemin gained a total of 4 more subordinates. The rest of the militants were decapitated on the spot, and their blood pooled together with their corpses, forming a small pool of blood on the road. The reason why Bai Zemin had no qualms about killing these people was because they were all not good birds. If his group had been on the losing side, all of these men would probably have started beating or killing men, while physically abusing female students and teachers. It was also for this reason that Shangyuan Bingzhu did not try to stop him, and for the same reason, Chen He did not complain even though he did not agree with his methods. Only those who are willing to die have the right to kill. It was a phrase that Bai Zemin was quite fond of and applied in this case. Since the militants had bad intentions towards them, then they had to bear the consequences for failing. Because he still did not trust the 4 new recruits, Bai Zemin left them under the care of Fu Zufeng and the rest. With guns in their hands and being considerably high-level evolved, they would have no problem handling 4 people even if they wanted to go wild. The survivors continued to empty the convenience stores since work had been interrupted by the arrival of the militants. On the other hand, Chen He looked at the Type 54 pistol in his hands with fondness because, although it was not his preferred choice, with that firearm he felt 1,000 times more comfortable. With Chen He's marksmanship and ability, a small caliber pistol could be even more terrifying than a heavy machine gun in the hands of a novice. As for Bai Zemin, he was currently inside a small bungalow a few streets away. If something happened, with his agility he would be able to arrive on the scene in a matter of seconds to provide support. The reason he moved away was that he needed some privacy for what he was going to do next. Bai Zemin crouched down and looked at the unconscious Yang Pei for a moment. He made a deep cut on the chest of the young man, who was about the same age as him, and seeing that he still did not wake up, he threw a handful of salt into the wound. The result was immediate. Yang Pei's eyes opened immediately, as big as 2 saucers. His face distorted like that of a terrifying monster, and a roar of pain broke through his throat, bursting through the walls and going beyond. He looked at Bai Zemin and barked like a wounded beast. "You bastard! I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces and feed you to the pigs." 2 magic circles flashed on the ground, and 2 white wolves came out from inside. The 2 summoned beasts seemed to be able to sense their master's pain as they howled ferociously and lunged at Bai Zemin with their jaws wide open. "You really don't know what's good for you." Bai Zemin coldly snorted and took a step forward before striking out with both fists. When his 2 fists collided with the 2 summons, the beasts exploded on the spot without even being able to howl in pain, disappearing from this world completely. Yang Pei spat out 2 mouthfuls of fresh blood and began to cough ferociously, choking on his own blood amidst the yells of pain that had now turned into almost inaudible grunts. "Let's see what you do, little baby." Bai Zemin opened the small pocket on the side of his backpack and carefully pulled out an object. Chapter 118, 24 Hours. The object that Bai Zemin took out was actually the small mutated plant that he had found about a week ago in the female dormitory after successfully hunting down the first-order anti-magic zombie. So far, Bai Zemin was practically 100% sure that this plant was a treasure. However, that small percentage remaining to reach 100% was holding him tightly, and he did not dare to eat its fruits. After all, Lilith had already made it clear to him that if it was a harmful mutated plant, his body could end up exploding in a mist of blood. Just imagining the scene made his hair stand on end. The small mutated plant was still the size of a palm, but there was a big difference in its overall appearance. This was because in the past there had been 5 small green fruits and 2 slightly bigger red fruits. Now, however, there were 4 green fruits and 3 red fruits. During the time of 1 week, the small mutated plant had been watered by Bai Zemin every day with great care, and every time he went to sleep he made sure to leave his backpack near the window at an angle where the moonlight would illuminate it. During the day, he made sure that the little plant received enough sunlight, and also checked periodically to make sure that the holes in the plastic bottle were large enough so that there would be no problems. Now the time had come to see if his efforts were worthwhile, or if they were in fact a total waste of time. "Lilith, do you think I should use a red one or a green one?" Bai Zemin looked at the plant unsure, so he couldn't help but ask the most important question. Yang Pei seemed to have forgotten the pain he felt when the most beautiful being he had ever seen in his entire life appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. His eyes widened in surprise, and his mouth moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, no words came out from inside it. Lilith didn't even give him a look and directly treated him as if he was even more insignificant than the air that was everywhere. She stood next to Bai Zemin and looked at the mutated plant before looking at him and responding, "I think you should try the red fruit." Bai Zemin nodded with a frown. "Indeed, I was thinking the same thing as you. If it's something bad, the red fruit will have the worst possible effect. But if it's something good, then it will be my loss since I will have wasted a fully mature fruit. Loss and gain go hand in hand just like life and death." Lilith shrugged and pointed. This was an irrefutable truth even before the soul record arrived on Earth, but after the arrival of this unknown entity, such truth became much more accentuated and evident. After listening to Lilith and realizing that they both thought alike, Bai Zemin nodded silently before looking at Yang Pei, but seeing his current condition, he couldn't help but laugh. "You seem to have him enchanted even without looking at him, Lilith. That's why men are so boring." She rolled her eyes before looking at him with a seemingly shy slight smile and whispered, "But you look interesting to me." Bai Zemin didn't dare look at her too much at this point. He really couldn't understand how a being could be so seductive with such an elegant body, but at the same time have attitudes that a small, immature girl who had not yet been contaminated and corrupted by the outside world would have. Seizing the opportunity, he took one of the 3 red fruits carefully before stepping forward and throwing it into Yang Pei's mouth. The young man, who was part of the 4 leaders of the 4 big boss camp, had not closed his mouth from the moment Lilith had shown herself. Yang Pei's face changed completely and hurriedly tried to spit out the mutated fruit, but how could Bai Zemin let him do as he pleased? With a strong punch, Yang Pei was forced to swallow the small red fruit along with a few teeth in the process. /cough, /you bastard, /cough, /cough, /what did you feed me?" Yang Pei coughed fiercely and barked curses. However, suddenly his face turned completely red and his eyes rolled back before he fainted on the spot. Bai Zemin frowned, and when checking he realized that in fact, Yang Pei's temperature had risen, and he was now suffering from a high fever. And now what's wrong? Bai Zemin scratched his head at a loss. His body didn't explode, but something good didn't happen either. Haha, that's because good always comes hand in hand with bad. Haven't you understood that yet? Lilith giggled softly and disappeared from sight not before pointing out, tomorrow will probably show the effects of the fruit. Look forward to it. Left alone once again, Bai Zemin sighed and picked up the unconscious body while muttering, at least he didn't explode in a mist of blood. Backslash backslash backslash. The group continued moving in a southerly direction until dusk, traveling approximately 30 kilometers before stopping as the sun was beginning to set, and riding through the night was not a good idea. Along the way they encountered several obstacles that made the speed of the 8 buses and the Dongfeng truck extremely slow. After all 9 were large vehicles, so, to avoid accidents the drivers had no choice but to exercise caution. As Luo Cheng pointed out, the 4 Big Boss camp was only 20 kilometers away from this place in a southeasterly direction. Therefore, before starting to move, Bai Zemin and the rest decided to take a proper rest for the night. Inside a 5-story hotel, 5 zombies staggered along the corridor. Their pale faces and white eyes devoid of the sparkle of life, along with their blood-stained teeth, gave them a grotesque appearance that no one in their right mind would want to approach. Wu Yijin observed as the 5 zombies slowly approached and could not help but notice that these creatures seemed to become slower and slower. However, it was not the zombies who became slower. It was she who became faster every time she evolved and absorbed soul power from an enemy. She opened the palm of her delicate hand and looked at the small seeds lying silently before activating her first order plan empowerment skill. 5 small seeds glowed and under her command shot out at full speed, breaking the air that tried to slow them down. Before the 5 zombies could react, a finger-thick hole appeared in the head of each of them, killing them with ease. Lina, Gaomin, and Fan Wu looked at their friend with envious eyes. They too wanted to be able to kill zombies like she did. Too bad, they didn't have the courage to fight. Within half an hour, the 5 floors of the hotel were cleared of all standing zombies, and the survivors dragged the bodies to the rooms on the top floor before locking the doors firmly from the outside. Soon, night descended, and an important conference was once again underway. Chapter 119 Lily. The main floor of the hotel was separated into different sections: reception, kitchen, a huge general lounge or shared living room, a restaurant, bathrooms, etc. Actually, the group had separated into 2 parts within the initial floor. The first group consisted of almost 400 people and was formed by all the survivors regardless of whether they were workers or non-workers. Seated at several tables in the area that had been designated as a restaurant in the past, the group was currently eating their respective dinners with enthusiasm. However, although those who were unwilling to work and those who did work were together, the differences were obvious if one looked at their bowls. While the leeches or parasites had a bowl filled with white rice, those who did any kind of logistical work enjoyed rice, vegetables, and even a small piece of fresh meat. This was the main rule of the group. Those who did not want to work would definitely not starve, but they also had no right to complain and could only eat 3 bowls of white rice or gruel a day with an extra steamed bun at breakfast and in the evening. Even if some were unhappy, they knew that complaining would not bring anything good. Today a dozen people had been killed by Bai Zemin and his subordinates, so obviously it was better not to provoke them. Moreover, seeing how some female students who were rescued from the female dormitory after almost a week of starvation ate with delighted expressions the white rice which they abhorred, some smarter ones realized that perhaps they were more privileged than they thought. On the other hand, the second group was far smaller and consisted of just over 10 people. In the living room of the hotel, separated by a double door from the restaurant, was a large wooden table that had been moved to the center of the room. On the table were all kinds of delicious dishes: fried evolved beast meat, vegetable and meat soup, rice, noodles with different sauces, sautéed vegetables, baked fish. There were even 5 big bottles of soda for everyone to help themselves at will. The difference between what this group of people ate and the food of those outside the hall was so great that there was no comparison to begin with. Sitting at the head end of the table, Bai Zemin looked at the people present one by one. Shang Yuan, Bingzhu, Chen He, Wu Yijin, Fu Zufeng, Kai Jingyi, Zhang De, Kang Lan, even Gao Min, Fan Wu, and Li Na were present. although the latter three had no right to be present, because they were good friends with Shang Yuan Bingzu and Wu Yijun. No one said anything about it. After all, it was natural that as leaders they had privileges, and bringing a couple more people was not a problem considering their current rations. For example, if Bai Zemin wanted to bring a couple of friends for dinner here, no one would say anything about it since it was his right as someone who fought at the front, and as the group's main fighter. I'd like to hear what opinion you have about the information we got today from the mouths of those road thieves. Bai Zemin finally broke the silence, initiating tonight's main topic. I think we should try to communicate with them somehow and cooperate. Chen He proposed in a serious voice. I'm sure if we show the strength of our group, those guys who call themselves four big bosses will have to change their attitude toward the survivors. Chen He, are you crazy? Wu Yijun looked at him in shock and shook her head without hesitation. Those men abused several women as far as we know until now and have even killed innocents just because of the slightest disturbance or discomfort. How can we cooperate with people like that? Kai Jingyi also shook her head and disagreed with his proposal. Not only that, today we killed several militants of the four big bosses camp group. I don't think they will take the matter casually. Hearing the reasoning of the two women, Chen He became silent and fell into deep contemplation, as he somehow realized that the passive and friendly encounter he wanted would not work so easily. Finally, Shang Yuan Bingzu also expressed her opinion. I think we should sneak in, pass ourselves off as normal survivors, and study the place before deciding what to do. Kang Lan nodded in agreement and pointed out, although our group is strong, we can't forget that they have over 50 men armed with modern firearms, while we only have 5 Type 54 pistols with less than 40 rounds of ammunition in total. It would be better to be a little cautious to prevent major problems. Bai Zemin tapped his finger on the table softly as he fell into deep contemplation, before looking at the person standing behind him as if she were his personal servant. What does it look like to you, Lily? Everyone's strange gaze fell on the woman of seemingly average appearance, but with a bombshell body that could not be hidden by her baggy dress. This person was, of course, Lilith. She had suppressed her charm as much as possible, and her beautiful face had been changed to that of a slightly above average woman before showing herself to everyone. The explanation was simple, and Bai Zemin said that she was a solitary survivor who had hidden herself in the hotel's storeroom, where there were a few food reserves. However, everyone found the closeness with which the two acted very strange considering that they had only met a few hours before. Still, no one mentioned anything about it, and no further questions were asked despite the suspicion. Although Lilith had the appearance of an average European woman, her charming aura as a higher existence could not be completely suppressed. Therefore, no matter whether it was Chen He or any other male survivor, everyone secretly stole glances at her. Before I answer your question, may I know if you, Master, intends to take control of the four big bosses' camp or simply try to cooperate with the three leaders? Lilith, who was currently acting as a survivor named Lily, asked in a respectful voice. Bai Zemin almost choked while drinking a glass of Sprite when he heard the way she referred to him. The others couldn't help but give him strange looks, and Shang Yuan Bingzu looked at him as if he was a pervert. Secretly gritting his teeth and ignoring the strange looks he was receiving, he replied in a normal voice, I want to take control of the entire camp, from firearms to supplies and survivors, everything. Everyone's face changed slightly, the exception being Wu Yijun and Shang Yuan Bingzu, who had a look that suggested saying, it turned out that way in the end. On the other hand, Fu Zufeng and Zhang De looked at each other and could not help but smile while sighing in relief. Since Bai Zemin decided to conquer the place, once he tasted the feeling of ruling, it was highly implausible that he would surrender to the old Chinese government. Chapter 120, Infiltrating into the Human Camp. I see. Continuing in her role as Bai Zemin's personal servant, Lilith thought for a moment before explaining her idea. I think the two ladies' words are correct, and the best option is to infiltrate. Pretending to be an ordinary survivor, you can not only get information about the important checkpoints that need to be attacked first, but you can also gather manpower from the inside. That idea is great. Shang Yuan Bingzu's eyes glittered and looked at her appreciatively. If what that man named Luo Cheng and the rest said is true, then many survivors must be unhappy due to the way they are treated by the camp leaders but without receiving proper food. If we can bring them to our side, they can certainly be of much help in case of need. Bai Zemin remained silent for a minute or two until he finally decided. Then so be it. Tomorrow when the sun rises, Fu Zufeng and Zhang De will come with me to the four big bosses' camp, and we will pretend to be survivors to study the area before finally launching an attack to take control of the village. Shang Yu and Bing Zhu frowned and asked in confusion, "Why only the three of you?" Bai Zemin looked at her for a moment and replied in a flat voice, "You, Wu Yijin, and Chen He are no good." "What do you mean?" Wu Yijin looked at him with a playful smile, apparently already knowing the answer. "You would attract too much attention." Bai Zemin shrugged and said casually, "You two are two beautiful women and Chen He is too handsome. On the other hand, Fu Zufeng, Zhang De, and me are just average at best and won't attract anyone's attention after a few simple arrangements." Hearing Bai Zemin's reply, Chen He unconsciously felt a little embarrassed but at the same time slightly proud because of his appearance. As for Shang Yu and Bing Zhu, she finally silently accepted his reasoning and was secretly a little surprised as Bai Zemin was not praising her on her appearance. He was simply stating facts with complete indifference. Even if she didn't particularly care about her appearance, Shang Yu and Bing Zhu was a very smart woman and naturally knew that to men she was beautiful to the point where she sometimes appeared to be dazzling. Therefore, it was a rarity for someone not to praise her or actively try to court her. For a split second, she even thought that maybe they could be friends. "You think so?" Wu Yijin stared at him and said with an honest expression, "I think you're quite handsome if we're talking physically, especially lately." Bai Zemin chuckled and shook his head, reluctant to comment on the matter. He knew better than anyone that his appearance wasn't dazzling by any means, but it wasn't bad either. It was just that he didn't think a beauty like Wu Yijin, who had seen handsome men like Chen He since she was a child, would think he was handsome. Lilith looked at him from behind and secretly laughed. Bai Zemin might not notice it himself, and even for the people around him, it would be different to notice it as the gradual change was hard to see. However, she could notice how very slowly his appearance improved little by little. The more he leveled up, the more it improved. The reason Wu Yijin said that especially lately was due to Bai Zemin's jump to First Order, a great milestone for any existence. During dinner, they discussed a few more details, and when everyone had eaten their fill, they went asleep comfortably. For the first time in half a month, everyone had beds to sleep in, so practically every survivor went to sleep with a smile. Something that used to be normal could now bring them so much joy. This was another proof that human beings really didn't know how to enjoy the small details. /////. After a refreshing night's sleep after such an eventful day of riding in which they were even threatened by a group of militants with guns, all the survivors inside the hotel woke up, and the people in charge of food began to prepare breakfast. Since the site was approximately 20 kilometers away from the village, where the four big bosses' camp was located, all activities that required going out were ceased to avoid being noticed. As for Bai Zemin, he was currently sitting in the back seat of a pickup truck that had been taken yesterday from the militants. Driving, Zhang De had a stoic expression as most of the time, and Fu Zufeng, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked nervous as he constantly rubbed his hands together while looking out the window cautiously. All three wore tattered clothes with dusty faces and disheveled hair. The stink was so unbearable that they looked like someone who hadn't bathed for at least a week, and if it wasn't for the fact that the three of them had already gotten used to the nauseating smell of blood and organs every time they killed zombies, they couldn't have endured it for that long. No matter how much one looked at them, they definitely looked like wanderers, survivors who managed to evade being eaten by sheer luck and coincidence. After about 30 minutes, Bai Zemin looked ahead and ordered, "Zhang De, stop the pickup truck here." Without hesitation, Zhang De stopped the pickup truck at the edge of the road next to a small building. Bai Zemin got out, followed by the other two, and they entered the building. He hid most of the contents of his fat backpack before taking a large plastic bag and putting in a small bag with 300 grams of rice and a carton of milk before stepping out again and continuing the ride south. 10 minutes later, Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and saw that 100 meters ahead there were several wooden fences surrounding a small village, as well as what appeared to be a watchtower about 5 meters high constructed with wood. Two militants who were joking with each other without much concern seemed to be the custodians of the gate. Hearing the sound of the approaching engine, the two immediately became alert and raised their guns. "Stop the vehicle and get down slowly or else we will shoot," one of the militants shouted loudly. Zhang De looked at Bai Zemin and seeing him nod slightly stopped the vehicle gradually until it came to a complete stop about 10 meters far from the entrance to the village. "Fu Zufeng, you talk with them." Bai Zemin ordered and got out without waiting for a reply. As he got off the vehicle, he narrowed his eyes slightly and realized that the firearm in the militant's hands was actually two Type 79 submachine guns. Although it was an old weapon that began to be mass-produced in the year 1983, it was a relatively powerful gun as it was capable of shooting up to 1,000 rounds per minute. Of course, this would only be possible if it were not for its 20-round magazine capacity. Still, with two Type 79 submachine guns at the forefront, even Jade and Fu Zufeng could die if they were not careful. Chapter 121, Luoning. For eyes, are you fucking deaf? The militant who warned before yelled when he saw that Fu Zufeng still didn't get off the pickup truck and step forward. If you don't get off the damn car in 5 seconds, I'll fill you with holes and feed you to the pigs. Fu Zufeng finally reacted and quickly got off the vehicle. Being pointed at by such a weapon, his legs trembled and his face turned pale with fear. This was a Type 79 submachine gun. It was a completely different gun compared to the Type 54 pistol with which the militants assaulted them yesterday. Move, Bai Zemin whispered softly and walked forward, followed closely by the other two. Damn, wasting our time. The militant from before grumbled again before looking the three up and down with a frown. Where did you three come from? What are you coming to this place to do? This territory belongs to the 4 big bosses. Fu Zufeng looked at Bai Zemin subtly before he began to explain, stammering. We3 are survivors from Beijing University. We escaped by fortune a few days ago and went into hiding. The reason Bai Zemin made Fu Zufeng speak was precisely because of the nerves he felt. The militants could tell something was wrong if he or Jade spoke too much. After all, neither of them was actors and were too calm by nature. As Fu Zufeng answered questions, Bai Zemin scanned the surroundings subtly and was secretly surprised. The wooden fences were useless for defending the village, as a single evolved beast could easily tear them out of the ground. However, for normal low-level zombies that had no strength, these wooden fences were a major obstacle that could buy some time for the survivors. In the streets, there were occasional people passing by wearing somewhat dirty and tattered clothes. The expressions of almost everyone were dark and their eyes glittered with fear as they cautiously looked around. Most people were sitting outside their homes, staring at nothing with dead faces. Occasionally, someone would squirm on the ground, clutching their stomach hungrily, which was a clear sign that all these people had eaten too little or even nothing for quite some time. Hey, what are you bringing inside that bag? The other militant seemed to be bored when he noticed the plastic bag in Bai Zemin's hands and immediately inquired loudly. Bai Zemin looked at the militant and tried to put on a scared expression which failed miserably. In the end, in order not to cause any problems, he simply opened the bag quietly and showed the contents. Damn, is this guy mute or something? The second militant muttered and casually looked inside the bag without much expectation. However, when he and his buddy saw the small bag with rice and the milk carton, their eyes lit up. The first militant grabbed the small bag of rice and weighed it with his hand casually before exclaiming, "Damn it! It is more than 200 grams of white rice." The second militant also looked surprised and snatched the bag of rice from him to check it by himself. In the camp, supplies were tightly controlled by the strongest of the 4 bosses, Yikigang. Normally, a person who did not work could only eat some rice made into mush diluted with water to form something similar to gruel, but consisting mainly of water. Except for the militants with guns who went out to risk their lives to fetch supplies, everyone inside the village was slowly starving to death. The 4 bosses obviously had no idea how to lead so many people, as they did not even delegate jobs to give the village some brightness and order. Even for these 2 militants guarding the entrance, 500 grams of rice was small wealth. Working all day standing guard, they could at most earn 40 grams of rice each. Bai Zemin's eyes glittered coldly. Although he already expected something like this, the brazen robbery still upset him. For the past half-month, no one had dared to speak to him in such a tone, let alone try to steal from him, so naturally his patience was wearing thin. But he endured and said nothing. The militants looked at each other before looking at the 3 of them. The first militant to speak said in a deep voice, "As we are magnanimous, we will not examine your belongings and you can leave with that milk carton. As a token of kindness, let me tell you that west of town there are a few free houses still. You can use those." Without waiting for a reply, the other militant waved his hand impatiently. "Hurry up and get out of here. You smell really gross." Jade looked at them coldly, but seeing Bai Zemin subtly shaking his head, he finally looked down. The 3 of them walked into the village slowly, listening to the gloating laughter of the militants. "Big Brother Bai, why don't we just explode their heads and take over their guns?" Jade clenched his fists and cursed under his breath. "Damn those two dogs. A single blow from my fists is enough to make their heads explode into meat pulp, but they dare to treat us like puppies." Bai Zemin laughed coldly and replied as he walked towards the south of the village. "Don't worry. When we get control of this whole place, I'll see to it that they spit out those 500 grams of rice completely, even if I have to make them work as mules." Considering the rations they had, 500 grams of rice could not be considered too much. However, no one would feel good if they were robbed and then acted as if nothing had happened, let alone Bai Zemin, who was slowly getting used to being in a position of power. //. The village was not very large, and in the past, only about 60 or 70 families lived there. However, due to the search for supplies carried out periodically by the four bosses, the number of survivors had increased exponentially, so that makeshift huts had to be built. Bai Zemin and the rest saw how a group of young children between 8 and 14 years old ran barefoot everywhere. They were all looking for small bugs that had not yet begun to mutate or tree bark to fill their empty stomachs. As the world changed, these children were also forced to change and leave their innocence behind to adapt to the new rules if they wanted to survive. After walking for about 5 minutes, the group of 3 stopped in front of an ordinary-looking small house. The door was firmly closed, but from outside they could hear a sweet voice singing like a happy bird coming from inside, which was a sharp contrast to the scene outside. When Bai Zemin knocked softly on the wooden door and took a step back, the singing stopped and a sweet childish voice rang out, "1 second, please." A moment later, the door opened, and the head of a little girl peeked out, who immediately looked at them with her big eyes filled with curiosity. "Hello, my name is Luo Ning, may I know what do you need?" Chapter 122, 3 Big Bosses. Bai Zemin looked at the girl in front of him with the same degree of curiosity she seemed to feel as she looked at them. She was small, her body thin and petite without any sign of maturity, which was completely normal considering she was only 9 years old. Her hair was as black as ink and her face extremely pretty like that of a porcelain doll. But the most striking thing was her eyes. On the way here, Bai Zemin had seen other children and easily noticed that they all had cunning looks as they scanned the surroundings, like little foxes waiting for the perfect opportunity to launch an assault. However, the eyes of the little girl in front of him were like 2 shining gems free of any impurity. It was as if, even when the outside world had turned into hell, it was incapable of staining her heart. Just as she was happily singing a few moments ago inside the small house, it was as if the inside and outside were different dimensions. Apparently that Luo Chengai did a good job taking care of his little sister. Bai Zemin silently analyzed as he crouched down to be at the girl's level. "You are Luo Ning. My name is Bai Zemin, and these 2 are my friends Fu Zufeng and Zhang De." Bai Zemin smiled for the first time in a long time, a real smile and not a fake or forced one. "Your big brother's name is Luo Cheng, isn't it?" Luo Ning's eyes shone with a hint of caution, and she unconsciously stepped back slightly before cautiously asking, "Elder brothers, you are people sent by the 4 big village bosses. My big brother left yesterday morning, but he still hasn't returned so." Seeing the girl's wariness, Bai Zemin took out the milk carton and held it forward as he said, "Actually, we are friends with your brother Luo Cheng. We met yesterday a few kilometers from here and we get along well." "Oh," the girl looked at the milk carton and swallowed softly. She obviously wanted it but still shook her head. "Elder brother, where is my brother?" Bai Zemin didn't insist and gave the milk carton to Zhang Du to look after before saying, "I'll take you to him tonight if you want. For now, how about giving me a walk around? I'd like to get to know the village more if you're not too busy." Luo Ning hesitated as she had heard her big brother Luo Cheng told her not to leave the house without him present. But it had been more than a day since he had left and there had been no news from him, so she was worried. After all, without her big brother, she would not be able to survive alone in this world since he was her only source of dependability. Besides, she somehow knew that the person in front of her would not hurt her. As for how such a thing was possible when she had just met him, it was unknown. "Okay, Luo Ning will take you for a walk." She closed the door and locked it with a small key she took out of her pocket before taking Bai Zemin's hand with a sweet smile. The girl didn't seem to mind the smell on his body, and didn't seem to be on guard either as she started walking, pulling Bai Zemin's hand while pointing out some places. "That's the place where the village fighters gather every day before going out to look for supplies or people. This is where Boss Lei Su lives. Big brother, don't tell anyone, but actually Boss Lei Su is a pervert with more than 10 wives. This is the village square, and the bosses often gather the other survivors to give orders. It is also used as a gathering point every night where a big pot of food is made and distributed to the survivors. Bai Zemin walked hand in hand with Luo Ning, and the girl enthusiastically introduced the main places of the village. Her cheerful and lively attitude attracted a lot of attention, as there were often survivors turning to look at her in astonishment, as if they could not believe that in such chaos there was a person who could act in such a way. Even Bai Zemin had unconsciously relaxed, feeling the tension on his body ease. Luo Ning caused that Bai Zemin unconsciously thought on his little sister Ming Qi, so the girl had really started to like him. Following them from behind, Fu Zufeng and Zhang Du were secretly surprised, as this was the first time they had seen the normally cold and cruel Bai Zemin have such a gentle expression on his face. /////. Meanwhile, in the most luxurious villa of the village, an important discussion was taking place amidst a dark and heavy atmosphere. Sitting on a couch and enjoying the tender hands of a woman massaging his shoulders, a burly man of about 35 years old had a grim expression on his scarred face. This man was actually Yi Qigang, the strongest of the 4 camp leaders, as well as the man with the most authority. On another couch, to Yi Qigang's right, a middle-aged man was enjoying touching the breasts of 2 pretty women who had barely entered their 30s. His appearance was quite decent in comparison to Yi Qigang's deformed face. However, the truth was that this man was actually cruel and sadistic. This man was Lei Su, and it was said that more than 3 women had already died at his hands because they could not tolerate his games in bed. At the left, on another small couch, a man between 25 and 30 years old with a monkey-like appearance was constantly looking around with cautious eyes. He was the only one without a woman accompanying him. This man was the 3rd village boss, Du Meng. "What about Yang Pei?" Lei Su casually asked as he continued to caress the 2 women's breasts. A strange smile formed on his lips and he laughed rampantly. That idiot couldn't have amused himself with some booty. Ha ha ha. Du Meng looked at him without saying anything, and his eyes glittered strangely. "I don't think that's it." Yi Qigang ignored Lei Su's jokes and shook his head. Although Lei Su was a bit perverted and somewhat crazy, he was brave and could fight well, so Yi Qigang tolerated him to the extent possible. "I have a bad feeling," Yi Qigang muttered, and the room went silent immediately. Even Lei Su stopped playing, and his expression changed slightly. In the past, Yi Qigang had had several bad feelings, and it was thanks to this that the 3 of them along with Yang Pei had managed to escape trouble. Even when the soul record came to Earth, it was thanks to Yi Qigang that the 3 of them were able to survive. Therefore, every time something happened, Lei Su and Du Meng knew that it was no time for jokes. Yi Qigang waved his hand and the woman behind him stopped massaging him. He stood up and said in a deep voice, "Du Meng, prepare your men and scout the surrounding areas, but don't go too far away. Lei Su, take 20 men and go up north. It is possible that Yang Pei has encountered problems, and if that's the case he might need help." Du Meng stood up without a word and went out the front door. As for Lei Su, he licked his lips and ran out anxiously, since every time he went out, if he found some pretty woman, he could have fun first.